Which electric vehicle should you buy? What's currently the best EV overall and what's the one with the best price-performance ratio? Of course, there are numerous of electric vehicles out there now. In this comparison, we focus on the current EVs that fulfill these aspects. They are very popular or new competitors to popular models. They came out recently or were recently refreshed. They have significant interior space, so you can use them as a primary vehicle. This is a cross-segment test, so we will show SUVs, crossover and sedans. We will also compare less expensive to more expensive models to find out if there is a significant difference and if it's worth the extra money. In this comparison, we will show you the following vehicles, beginning with the well-usable crossover and mid-sized SUV models. Tesla Model Y, Ford Mustang Mach-E, Kia EV6, Ioniq 5, VW ID4, Audi Q4, Skoda Enyaq, BMW iX3, Volvo C40 and XC40. Then the sportier sedans, Tesla Model 3, Polestar 2, BMW i4 and Porsche Taycan, the latter one as a base rear-wheel drive model to be somewhat comparable price-wise. As well as the very expensive big EVs BMW iX and Mercedes EQS. Who will be the price-performance winner and who will be the winner overall? Now let's go with the in-depth reviews to find out more about these EVs. And later on also tell me in the comments which ones are your favorites.
Well, we've been all waiting for this. The Tesla Model Y can now finally talk to us.
So you hear me now? Luke, I am your father.
Does that with the glove box also work while driving? Open the glove box. Driving the Tesla Model Y, I ask myself, is it really that much more efficient than the other EVs? Does it have a higher range? Even or especially here in wintertime. So efficiency and range at 100 kilometers or 60 miles an hour, at 130 kilometers or 80 miles an hour, and also what's the efficiency and range at top speed here on the German Autobahn, German motorway here today. We'll test it together with agility, general overview and new features also, especially as for the software, infotainment and so on. There have been some rumors about issues about the heating in cold winter times. We have today some, close to freezing temperatures. We will let this car run with the heating on for a whole day, for 24 hours, see if there's any failure. And also, when you're stuck maybe, in an ice storm or something in the middle of the road, how much energy from the battery and how much range does it take when you let the heating run?
And we will also show you a supercharging test.
So many interesting tests to come now. So this is Thomas with Autogefühl, welcome. Here in the front design-wise, especially when you pick it in white, it looks kind of like a stormtrooper helmet, doesn't it?
4.75 meters or 187 inches. Just a few details here. These are winter tires with 19-inch wheels. You can get 19, 20 or 21 for the performance version, but I recommend sticking with 19 for best comfort. Here, by the way, we have these mud flaps. They protect the side against extra mud, but they're really low and sometimes they are not mounted because indeed they will hit the ground in certain situations, so not so sure. A nice signature here at the rear. It always comes with all-wheel drive, one electric motor in the front, one in the rear. And there are two versions, normal all-wheel drive and the performance one, either 5 seconds or 3.7 seconds in the acceleration figure then. Here, these door handles, they are just complicated. It's how it is. Then, door closing sound. One time without me talking. That's when you have frameless doors. Few examples are there when you have frameless doors where they're still good, and I think it was the Porsche Taycan and the Peugeot 508, I guess. What's cool here, by the way, look at that. Dual insulation glass in the front. Yes, all animal-free interior, way to go. Seats and steering wheel either here in the black layout and with a nice bright wood inlet, or in the white layout, which looks cooler, but then you have this aluminum inlet. Me, and including a lot of guys read here in the comments, I would love the white interior with the bright wood. That would be cool. Here, by the way, interesting here now, new build quality wise, that steering wheel is now a little bit structured in the surface. So they obviously use a new or updated leatherette material. Really cool. And now also with a heated steering wheel function. Seating is decent, although for tall drivers, the seats I think could be a little bit longer, but overall decent comfort. And you can set the steering wheel, of course, height and, you know, in, out, and also have this easy entry function. So at the moment, this is my driving position, but when I, for example, get out of the vehicle, then it moves in and up. As for the key, you can have this key card holder with the key cards inside. You can put your phone as a key. And then you can also order a classic key fob. So these are the possibilities. Just using the key cards is, I think, too annoying, because then you always have to place it in the middle console to be able to start the vehicle. The lower area is really cool, microfiber surface, and then you have 2 inductive charging pads for your phone. And here, a big opening, a lot of space. Next to cup holders, they are not adaptive though, and even more space underneath. And in the overview here, once again, this super clean layout, 15-inch screen, that's it. And yes, I think when you just have the speed here, it is missing either in the instruments or in the head-up display. I can't get over it. Look at that, this is kind of Android style now here. Update, you can set your favorite things here, for example, the energy meter or the camera. This, by the way, is always a favorite feature, because here the lower cameras, the side cameras, have a different color temperature than the top part, and it's been said that it has to do with the autonomous driving function. Interesting, but it has here also especially a great resolution. And here, for example, Bluetooth menu, so you can actually put then these things, and also with drag and drop. So if you rather want to have Spotify in there, you can have, you know, hold this and then put it down into My Apps. This is also in the recent app folder, or then if you want Bluetooth here, once again, like here. So to me, this is really cool. I rather have than the energy meter here as well. So like this, actually a very good new feature. And this is the cool thing, they can update this just over the air. And once again, here temperature stays there, but you can also use the voice control. Temperature 22 degrees. Here we go. Or like I'm cold, I'm warm is also possible. And told you already, here is now the heated steering wheel function. Really cool. It gets warm quite quickly, and also all over the steering wheel. That is a very cool function. And the thing is, also other EVs have independent heating, for example. But here, it's everything so easily done. Once here, temperature control, and then here, keep. So keep climate mode enabled, and this way it will keep the temperature. So the most efficient way to keep warm in the vehicle here is to use the steering wheel heating and the seat heating, because that actually applies the temperature directly to the body. Warming the air in the vehicle is less efficient. However, that's exactly what we want to test, because it's kind of like a stress test for the car as well. And you know, I mean, how can we keep the air, the temperature in the car also cozy for everyone, not only via the seats? I was really looking forward to how much battery does it actually drain, and how much range do we lose actually per hour.
Here with this setting, the temperature is being maintained, and I hope it will stop when the battery reaches 20% of charge. Outside 6 degrees or 42 Fahrenheit, it will get colder in the basement garage very soon. At the moment, for 27 kilometers or 266 miles of range left. It's almost 5 o'clock in the evening and 85% state of charge. Now let's see what we have 7 hours later, around midnight. We have 74% state of charge, so we lost about 11%. We are at 373 kilometers, means we lost 54 kilometers. And we went from 266 miles to 231 miles, means we lost 35 miles. 11 hours later, so overall now 18 hours, we are at 62% state of charge and 311 kilometers or 193 miles. So that means we lost 1.3% battery state of charge per hour, or 6.5 kilometers of range per hour, or 4 miles of range per hour.
So I think this is a very decent result, so you do not have to be afraid being stuck in an EV in a snowstorm or something. I would have imagined that it's kind of less efficient, but it has proven to be quite efficient indeed, so very good result, I think. Or what's your take on that? And also, we've been running this car then for 24 hours, for a whole day, with the heating, close to freezing temperatures, and there was no failure at all. The car was kept warm all the time. Obviously, the software update did very well there, and so no complaints from our side. Of course, yes, that wasn't a big efficient thing to do, but we are here to do the tests for you, so only one guy has to do that, and not everyone else to test to be sure that it works. And new software update, we finally have a blind spot monitor. See here, when I hit the turning indicator, then to the left here I have the camera, and this is a very, very good feature. We've been waiting for this for ages. And here also on the opposite, when I go to the right turning indicator, here then right side camera appears in the very same spot. Also included in the latest update, here in the toy box, there is now the so-called boombox, and here it's really interesting. You can play the current media you're listening to the outside, or use the megaphone projecting your voice to the outside.
So you hear me now? Luke, I am your father.
Or what you can also do is having fart sounds on the outside, or applause and so on. Really hilarious.
And now what about that battery and the range? Well, first of all, 77 kilowatt hours is the capacity, and it's really funny. You can ask Tesla yourself, and they do not even exactly know if it's gross or net. There is hardly any information about it. And if you do some research, you can find both information that it's gross or net. I honestly can say I don't know exactly if it's 77 kilowatt hours gross or net. And I'm not sure if we will ever find out. And it also changes from time to time. So at Tesla, things are changing really, really quickly. Often reviewers or just customers have to look in the papers to see which exact size the battery has. That's also what I did. The papers say 77. And before we come to driving aspects, let's exactly focus on the range at different speeds. Is this one here now really so much more efficient? Does it have so much higher range than, for example, Kia EV6, Ford Mustang Mach-E, VW ID4, Audi Q4 e-tron, and so on and so on? I did the exact test here now at, something around freezing temperatures. Let's find out.
At 100 kilometers an hour, we have 19 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. So at 60 miles an hour, 30 kilowatt hours per 100 miles. And at 130 kilometers an hour or 80 miles an hour, we have 23 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers or 33 kilowatt hours on 100 miles.
So what does it mean? Yes, the Tesla Model Y is very efficient, a very good result. And yes, it is also in a lot of respects a little bit more efficient than the competitors and offers a little bit more range. But it's not that it would offer 500 kilometers or like 300 miles, whereas the others offers 400 kilometers and 250 miles. The gap is not that big. So the deciding factor, if you would go like for a Kia EV6 or VW ID4 or the Tesla Model Y, it's not that you would say, oh, this one now here from Tesla has this much higher range that I would only go for this one for this reason. That's not the crucial point. I think the crucial point with the Tesla is here that you have the supercharging network until the other manufacturers have caught up with their true supercharging networks. That would be like, reason number one. And reason number two is that they here have the best software.
And then there's something really important range-wise. This is the energy meter, and it actually looks at how you have been driving recently, and this is also an accurate energy consumption figure actually. So trust this figure right here. Do not trust this figure up here. This figure up here, you see, is not coherent with the other one. 170 kilometers,
220. This one is the unrealistic one because here, up there, this one is calculating from the battery status and the standard consumption of this vehicle by the driving cycle. This is not calculated by a real driving figure, and that's why when it also says 500 kilometers or 300 miles, it's too much. Well, and now the big question is, why would they do that? They do have the accurate calculated figure. Why don't they put it up there? Yeah, the thing is, maybe, that's my guess, when they have people in the showroom to buy the vehicle, and this figure here always shows the more optimistic one. Oh, this can always go 500 kilometers or 310 miles? Great, I'll buy it. Yeah, but that's not really fair to the customer, especially not to the concise drivers and so on. So I would urge them to put this same figure which they have in the energy meter also up there in the small figure. Other than that, it's actually better for you when you put at this moment, the percentage figure up there and then the real range figure you find in the energy meter. Usually I'm against reading the percentage figure and exchanging it for the real range figure, but in this case, because it's not the proper one, the percentage figure for the battery will be the proper one, but the range estimate in the top small part will not be accurate. Other than that, he is of course always very good, responsive, the map, and then we can also navigate, for example, to the next supercharger, and then it will also precondition the battery for the fast charging. You should do that in advance. You have to do that with the GPS, that the preconditioning can actually work. Tesla even recommends to do it half an hour in advance to really be sure the optimum temperature for the fastest charging. So I've been driving to the supercharger, almost there, but the thing is, it does make this preconditioning even if the battery is almost empty, and I think that is a risk. Now here, 4% battery left, 2 minutes to go, 1 kilometer to go, and I think in this case the software should say, no, I'm not taking the risk, not preconditioning the battery because it's too dangerous that you get stuck on the way. Yeah, that was a little bit closer than I thought today. You know, there is this sport among Tesla customers that you arrive at the supercharger with the least amount of battery percentage. Yeah, of course, I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of like fun, it's adrenaline pumping, but of course you shouldn't do that. And also, it's of course better for the battery if you always keep it between 10 and 80%. So you shouldn't deplete it too much, and you should also not fill it up too much, actually, for the best care of the battery. You can see, by the way, the V2 supercharger here has still the 2 cables, and the V3, the most current one here, has the 1 cable. So here we already filled up some, and we start counting the time from 10% now, so 10% state of charge. And at this moment we are charging with around 200 kilowatt. That's already quite decent. Let's see how long this can be kept in this power. Here, like this 1 hour, this is like to 100%, but we are going to 80% because that's the relevant figure. See here, starting at 3 o'clock, so 1500, you can also say, military time. Now at over 20% already, just after 3 minutes. That's quite decent, and here we're still at about 170 kilowatt. Here now at 35%, charging speed is dropping, so here we are now at a 130 kilowatt. So first timing from 10 to 40% in 9 minutes. Now at 60% we have dropped below 100 kilowatt, but still with 80 is quite decent, and here, so 60% after 18 minutes. We're getting closer. And now we are at our goal. It's still charging at 60 kilowatts and we have reached 80%. So 10 to 80% in exactly 31 minutes. That's a good result, I think. And if we compare this to the competitors, the Ford Mustang Mach-E, for example, will take around 10 minutes longer for 10 to 80%, although they recently made some updates now there. And the Kia EV6 or the Hyundai Ioniq 5, well, theoretically, they have a higher charging peak, but then again, they do not do preconditioning, so especially in wintertime, they won't be faster at all. And also you cannot hold this peak for the whole time. So some other tests, they have shown that they take a similar amount of time, maybe a little bit faster, and only in really super ideal conditions they are this 10 minutes faster, so around 20 minutes, what is actually promised by them. By the way, the whole thing, you know, did cost me 28 euros. Note that energy in Germany is quite expensive. And what's also quite interesting here, the speed is still quite okay, even above 80%, so it doesn't drop immediately like it does with the Ford. Rear seating, well, soft touch here also at the inside of the doors, that's cool. Then you have sufficient space for 4 or even 5 tall adults. Here comes close with the knees, depending on the driver position in the front, but it works. Also headroom wise, no problem with 1.86 m or 6'1". And the cool thing is here, you know, hardly ever do we have so much space and such a comfortable position here also in the middle seat. So 5 tall adults, really no problem at all. This is here the direct folding mechanism, also showing you that from the trunk very soon. But overall the space that is being offered right here is really good. And here we have some more cup holders that are even adaptive. And when you take a look at the panel gaps here from the inside, once again proven the build quality meanwhile is very good. So everything here very well aligned. However, that does not include the rear door closing sound. Super spacious trunk area that is leading if you compare the competitors, more than 1 meter in length or 40 inches and also 40 inches or 1 meter in width. And the height here, the overall height is 70 centimeters or 28 inches, really good. Some colors here also, yeah, okay, all stereotypes are served. A Whole Foods bag, yeah, driving with a Tesla to the organic Whole Foods market in Los Angeles. Yes, all stereotypes called, of course. And even more space here underneath, right here, huge space here, for example, for the charging cables. And even better, you can easily fold these seats here, 2/3, 1/3 split, and then, you know, look at that. That is really a lot. And then we can indeed reach here 2 meters or 79 inches. So this is segment leading. By the way, you can limit that hatch here from the opening so it doesn't crush your basement garage. So here at the moment, so you have to press and hold this button for a couple of seconds, and then it, for example, stops here. That would be fitting for my basement garage, and then I have to manually put it up further when I'm, for example, outside here, and then you can also step underneath it. It is kind of bulky, but you have that option here. And is it true, by the way, that the Tesla Model Y, including passengers and luggage, can only take less than 400 kilograms or less than 800 pounds? Yes, it is true. It is supposed to be fixed when it leaves the German plant very soon. This one here still being the Shanghai model. And there are rumors that when the German built models arrive, that then you can load more into the vehicle. Will be the problem if you exceed it a little bit? Probably no one will know, and I don't expect any structural damage then to the chassis or something. So I think you can more or less relax in this respect. And does it frunk? Yes, it does frunk, and also reasonable space here in the front. Welcome to Thomas's Driving Lounge with the Tesla Model Y. Long range all-wheel drive. Around 5 seconds is the acceleration figure from 0. And we'll do here a rolling start from about 30 kilometers an hour to whatever, free road. Let's see, let's go. 150. Let's see if we can reach top speed. 200, 125 miles an hour. And now we are at top speed. That is 218 kilometers an hour. It gets really loud. Oh, really have pressure on my ears from that. Of course, the car is not laid out to do that. Also doesn't feel too safe, and of course I always have to be cautious here because the road is not entirely dry. Performance is like, whoa, great performance. Then here, brake operation plus brakes, back to 100 kilometers an hour, 60 miles an hour. And of course it's totally fine then noise insulation wise. So at normal highway speeds, the noise insulation is also very well, good enough. That's no problem. But just at these really high speeds. The suspension is rather trimmed stiff, so for higher speeds that gives you a sportier feeling, but it has also major drawbacks. More to that later at the very special part where we have like some really bumpy roads. Here so far motorway, then you can either set a normal cruise control and then here go plus and minus with your right thumb at the steering wheel, or you can also use these autopilot functions. However, they differ from Europe to the US. In Europe, it is kind of restricted, so it's then kind of not like a fair comparison when I tested here. However, the features that are here, and you have to, enable it here. Car must be parked first, though. But the thing is, how the sensors work, how they're oriented. Everything is camera-based here at Tesla, and you have a lot of false negatives. I have that, over the years, and so overall, I do not use the system because I had too many bad experiences with it, where it just failed. Where it did a braking maneuver in the middle of the motorway at high speed, where it wasn't supposed to be because there was a dip on the road. This, for example, or the other way around. Lane keeping assist as well, going in some slight bends, just going straight. So, whoa, there's a lot of fog now. So, I do not trust the system. I think it's one of the worst on the markets as for this. But however, the driving feeling it gives you here from this traveling feeling, with the glass all over the place, this is really cool, Even when the weather is really bad outside, you feel you're kind of a little bit above things. Everything is clean in the interior. That makes a really good look to the outside. And I do not like that we don't have instruments or the head-up display. Especially when you're driving at night, you kind of feel a little bit lost, I would say. To me, when there's an instrument cluster, you have some kind of an connection to the vehicle. You know what I mean? I'm not sure how to explain that. Here, by the way, it's interesting how the camera recognizes the cyclist here, left next to it. That's very interesting, and also traffic sign recognition. Well, this car definitely needs also instruments or head-up display. I mean, one of each would be sufficient. That's okay, but it is distracting to look over here for the speed. Definitely, this is more planned to be fully autonomous at some point. That's the plan or the idea behind it, and of course also for cost savings. But I'm not willing to accept cost saving measures for a vehicle that is at 60,000 euros or dollars. I won't do that, So, and for 60,000 euros or dollars, I expect head-up display or instruments, period. So, sometimes, by the way, the auto wipers, you can set them here in auto or on different stages. Sometimes, to me, they come a little bit too late, but then you can, have one single press here on the left stalk column, and then it does another wipe. So you can also somehow manually tune that in this respect. One more time, acceleration when we're already at speed here from 85 kilometers an hour. Whoa! Still want a boost. Wow, that's really cool. And already 160. Wow, such a great acceleration, so much power. So at the moment I'm in standard acceleration mode. Usually I set it to chill because it just applies less G-force on yourself and especially on your passengers. As for the energy economy at these really high speeds, the question is always like, how long can you drive top speed? And we can see that the power consumption is kind of off the charts, but towards some let's see, when we hold that speed here about 180. So it moves then towards like the something above 400 kilowatt hours on 1 kilometers. So some 500 something kilowatt hours on 100 miles. So that actually then confirms once again what we had in our EV tests so far, that when you drive these electric vehicles at top speed, at really high speeds, Usually it means you take the standard range and cut it in half and then go a little bit below that. You know, so driving top speed, the EVs, is cutting the range more than in half. So if we say that this here has, even in wintertime, some range of 400 kilometers or 250 miles, and in summertime, yeah, probably a little bit more, even like 450 kilometers or 270 to 80 miles, then you can say less than half of that is full speed driving. If I drive this one here at, you know, like 180 kilometers an hour or 100 miles per hour plus, then I can drive it, yeah, probably some 180 kilometers or some 120 miles or something like this. So that is still decent. Definitely, combustion engines also consume exponentially more fuel when they are driven at high speeds. Since range is limited anyway in electric vehicles, of course, here it's kind of more than a problem, and you also take longer to recharge, you know, as long as you don't have like the perfect DC charging station available. So on countryside driving right now here, actually the steering feeling is quite good, very precise as well. It doesn't feel that natural, however they have improved it over the time, I feel. And you can also set it, so you can make it softer or harder. Doing these controls while driving is not ideal at all, because it's also too small and distracting. This is really something, it has a good overview when you're stationary, and then you can set it up once and then you're driving and that's it. You know, and here, for example, steering mode to comfort, that would to me be a little bit too soft. Standard mode or then sport mode, it gets a little bit stiffer. But the good thing is really that you can do so many things with the voice input here while driving, and this voice input is really, really great. Does that with the glove box also work while driving? Open the glove box. That's great, right? Open the glove box. Open glove box, close. Open, close. Homer Simpson style. Yeah. Of course, sorry, maybe needs to be, put a disclaimer like, do not open the glove box while driving. Professional driver, do not attempt. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that's how you can have fun in a Tesla, definitely. And sporty driving fun, of course, acceleration-wise, definitely. Now here, these winding bends, how agile is it actually? Yeah, it's actually good. Good and precise control. Now here, of course, the very stiff suspension helps us in a way to get that sporty power on the ground. Yeah, also due to that all-wheel drive, we don't have any wheel spin or something. Precisely out of the corners. That's very good. Really settled on the ground, low center of gravity. Wow, that is very well done. However, of course, yeah, there is a catch with the suspension for normal everyday driving. Whoa, this is what I meant. Yeah, this is here a typical place where we can test a bad road, and wow, that was extremely bad. Like a similar result we just had with some, let's say, small vehicles with super stiff suspension, like, you know, like a Ford Fiesta ST or something. So indeed, the suspension is the biggest weakness here with the Tesla Model Y and the Tesla Model 3, of course, as well. They have to completely rework that. They cannot fix this, you know. They cannot update it. It's nothing you can do with software. They have to throw this suspension here completely out of the vehicle if they want to keep selling their vehicles at these prices. Two things they can do. Either take the air suspension from the Tesla Model S or the X, also here in the smaller models, or invent or buy something, you know, entirely new. There are a lot of good suppliers, especially when they build these cars then here in Germany. Easy to get suspension suppliers. There are a lot of suspension companies in Germany especially. So it's not that they can't do it. They just didn't pay attention to that yet. And I can tell you once again, the suspension, I really have to say that outright. I mean, I do love Tesla for what they did to the industry, bring electrification forward, being one of the first to put all animal-free interior. Then the software here, I mean, it's great, it's fast, it's simple. So many things about these vehicles here that are really industry-leading. But the suspension and how it feels and how, how non-premium it feels. By driving this vehicle and having this discomfort from the suspension, you can say this is not a premium vehicle. This suspension here is absolute rubbish. It's one of the worst ones I've driven ever. I can, say that even stronger now, having driven especially all the EV competitors, and when the suspension of the other competitors like here, this one is like here, from good to bad. So this is really the major drawback. So if you have great roads, enjoy a Tesla Model Y and you can profit from all the advantages. But especially if you live in an area where you have bad roads, no, you can't go for it. You have to take one of the competitors, for example, the Ford Mustang Mach-E or the Kia EV6.
Join me, Thomas, with Autogefühl and the review of the Ford Mustang Mach-E GT. In the US, this one here will be called GT Performance. In the EU, the GT version here already comes with this performance pack. And what about this faster horse? Let's take a look here in Atoll Blue or Grabber Blue. So the name varies depending on the market. Definitely a strong Thomas Blue, we call it here on Autogefühl. In the front grille here, you can see a closed form, but we have this kind of, painted honeycomb structure on the inside, the Mustang logo. Headlamps come with adaptive LED as standard, and here the GT version has a very strong contrasting lower bumper right there. The length is at 4.71 m or 185 inches, mid-sized SUV or crossover style. And here the GT version has a contrasting lower bumper right there. And well, what a great screaming out blue color, by the way, right? We also have other colors for you here today. For example, the Cyber Orange, also screaming out, or maybe that black one there. Also in a very attractive location, isn't it? Then 20-inch wheels are standard, massive styling, really cool, painted wheel arches, and you also get these red brake calipers here, Brembo brakes for the GT version. Then recharging is here in the front, up to 150 kilowatt DC. That would mean 100 kilometers or 60 miles in 10 minutes for the recharging. Then also contrasting mirror cap right here, and styling-wise, I mean, this has a very fluent form, really sporty, strong shoulders, and technology-wise, what's really interesting, the rear motor is always the same, no matter if you go rear-wheel drive version, the standard all-wheel drive version, or here with the GT all-wheel drive version. However, the GT gets the stronger front electric motor if you compare it to the normal all-wheel drive version. But then again, this changes the characteristics of the standard all-wheel drive setup. So the standard all-wheel drive model would have 30% in the front, 70% in the rear. This one here, the GT version, due to the strong electric motor, has 40% in the front, 60% in the rear. So yes, the GT has less rear-wheel bias, but it has more power overall. And when you go with this untamed mode in the driving modes, we'll also select that one later, then again, more torque is being sent to the rear wheels, and theoretically, by software and also depending on the road conditions, they could change 100, in the front or in the rear. Everything would be possible, but it's very interesting that due to the more power in the front, it has some less rear-wheel bias. So after all, if you want the best rear-wheel bias, you can still go for the rear-wheel drive only version and save a lot of money, right? Well, it looks really fast, and big GT badging right here. Very cool with the vertical lamps there, taken from the original Mustang definitely. And again, the contrasting style and lower part. And it is also fast. Overall, 200 kilometers an hour or 125 miles an hour is the top speed. And the acceleration figure, something around 4 seconds to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour. It depends on when they state this rolling start figure, what Tesla also does. Like, they measure like it moves a foot and then what it does.
So that's then less than 4 seconds. And the normal, like German-ish standstill acceleration figure is over 4 seconds. But we'll do also a 0 to 100 acceleration later on in the driving part and see. We'll find out ourselves about that. Well, I think design-wise, really cool. Battery-wise, this one here comes only with a big battery. That means 88 kilowatt hours net usual battery size at this point here. It's also planned to roll out an update. Then you can use 91 kilowatt hours. Well, and then the question, of course, about the range. We'll do a range test later on, also energy consumption. But depending on how you use the car, something more than 400 kilometers or more than 250 miles is easily possible. And we'll see how much we can score today for real. And one more unique feature for the GT, this one comes with an adaptive suspension that also then adapts according to the driving modes. We'll also find out in the driving part very soon. Now, let's move to the interior. Key fob here is really cheap, and I mean, this is a premium priced car and it is indeed a premium vehicle, I have to say that, but the key fob is actually not. You can also open your car with a smartphone, or will also be possible here, you have a number pad, so you can type in, that might be a good thing for rental companies or something. Yeah, and you maybe know that every Mustang Mach-E on this world, when you put in Hurley's lottery code from Lost, it will open. I'm just kidding. Or did I? Let's open the vehicle. Oh, first of all, door closing sound. Actually quite good. Yeah, the car said, oh, hey, that was good, right? I did that very well, right? Yeah, I was horning because the ignition is on. So then here, soft touch at the top part. Then we have a lot of microfiber here. This is done to release the door here, for example. Very interesting. And yeah, these are like kind of standard Ford buttons. So the only thing that is not premium in this car are these standard Ford buttons, Everything else, you could very well say that could be an Audi, BMW or Mercedes, B&O sound system, the optional one, not that great actually, I have to say. GT badge. But then really great features to come ahead. Here, microfiber cover here. Then a nice modern fabric cover where the small digital instruments are being housed. And they are very clear to read. And this also an advantage if you compare it to a Tesla Model X. This one does have instruments. That's really good to have. And also the steering wheel with an animal-free cover. It's really soft, high class, really premium, contrast stitching. And all Mustang Mach-E you buy have actually a vegan interior. And that's also really consistent. Here, the GT comes with sport seats, microfiber on the inside, leatherette on the outside, high grade, extremely high quality, super soft, looks great. And you have more shoulder support with these seats here. So this is really A+, very well done Ford. Can just applaud them on that. Then about the seating comfort. I think the seating comfort is actually very good. Maybe you put the seat a little bit higher, that the angle is a little bit better because the front part is actually a little bit high. I have to say, when you're taller, you feel that the seats would be maybe a little bit too small at times. You see it maybe here like in the shoulder area that I'm reaching a little bit over the seat, and also with the head restraint that cannot be adjusted. So I feel like when I would be a little bit smaller, I would fit even better in the seat. So maybe if you're very tall, maybe even taller than me, not sure if the GT is the right choice, but rather go for the base version because the base seats in the normal Mustang Mach-E are a little bit more open actually. And they also have, for example, great leatherette offerings there. Here with 1.6 or 6.1, for me, when I put the seat here in the lowest position, still have a lot of headroom left, so that is actually no problem at all. The steering wheel can be moved manually, but damn it happened again. This is like, I mean, it's so hard that when you sledge it down, they can really hurt your fingers. So that's they really have to improve that. But then this mechanism is actually quite good. And once again, here the buttons at the steering wheel. Yeah, for like 70k euros, they really should fix that, I think. This is here the left side for the assistance systems, so lane keeping assist and also for the adaptive cruise control. And that was actually very well done. I tested that earlier. Sometimes it has a little bit too much movement, but overall works very well to keep the lane here. Right side then to adjust the volume. And still, that's the good thing. Hard buttons, not everything wire touch here. And also here in the screen, soon more details to that, but already now the preview, the screen has this, volume control on the screen. And it looks a little bit weird on the one hand, but it's cool because we still have a manual volume control. And that's a great thing to have. So it seems really that they, here with this vehicle, found a great compromise of being looking to the future, electric car, no animals on the inside, but still offering us something which we appreciated from vehicles like hard buttons and so on. So a good integration of new technology with still keeping some good old stuff. Interior overview consisting of 10.2-inch digital instruments, very clear to read, and I really appreciate having them against the Model X, for example, but no head-up display here, however, because I said, like, that's enough. But it's actually very well in your line of sight indeed, and you cannot change much in there. You have the digital speed and so on, and also some GPS information, but that's absolutely fine actually. And then here's also like this, this sensor here to check like, hey Thomas, are you still awake? And then on the right side you can see this 15.5-inch vertical screen, massive. Zoom more details to that. First of all, look at that. Here again, the nice fabric cover right there, and here the microfiber. So this is very nicely done, and the build quality, once again, the best we've seen in a Ford ever, definitely. So really very nice. In the lower part, before we come to the software, here you have one inductive charging pad. Yeah, only the Tesla has two, because obviously only in Teslas passengers have smartphones. So on the right side, you just have a normal, space to put your something, whatever. Two USB-C chargers in the front, by the way. Then you have adaptive cup holders here. That's also very good. And then, once again, more nice features here with the armor stitching, GT, stamped in there, well attached, and you can fold it up. Attention, Jonas. Yeah, there we go. And then we have some more space underneath, 12-volt charger. And interesting also that the shifting lever is right here with this turning knob. We know it from Jaguar Land Rover back in the days. Now they skipped it again, but others are going for it, like Genesis or also here the Ford, and they can change between D and R mode and so on. So actually good, easy, good overview, good user interface. Well, the most modern infotainment systems which can be used very well, Tesla for sure, Polestar and Volvo, then the Renault Megane EV, so all the Android-based systems. And now, well, Ford also has a good solution, because here, for example, you can go to the trip meter. Then you can see how well you have driven, for example. This is then like a dynamic thing, what is being displayed or what you're using quite often. So here then, wow, that's like bam, in your face, Apple CarPlay integration or Android Auto, of course, cable or with wireless, both possible. That's really good, actually. So, however, the B&O sound system, a little bit disappointing. I would have wished it has a crisper sound. It's okay, but not the best one, actually. But the thing is, when the CarPlay integration is so huge here, then it's easier to control it while driving, because you don't have to exactly hit something, but you're watching the road and then yeah, I'll hit music anyway, because it's so large, Really good, actually. Oh, there's this new, this like a software upgrade now here as well. And so we also have this sketch function. And now I can, for example, show you, my signature. And then you can buy, I don't know, washing machines all over the world with my signature. Yeah, okay, that's Homer Simpson's signature. I won't show you my signature today. Maybe later. Okay, just kidding. So here, again, more digital hotkeys, so to speak, and then you have the temperature control right here. So that's what it always stays in that way. Heated steering wheel, for example, and you can also use the voice control. Set temperature to 23 degrees.
Setting temperature to 23 degrees.
There we go. So that works. It's okay, the solution. I still prefer manual climate dials. That would have been cool right here, right? It would be the ideal solution, but in that way, at least it's okay. You have a main menu up here as well, where you can pick the different things. And then here, important in the top left part, it also now has this, X there, and existing Mustang Mach-E will also get an over-the-air update for that. And here you can, for example, pick the driving modes. Normal driving mode, this one here, slower and so on, untamed, and the performance-driven mode. One pedal driving, you can activate it right here, and then you just need one pedal, basically, strong recuperation. Or you rather want a rolling car and want to just use your recuperation via the brakes. No matter how you set it, it will stay in that way when you restart the vehicle next time. That's a good thing. Here, propulsion sound, that's the the electric sound the car generates, basically. That's artificial. But here again, you can choose if you want to have it on or off. Everything really reminding us of Tesla. But it's really a good thing, because they've taken good things from Tesla and also kind of find their own way. Good resolution also from that camera. So overall, actually, yeah, the best system we've seen in the... there I can go back again. The best infotainment system we've seen from a Ford ever. And also in comparison to the rest of the industry, it's actually a quite nice solution. That's a cool shot, right? Thank you, Jonas. So here, opening the rear door is also very interesting, and you take a look at that statically. So you also have in the GT here the microfiber trim then for the rear seats. That looks really fancy, really sporty, and of course this is a pure EV platform, and so we also do not have any middle tunnel, so a lot of space here, and yeah, actually decently comfortable as well. Legroom here, not the most plentiful one. So over on the space offering, I think the Model X is a little bit better, but it's spacious enough here, definitely. Headroom also just works here. We'll soon also compare a vehicle with the optional panoramic roof to that. Yeah, it should be more or less the same. Actually, not much difference then. Here, also a nice leatherette cover in the middle part. You also have these cup holders, which are also adaptive, is really good for the kids that they don't spill the stuff there. Then you have USB-A and USB-C charging both in the lower part there. And does it work here with the middle seat is the question. Let's see. Yeah, that also works indeed also for tall adults. Of course, the outside seats are somewhat, more comfortable, but definitely, yeah, that also works for overall 5 tall adults. And yeah, you might remember from our normal Mach-E review here, this part here of the seat is a little bit harder and also more voluminous with that sport seat. So I'm pretty certain when I looked at my older video from the non-GT version that the normal Mustang Mach-E has a little bit more legroom in the rear, and it's then also softer when you touch it. So that is one drawback of these sport seats. And this vehicle here has the panoramic roof, very nice view to the sky. So especially for the rear passengers, it's really amazing. However, I would just recommend it in rather cold countries. Even though there are some layers inside, when it's really, really hot, a very hot state, it still gets overheated in the cabin. Then the AC has to work more. As for the headroom, this is really interesting. Of course, here where the glass roof is, this is way more headroom. But when you're normally relaxed here, it is somewhat comparable, but still, a little bit more headroom. Even, the area is ending here, the glass area, but still, you have a little bit more headroom in the vehicle with the panoramic roof here in the rear. Interesting. Let's open that hatch. Button is below there. Electric tailgate. And then you can see here, cabin trolley also fits in a vertical way. And the width there is 1 meter or 40 inches, so that's good. The length here is 30 inches plus or 80 centimeters plus. And the height here, well, to the cover, something like this there, yeah, something 45 centimeters or 20 inches. There is this cover here, it's strange, but it somehow still does the job. You cannot fold the seats from here, you have to do it from the rear. And then, let's see here, about the total length to the seat as I would be driving. So this is about 1 meter 70. So that's some 66 inches. Overall very well usable. Here below you can, by the way, also store, some charging cable, at least one. Well, is there a frunk? Yes, there is, and a really substantial one actually. Look at that here, and even with a very cool function, and it is indeed cool, look at that, because you can actually rinse water through there, and the reason for that is you can, for example, fill it with ice, and then, how cool is that? You do a beach party or something and put this car in next to the parking lot or something, put with ice cubes, put drinks in there and open the frunk, and then it's like, hey, I invite you all for drinks. Jonas was also suggesting it was maybe to cool the engine, just yeah, of course in this case not, but that's a cool idea with the beach club bar, right? Acceleration, let's go. Whoop, blop. That was 100 kilometers an hour or 60 miles an hour. Really impressive. And we have to check the time code because, told you earlier about these acceleration figures that they give these figures for 3.5 or 3.7 seconds for a rolling start and 4.4 from standstill. So this was slightly downhill. I think we could score a very good figure here now. Must have been something below less than 4 seconds. So yeah, we recheck the time code, just rewind the video and really check how long it was. But yeah, really accelerating and accelerating indeed. And this is also saying in these driving modes here, by the way. So when you're in the normal active driving mode, it says balanced drive, fun and engaging. And when you have the untamed mode, it says exhilarating drive, machine and road aligned as one. That sounds great, right? So yeah, kudos to the texter of this. And whisper mode is seamless drive, calm and quiet. So yeah, the whisper drive is really relaxing. Here we also have this magnetic ride, so the adaptive suspension by Ford. The thing is, if you compare to the base suspension of the normal Mustang Mach-E, this one here in the Mustang Mach-E GT is, in a way, it's a stiff suspension, yes, but it's not a bad stiff suspension in a way. It's super uncomfortable because it has this adaptive function. It is sportier, yes, but at the same time it brings you decent comfort. So you feel it's a sport suspension, also here together with the 20-inch wheels. But it's not that you would get like the bumps in the, in your lower back or something. So I think they found a good, sporty, balanced setup in these. In the whisper mode, by the way, the steering feel is very, very light. So it's maybe that's just for parking in and out. To me, more, I would need a little bit more feeling. In the active mode, it's already quite good. So that's a good feeling then. Here, no dead zone area. So you have a good control over the steering wheel. Here in the front of us, there's another Mach-E in that, orange color. Also very spectacular, but of course I had to go for the Thomas Blue one, definitely. And when we are in the untamed mode, then everything is set to a sporty mode. Steering also gets a little bit stiffer, but that's more the step from whisper to active, which has a bigger effect. And here also the throttle input is definitely more extreme, and also that sound, do you hear that? So in the active mode, let's see, a little bit, but that sound experience is definitely enhanced in this untamed mode. But you can also completely deactivate that propulsion sound, so that's also possible. And we also have the untamed plus mode for track use only. And I wonder who's supposed to read this while driving, probably just rather than staying still. So this is for even more performance. And let's see, we can activate that here, and also get a warning sound. And ESC then here is is drawn back. Again, not meant for the public road use, but here when it's dry you can theoretically use it. But we also want to be fair and safe and deactivate it again. There we go. So here in these corners, really nice driving. It's also silent enough as for the noise insulation, for example. So we were earlier like on a little bit faster motorway, not a German motorway today though, and the noise insulation is really very good. Also, how you feel here in the cabin, rather comfortable also from the seating position, and how you have the overview to everything. It is a design focus on the exterior, definitely you see and feel that. But it's actually quite good how I can see everything. Like the B pillar is a little bit blocking at some point, but that's also quite okay. Does it feel like a completely different car if you compare the normal Mustang Mach-E? Not like a completely different car. Suspension is indeed different. Once again, you feel the enhance of sportiness. At the same time, it's good that there is this adaptive function, and that is also adapting to the driving modes. So that's definitely a good thing. And overall, still a very good and modern experience. The seats are indeed different. So I feel, they are not bad at all, definitely not. But as I said, also in the interior part, when you're a taller person, then you might feel that they're not super suitable for tallest people. That's the catch of it. Again, I don't have any lower back pain or something. I just feel that I would be a little bit too big for the seats. That might then be just more suitable with the base seats when you go for the base Mustang version. So this is rather than when you would go for a high trim anyway and just want that little sporty extra or something. Of course, if you want to go more budget, then the base Mustang would also just be enough. As for the energy consumption, we also have quite decent results as for this. By the way, you're controlling this while driving. For example, here I have the GPS map. It's actually quite easy and fair to learn, and then in the top part, all the vehicle functions. So it is actually possible to control it while driving without being distracted too much. That's actually quite okay, you know. So I'm actually positively surprised by that. And then you also always have these hotkeys in the lower part, and the good thing is they change. You have to get used to that before, but usually it shows, you know, some of the right things you might want to access, you know. So for example, here there's trip meter, and there we can also see that although I did this acceleration before that, I was rather driving calmly. Hey, 3 times 100% for autonomous driving, acceleration, deceleration, and speed. So good for the energy consumption. So at this moment here, remember this the big battery, 88 kilowatt hours, or if they unleash this update 91, then from the usable net size, and we're at 22 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. That's 35 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. That would mean a real world range of 440 kilometers or 270 miles. And that's actually quite decent. It's a value that we more or less find with a lot of vehicles out there today. You know, this 400 kilometer, 250 miles. It's kind of like the magic range figure at the moment, where most of the, you know, big batteries on the market are going at. And this one here, and the Tesla Model X, for example, is going a little bit more, and some others are going a little bit less than that. Yeah, but overall, I think is also a very good result. So from this, you know, and also the sporty handling and so on, it's a lot of fun. You feel just very good and at home also in its interior. The infotainment system is fast and up to date. Here, for example, I can quickly go back to the GPS system again. They really oriented on Tesla in a way. And yes, still this volume knob, I can control it very well while driving. Just maybe the temperature, it's in the lower part there, yes, but you can also access it more or less because it always stays in the same way. Overall, I think from all the other cars we see on the market, I think a very good result we score here overall, and still enjoying the looks, for example here with the car in the front, and also enjoying the driving style. And the combination of that it's rather silent on the interior here when we drive, and there's, you know, this great acceleration punch I can always access, and the crisp steering. I mean, we're driving here like some 70, 80 kilometers an hour, now going towards 90 kilometers an hour, you know, like 55 miles an hour. And I still feel like, are we standing still? You know, and that's usually a sign that the car is good. It might also be a problem with speed cameras then, yes, you know. But usually the thing is, when you're driving the car in a very fast way and you still think, are we even moving? That's a good sign for the noise insulation, for the handling of the vehicle, for suspension, and for the overall feeling for the car. And yeah, you know, when we remember the normal Ford Mustang, when we would get, for example, the US version of that, which has the less sophisticated suspension, you would definitely feel that, you know, when you're getting a rental in California or something. And then you drive a European Mustang or so, and then you think like, wow, this is way better, you know. But here with the electric Mustang, these differences are rather diminishing and so on. So this is also a good thing to know, especially for our friends in the US, that you don't get like a worse Mustang now, you know. So I feel like with the electric vehicles, we are more and more moving on to again of this, you know, what Ford also calls this one Ford strategy, that there's like kind of like one Ford for the whole world market. I think it's also the right decision, because with reviewing formats like ours, you know, and when we review a format and then it's like, wait a minute, why do we get the shitty version of this car in our market? What's the sense of that? You know, I want to have the same one. So I think manufacturers can't do it, you know, like Volkswagen Passat or so, you know, you like get the worst version in the US. Why? You know, yeah, I have to go for an R-turn for that to get like the proper B8 platform. Yeah, once again, I think very good result from a Mustang Mach-E GT. Was it everything from the name now? Yeah, right. Mustang Mach-E. Yes, yeah. I just have to, you know, yeah, the name is too complicated. but the drive is not complicated at all and a lot of fun. Here we go with a driving review of the Kia EV6 German Autobahn included here with Thomas and Autogefühl. Is it better than the sibling Hyundai Ioniq 5? And is it maybe even the best EV overall now? Let's find out. Let's go. Thanks, by the way, to the Heinen dealership in Germany for supplying us the vehicle. We do not get any money, but I wanted to return the favor because they're really nice guys. So check out the video description and the pinned comment for the link, especially our friends in Germany. They can then buy this vehicle, for example, at them. So let's take a look at the front right here. Headlamps, LED standard, optional dual LED, which we also see here now. And also this very cool daytime running light right there. This is the GT line. That means we have different styling here in the lower part, a sportier atmosphere. Otherwise you would have a front grille which is more like curved like this in the lower part. Here more sporty accentuations on the side and also this lower element here. Overall a very cool and clean look. New Kia logo there as well. And the red color also fits the vehicle very well, doesn't it? The length here is at 4.68 meters or 184 inches. And the interesting thing is the Hyundai Ioniq 5 is basically the same platform, same technology vehicle. But here the Kia EV6 has a little bit shorter wheelbase, but a little bit more overall length. But they're just tiny nuances actually, but very interesting in the driving part especially, and also what the interior part is to come. I will talk about the differences Kia EV6 and the Ioniq 5. Here the wheels, 19-inch, you should also stick with these. Tell you later on more about it in the driving part. Option, you can also get 20-inch or 21-inch for the GT, the most powerful version. Talking about that, this one here today is the one with rear-wheel drive. You can also get all-wheel drive, and you have 2 electric motors, and the GT has 2 electric motors and the highest horsepower figure. And there are also 2 different batteries available, 58 kilowatt hours or 77 kilowatt hours. We have the bigger battery here today, and considering the overall range, it is also recommended to go for the bigger battery at this moment. Soon also more about the range figures. Here in the side profile, once again, very streamlined look. It's a little bit more wind efficient than the Ioniq 5 because of this rear ending here. Some flying element right there, very strong hip area here, and also we have these adaptive door handles. They also go in and out depending on if the car is open or closed. Wow, look at that rear styling here with the light strip, really impressive. So super cool design, I think, very unique definitely, and also very clean in the lower area here, the GT line once again with the sporty black accentuations here. As for the acceleration figures, with the small battery and the rear electric motor only, so rear drive only, you start around 8.5 seconds, then you go 7.3 with this one here, big battery and rear wheel drive, then you go 5.2 with the all-wheel drive version and 3.5 with the all-wheel drive GT. And here, by the way, with the remote park function, you can actually move your car with the key. So you hold it then here, forward button, and then it's, so I'm not driving, you know, as you can see, obviously, and then you can move it out of like a parking lot or something, which is super narrow or so, and the same way goes then also in reverse. So a pretty cool feature definitely. So how far you want to go? Let's put it in a nice review position again, right? Not hits at Porsche there. How does it work, by the way? So you have to press and hold this button first, then the car comes to life, and then you hold one of these 2 buttons. Sometimes it also doesn't work at first instance for me. I had that with Hyundai and also with the Genesis vehicles. Sometimes you need to try sometimes, and the car needs to be closed for that before. Interestingly hidden is here the charging flap. Wow, that's cool, right? And you also have a charging meter right here. That's nice. 11 kilowatt AC and then 240 kilowatt DC charging here. So you can go from 10 to 80% state of charge in under 20 minutes. However, only when the battery is already warm, when you have powered this car on the motorway. And then you have the V2L, the vehicle to load adapter. So kind of reverse charging. Here, you put it in and then you have this flap here. And then there's a normal, cable charger in here, so you can have your leisure equipment, maybe like standard pedaling board, you want to charge there with that, or some, I don't know, camping equipment, whatever you like, charging batteries for cameras. Really cool solution, definitely. By the way, to unlock it again, you have to unlock it at the front door, at the inside of the doors, then press the unlock and then you can pull it out again. Here you can see the door handles. They're one with the vehicle when you close it, and here when you open it they come towards you then a little bit. And from the feedback here, actually quite good. And door closing sound, solid. And towards the interior, here somehow soft at the inside, not too soft. Here is then a little bit softer for your elbow actually. Controls for the mirrors and so on, rather classic, that's good. And then, yeah, it seems really clean and nice, that interior. Here soon more to this dual screen setup. Also interesting materials being used here, so structured material that looks quite fancy. Steering wheel, open spoke design, still some manual buttons here on that. Really love that, no capacitive BS. You know, hashtag capacitive BS is a thing here at Autogefühl, but no thing of that here at the steering wheel. Drive mode selector also here. And then the seats, they have this two-color design right here. In this case, they are the ones with microfiber. They are the most comfortable, the coziest ones actually, and they can even be cooled. So microfiber plus cooling, best summer setup, really cool. They are available in different colors, showing you here also from the US configurator, for example. You can get a bright leatherette, a black leatherette, but then also combinations of black plus white or white plus black, and also this microfiber variant. And then there's also the GT, the bucket seat. In Germany there's also a fabric entry level seat. But the good thing is the whole interior is animal free, sustainable materials, no animal was harmed, really good, looking forward, and also better than the Ioniq 5. Ioniq 5 does not have an animal free steering wheel, and also the EU versions of the Ioniq 5 have animal leather, whereas this one here does not. Ioniq 5 in the US has leatherette, but here completely and also in all markets. So way to go Kia in this respect, and the materials feel really sophisticated, extremely good. Again, for the comfort, the microfiber seat will be the best. Brings some more coziness in the interior, but the leatherette surfaces also feel really high class. And if you want to have this wiping clean effect or something, or like it more from the visual aspects, it's also totally fine. As for the position here, with 1.86 m or 6'1", there's enough headroom left. It's a very comfortable seating position, and I feel the seats are also a little bit more comfortable than in the Ioniq 5, maybe a little bit. In the Ioniq 5 you also have this this lounge seat thing that you have an additional you know, calf rest here, some kind of thing. But here you have something similar. So when you use this button here in the lower area, then you do not have that special, you know, enlengthment there. But goodbye, you at least also have this lying back position. Interior overview, really clean atmosphere, 2x 12-inch screens, zoom more to that, and more of that structure right here. That's cool. Also, more coming up in the lower console. This is a very interesting solution. Steering wheel here, up and down, in and out, very smooth transition. And recuperation is changed with the pedals right here. More to that in the driving part. And the digital instruments, right side the range, left side then the speed. Of course, battery is at the moment 62%, and the consumption figure can be lower. This is like winter time and also hitting more acceleration pedal. I had you know, an average that was a little bit lower before. Zoom more to the effective range in the driving part. You can switch around here a little bit, but not too much to switch here actually. It changes a little bit according to the driving modes, like this here, for example, in the sport mode. And then there's a head-up display. It's also clear to read, and it's very good to have that head-up display, because here with that steering wheel it doesn't appear like that on camera, but from my head position and how I have the steering wheel set, I have very often a view of the speed like this, you know, so the speed is then kind of half blocked by the steering wheel, so I tend to observe the speed then rather in the head-up display. Oh, by the way, here the heated steering wheel is really strong and also goes to the top part area here. Very nice and cozy for winter times. And here to that screen, well, this is a very modern vehicle, and this is just okay, you know. It is a touchscreen, but it still has the feeling of a couple of years ago, you know. You have also a digital climate menu here, but you don't really need it. Soon showing you why. Yeah, and you know, the GPS and also the map. I think this is a little bit disappointing, you know. This is outdated in comparison to what this car otherwise can actually offer. So if you compare it to the Tesla Model Y and the Ford Mustang Mach-E, which both have cool infotainment systems, this one here does not. Usually then you would go for the Apple CarPlay or the Android Auto. And it's a cool remix, by the way. No, and he doesn't program the sounds here for Kia, just for BMW. Well, the thing is here, good sound system as well. Nice to listen to that. And then to this interesting lower area. First of all, some ambient lighting here, and then I would usually leave it like this. You have still a real knob for the climate unit. Yes, way to go, even 2-zone AC here. That's very cool, and you can also activate, deactivate the AC here. This is then the additional heating directly from the battery. It takes energy, but sometimes in winter you do need it, definitely. It does have a heat pump, by the way, on offer. Then that, you know, that reduces the range effects in winter, like the range losses. Here you can then either hit this button or the upper one. It doesn't matter which one of these two fields you hit, and then it switches around. So, and then you have this hotkey menu for like the sat nav or something, and this one becomes the volume knob. However, I mean, it's a cool, interesting idea to have both functions on that. Looking forward to your comments about that, but I would usually leave it in that way. Why? I want to control the temperature, and the volume I can also do on the steering wheel. And when I have Apple CarPlay and Auto in the infotainment system, then I use it everything here with touch and don't need the hotkeys right here. So this is it for me, and probably I will not use the switch effect. Would you? Here you can see how it switches. And here in the middle, quite funny, isn't it? And this is also easy to control, like the seat cooling and also heated steering wheel for wintertime, really cool. And also, by the way, efficient. It's more efficient to use heated steering wheel and heated seats than to heat up the whole air in the vehicle. This is the start-stop button and the gear shifter here for reverse or drive mode or for parking. As for the lower middle console, here left side USB-A, right side USB-C, and then you have this open area right there. And I have the cable, then the long cable running around here. And there are special holders for that right here. You can see that. And then I put my smartphone here. That's actually on the inductive charging pad, but I don't use inductive charging because for Apple CarPlay and Android Auto you need the cable anyway, and with the cable also is faster charging. Then cup holders, adaptive, so they really thought about details. This is then the inductive charging pad, which I'm not using because I have the cable connection, and then a lot of space here also in the middle console. No middle tunnel, using that EV platform very well. That's how it's supposed to be. And we also have this nice black and white trim here with the microfiber. Inside of the doors at the rear, however, this is then hard. There's lots of space. Look at that. How much legroom I have here. And it's like the mid-size vehicle. The length is compared to like a Mercedes C-Class, for example. And this is like astonishingly really good. The seating area here, the bench is not the best, I would say. You see here the angle of my knees, not the best actually. Headroom wise works once again with one wheel A6 or 6 with 1, so you have a lot of space, but not, it's okay the seating position, but not the best, let's take it that way. Easily move around here also to the middle seat, so you can really easily go here. This seat's a little bit more backward at the moment, but you can go with 3 tall L's here, that's no problem actually. Isofix at the outside each, and you can also vary the angle here of the seat here, make it more upright or push it a little bit further in. And then in the middle part here you have cup holders. They are not adaptive though. Trunk area, something around 500 liters. It's not too different than the one of the Ioniq 5. So here the length barely a meter or 40 inches, and the width here also about a meter or 40 inches. Interesting is of course always the overall height right here, which is about 70 centimeters or 28 inches. Here the cabin trolley hardly fits in the vertical way. Yeah, that does fit by that. Here this thing does also fit over that, so that's still okay. And you have this easy access to the trunk. Here below, yeah, that could also work for a charging cable. And what's really nice, I'll reach over here, so that way, and That way you can release the seats and then you can load the thing through. Easy solution. And you see they fold really flat. By the way, they're also fixed then. You have to release them right here. And again, then you can fold them up again. Need 2 hands for that. And we have a frunk. See here, gas struts. And then there's this additional cover. Yay. It's actually quite well usable for a charging cable and whatever. So around 50 liters. Welcome to Thomas's driving lounge here with the Kia EV6, and you know, I'm a very German reviewer, and this is the most Germanish test for all the vehicles we have here. German Autobahn, the motorway. Let's go to the sport mode. You can see also the speed goes red, and this is the rear-wheel drive version with the big battery. We accelerate out from 40 kilometers an hour. Let's see when we have clear road. Next vehicle will pass, and then let's go. 120. Yeah, so we had to cancel here for security reason, but that was 40 to 120, really good. And now let's do another, because now there's free again, 100 kilometers an hour. When we're already at speed, accelerate it out. So 150. Now let's see if we can go top speed. Let's see what top speed we can score here. So now we should be able to reach like 100, 180. Yeah, it goes a little bit further. 180. Oh, come on. Come on. Goes even further. Wow. 191. So almost 200 kilometers or 125 miles an hour. Pretty nice. And the rear-wheel drive version you've seen here is enough acceleration wise, you know. The all-wheel drive version is 2 seconds quicker in the acceleration, and the GT all-wheel drive would be almost 4 seconds quicker than just 3.5 seconds. So yeah, it's, you know, around 3 something, 5 something, and 7 something seconds. That's like the steps for that, but definitely more than enough here. And the good thing is, when you have the rear-wheel drive only, yeah, it might be worse for really like snowy weather conditions and so on. But then again, when you get out of the corners, it's definitely more fun because you have just the rear-wheel drive. That's the cool thing here. Now in the tunnel here, that's cool. With some ambient lighting, you can see it also here in the lower middle console here. Pretty nice. Also then here, I really like that. So this gives atmosphere. Let's see, let's go to the normal mode. I would have suspected maybe changes with the driving mode, but it doesn't. That would have been cool actually, but yeah, very nice. And as for the driving modes, for example, in normal mode, you have softer steering. And when you are in the sport mode, not only the throttle pedal is reacting more sensitively, but here the steering also gets a little bit stiffer. Overall, a very good steering feeling. In the normal mode, maybe it's a little bit too soft for me, so I like the steering feeling in the sport mode better. It gives just more accurate control of the car, I feel. Very important here is the suspension. And this is also the only thing I found better in the Ioniq 5 in comparison to the EV6. So I talked to the suspension tester before, and he said actually, yeah, they did a lot of special tweaks with the suspension to make it sportier, and yeah, I mean, this is the case indeed. It feels really nice and agile, has a little shorter wheelbase than the Ioniq 5. Soon I'll also go in some S-bends, in some chicanes, to test the agility of the car even more. But when you're in normal like city traffic or also motorway driving, the suspension is less comfortable than in the Ioniq 5. So that's the only catch really I could find with this vehicle in comparison to the Ioniq 5. So to me, it's a little bit too stiff when you're driving over some bumps. That's also overall one of the very, very rare criticism factors I could find with this vehicle here today. So the most crucial thing when you pick this vehicle is stick with the smallest wheels possible. We have the 19-inch wheels here, and it's already not that plush. So, and when you go like 20 inch is an option, or when you have the GT in 21 inch, no way. if you buy the Kia EV6. That was, hey, maybe they should have called the GT version Kia EV6. Like, yo, 6-speed, y'all. Sorry about that. So if you buy the Kia EV6, go with 19-inch wheels. You will thank me for that, to have more comfort in everyday driving life. You see that sign there? That is the very famous German traffic sign for unlimited speed. Plop. We went from 80 kilometers an hour. Let's put the speed one more time and listen to the noise insulation, and it's really good. Now at 150 kilometers an hour, wow. Extremely good. The sound insulation and you can literally also feel the wind efficiency. So also in comparison to the Ioniq 5, the Kia EV6 is a little bit more wind efficient. That's why the range figures will be also a little bit better. And noise insulation wise, this can easily keep up with German high-class premium vehicles. I'm really surprised how silent this one is at high speeds. Wow, didn't expect that. I mean, I didn't expect it to be better in any way, but this is really astonishingly good, and also indeed way better than the Ioniq 5. And the funny thing is, when I was driving this one in the city earlier at lower speeds, now that was 160 kilometers an hour, that's like for Germans, like, okay, let's go to work. So when you are actually driving in the city, I also already felt, wow, this is really cozy and silent. And this also brings me to the aspect back again, Ioniq 5 or Kia EV6. I would go for this one. As I said, the only thing I could find is the suspension is a little bit rougher. It's not that the Ioniq 5 suspension would be the best and softest or something. They also do not have adaptive suspension available. But here, I think, due to the better noise insulation, here the climate control, which I can directly access while driving. I leave it that way, once again, by the way, to use the climate knob here and the volume knob here at the steering wheel. That's a perfect setup. I do not need to switch it then around. So this, it brings just a calmer feeling. The noise insulation is so good. Maybe also because we have the microfiber seats here, that might also add a little bit more. And I said earlier, you have microfiber seats here and they can be cooled. This is the best setup for a super hot summer day. So I'm really impressed by that, Very, very good setup. And of course, animal-free interior completely. So this package they put together here, super good. Two things are missing that are still quite crucial. Well, actually three. Assistance systems, recuperation, and also more agile driving in very tight corners. Let's begin by the recuperation. So I set it to the max recuperation usually. It means I leave my foot off the throttle and then we have strong recuperation, one pedal driving feeling. So you can maybe most of the time leave out the brake pedal. The only thing is that when you start the car, it gets reset to the level 3 at least. Not sure why they do that. So here level 3, level 2, level 1 or level 0. And when you have level 0 and you leave your foot off the throttle, it just rolls and then you use recuperation via the brakes. It's not that there is less recuperation. It's just done via the brake pedal then, and only when you need even more braking power, then the real brakes of the vehicle are applied. Well, I tend to have the electric vehicles in maximum recuperation, but then, especially when someone is next to me, be gentle with the throttle, both in pressing and releasing it, because there's so much G-force applied. The electric vehicles are so fast, so spontaneous in the acceleration, that it really takes a lot of the passengers then. So you need to learn driving the EVs properly, not to apply too much G-forces then to your passengers. And you can get accustomed to that pretty easily. It's a little bit like learning the clutch, both in a car or in electric vehicle. Sorry, both in cars and in motorcycles, I meant. Just the feeling for that, a very sensitive feeling in controlling that. As for the assistance systems, we maybe seen the blind spot monitor when we're on the motorway. Then you can also set cruise control here, left side of the steering wheel. So far, so good. Also has an active lane keeping assist that is predominantly working on the motorway and did so far quite a smooth job. And of course, the agile driving, that is to come now at the very later stages here of our driving part. But what about that concise range? Well, now that was like a super high-speed motorway drive and so on, but earlier I did a longer normal test drive and we were scoring some 21 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. So yeah, that's like some 27 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. It means we can, even here in winter times, come close to some 400 kilometers or 250 miles. When it's really cold and you use a lot of heating, then it will be a little bit less. However, when we now compare that to our driving test with the Ioniq 5, indeed, some range advantages here for the Kia EV6. The consumption figure is indeed a little bit lower, and yeah, it's just the fact that the building style, the building form of this vehicle is a little bit better, for the wind flow. Yeah, very interesting, because the rest of the technology, the electric motors and so on, battery, they are actually all the same. Once again, a little shorter wheelbase, but a little more overall length than the Ioniq 5. And yeah, it's strange. On the one hand, it feels a little bit sportier, also due to the stiffer suspension setup. And on the other hand, you'd somehow feel there's more tail moving, But overall, the interesting thing to me is also, although Ioniq 5 and Kia EV6 look so different on the outside, sitting on the inside, even though we have a lot of small advantages for this one here, they come very close. You feel the same platform. You feel they use the same technology. So they're coming closer in the feeling than like 50 kilometers an hour speed limit here. And actually, like exactly on this point, the police is frequently doing speed camera radar. Maybe I still much money, wants to pay some more to the police. Yeah, live on Autogefühl. So indeed, Ioniq 5, Kia EV6, they come close. In a way closer than I thought, but definitely all the small details we've been finding clearly says for me, this one here is the way to go in that comparison. So here you can see how the lane keeping assist keeps the car in a lane, even in a bend. Yes, keep your hands on the steering wheel, evil Thomas. But also in a very smooth way, like not with constant corrections and so on. So I'm really happy with that, actually. And it's not even a motorway here, and usually it works better on motorways. And the assistants have more problems when you're not on a motorway. And also like touching the steering wheel, it seems also be enough. Don't even have to control it. Here now I help a little bit. That's, yeah, I don't trust in it like 100%. You shouldn't yet. Maybe in a couple of years. But let's see. If this, I'm not steering. Okay, I'm steering. Don't want to take the chances, but overall you see in slight bends it did actually a quite good job. But now, what about the sharper bends? We put the sport mode once again, and here rough road. Yeah, there you feel that one disadvantage, that the sporty feeling of the suspension, gets a little bit rough then in the potholes. So that's not that good actually. But here, really fun in these bends. Oh, it's a little bit red road here as well. So nice acceleration out of the corners. Even ESC was on there in that respect. Interesting. So here once again, next left. Nice agile feeling. Oh, it's really, regulating quite a lot when I'm here on the... Interesting. Let's see. Traction control disabled. Ah, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that. So, but I mean, it's a good thing to know that when you say, oh, it's rear-wheel drive only, is it like too slippery or something? Here now, yeah, there we go. When traction control is like on ESC Sport, I mean, it says traction control disabled. It doesn't seem to be like a step in between. Ah, there we go. Traction control and ESC disabled. Okay, that's when you hold it. So there are 2 steps indeed. So the first thing is like an ESC Sport. So there's still some electronic regulation, but I think we leave these trucks by. Let's see. So when you have the smaller car, always try to make way for the bigger ones because they can't move that much. So let's see, and we can also test the rear view camera, which has a nice resolution, and you see that the car is also agile enough. There we go. Yeah, they were happy about that. So always be nice to others on the road, then others will also be nice to you. Once again, we have some more bands coming ahead. It's really a lot of fun. Let me put it to ESC Sport again. That was a lot of fun. So really surprised that when the ESC is on, and I was just slightly hitting the throttle, it was really like really limiting the power. So, but the good thing is, when you think about, I go for rear drive only, maybe it gets too slippery in winter times or something, the electronic helpers are really in place and they help you a lot by that, you know. So that's actually a good thing, because when you want to have it a little bit more loose, then you can go in this ESC Sport mode. ESC off, of course, I do not recommend for public roads at all. That's not safe enough. Maybe just when you're in an empty parking lot or something. But here, a lot of fun in these bends. And then, yeah, here we can also properly accelerate out. But it's not that it would get out of control with the ESC Sport mode or something. Really a lot of fun. Definitely more fun than the Ioniq 5. Yeah, one of the most fun EVs here as well. So, fun factor, definitely also guaranteed here. But what about now when we think about the others, the other competitors, the others from Lost? So in our big EV comparison episode, maybe tune into that one if you haven't seen it yet, I was really rating the Tesla Model Y and the Ford Mustang Mach-E, you know, very high. Tesla Model Y has better range, better efficiency, and more space on the interior overall. However, no head-up display and no instruments. The Ford Mustang Mach-E, from the package it offers, comes very close to this one. It's a very good all-round, like everything you need, you know, like cool styling on the exterior, great driving fun, animal-free interior, has a great infotainment system, which you can very reduce even the car internal GPS. Hey, wait a minute. That's the problem here. Mainly Apple Android Auto and Apple CarPlay. So if a car internal GPS is important for you, the infotainment system is more modern and better with the Ford. That's the main difference between these two, and also the Ford sits higher. It feels more SUV-ish while driving. This one here, more crossover-ish, not exactly the SUV feeling. And yeah, that felt a little bit better to me in the Ford, I think. However, both are very comfortable as for the seat ergonomics. That's also better here in the EV6 than in the Ioniq 5, I feel. That the seat while driving is also more comfortable. And also here this microfiber top surface makes the ride even a little bit plusher and cozier. So really very, very good. It's a very tough decision. So indeed I have to say that my favorite 3 electric vehicles, you know, as for the ones that are somehow affordable, of course you can, there's like the BMW iX, which is an excellent electric vehicle, you know, but it's really big and extremely expensive. It won't matter to most customers, you know, or like the Mercedes EQS has of course better range, like a Tesla Model S, but that's not the segment we are comparing. We are comparing the segment which is at the moment not cheap, but more affordable, like than the very high luxury SUVs, EVs, or EV SUVs. So in this very segment here, definitely my top 3 are now the Ford Mustang Mach-E, the Tesla Model Y, and here the Kia EV6. In which order? That's a really tough question. So is it the best SUV? Always mixing up EV and SUV because there are a lot of EV SUVs here. So is it the best EV at this moment? Well, suspension could be a little bit more comfortable. Infotainment system could be a little bit better. Other than that, it's really, really good. You know, super comfortable. Range is also fine. Very silent. So for me, it would come down to, if range is the factor for me, you still have to go for the Tesla Model Y, and of course range in combination with their supercharging network. If that's the crucial thing, the Tesla Model Y still wins it. If that's not the crucial thing and you think like, I don't want to drive without instruments or head-up display, then the Tesla is out. And then to me it's really between the Ford Mustang Mach-E and this one here, the Kia EV6. And which one of these? I would probably try to get offers from dealers and see how they compare. I really like driving both. So to me they feel kinda equal. The Ford Mustang Mach-E, the higher seating position, if that's more important to you, then that's maybe the thing. Here, this one here offers better fast charging when the battery is preheated. That might be an argument for that. Yeah, but overall, I think if it's the top number one EV, that really depends on the individual thing you need, but definitely among the best. No doubt. Today, a very Germanish review of the Hyundai Ioniq 5 here, the EV test with Autobahn and full speed. With Thomas and Autogefühl, and I recommend to go full screen and watch full length. Let's go. What people love so much about the Ioniq 5 is the design. It has this retro style, at the same time it looks modern, and everyone's thinking like, why hasn't VW gone in that direction? Why didn't they just put the Volkswagen Golf 1 design in an electric vehicle? Everyone would have wished that. They did not. Instead, Ioniq or Hyundai put the Ioniq 5 here in this really cool rectangular design. I just love it. LED standard for the main headlamp, and you can see here the daytime running light in this arcade 90s gaming style. That's really cool. And gravity gold is the color for today. Also had the white one at our earlier test. Also looks quite fancy. The length at 4.63 meters or 182 inches, so it is actually a little bit longer than it looks. It looks like a smaller compact hatch, but actually not. So it really competes with the other mid-size EVs, mid-size for European taste actually, like the VW ID4 or the Tesla Model Y, for example, Ford Mustang Mach-E, and later on in the driving part I will also draw more comparisons and so on. 19 or 20-inch wheels. These are the 20-inch wheels, really large, more this closed aerodynamic design. If you want more comfort, go for smaller ones, because there are no more sophisticated suspension upgrades to be bought here or something. Then these crossover wheel arches, again these nice inserts here for this technology style look. The door handles here, they fold out when the car is opened, like at the moment, or then they are actually, just one with the chassis when they're closed. And here, strong C-pillar, once again, kinda Golf style. Wow, and also that rear design, I can just applaud Hyundai for that again. Look at that. We just love this retro, computer game styling. It's just awesome. So from all these competitors, I think the Ioniq 5 and the Ford Mustang Mach-E, they just look coolest, don't they? Tell me your opinion in the comments. They have different models on sale. They have rear-wheel drive and also all-wheel drive models. Rear-wheel drive more goes into 8 seconds something acceleration figure. And here the all-wheel drive, the strong one, all-wheel drive model, 5.2 seconds in the acceleration figure. The charging flap is right here on the passenger side on the right. And once again, also here this design here when it's recharging is really cool. DC charging up to, with the gloves it's really kind of tricky, up to 220 kilowatts. But the thing is, it's just working when the battery is preheated. So when you're speeding it on the motorway for quite some time and then go to the fast charging station, then you have an advantage and really recharge really fast. Yeah, but the thing is, when you go, especially in winter times, to a fast charging station and you haven't speeded on the motorway, then you score figures like these. I've tested it, and then it's just, like mediocre, like 70, 80, at some point then 100 kilowatt. And this is not such a big advantage then that you have this 800 volt architecture. So the only advantage really when fast on the motorway, therefore the battery is already warm, then you can also enjoy this high charging speeds. At this point, this vehicle segment here, I rather recommend to go for the biggest battery available, because you will need the range at some point, or might want the range. And here in summertime, about 4 kilometers or 250 miles with the 73 kilowatt hour net battery. In winter times, it can go down and more like 300 something kilometers or 190 miles something. Of course, when it's really cold outside, or also you use the throttle a little bit more, you know. This is the car key. When you open it, see here, folds out with the handles, and close it, fold in. Well, it's really nice. And on the key you also have here these park functions. So we've tested it before, and then you can also remotely park in and out your vehicle. Grabbing these handles is not the most practical thing to do. Door closing sound. That is very nice. Good sound. And a very cool and bright interior here. Love that style. And also high build quality, soft touch here, red contrast stitches. Very futuristic interior, cleaned up. Really tidy from that design. Look at that here. You get fabric seats as base, and then you can get also slick surface seats, let's call them that way, because the difference is when you are in Europe, these here are from animal skin, which doesn't make sense for sustainable EV especially, and in the US they are then high-grade leatherette. So obviously Hyundai thinks that people who love animals are only in the US and not in Europe. Very strange decision. However, what's really cool, look at that here. This is here for these, this is like a 1,000, 1,500 euros option. And then you have these relax package, and then, for example, here, then you can also put that whole seat here backward, like this. And then you kind of have this relaxed lounge seat. It works with the driver's seat and the co-driver seat. And then you can also, put that seat upward like this. So, and then overall, they call it the zero gravity seat. And you can do it with both seats, and then maybe, start snuggling. And here the passenger seat, it also works here with the side control, like this. It slides backward first, then it goes like this. It looks like my hand would be doing this, right? And then also the front part goes up like this. And now you have this, cinematic or snuggling setup with both seats. Yeah, bright animal skin, we have a problem. The thing is, there are new leatherette materials. We have a special video about that, where this wouldn't be no problem at all. Here I cannot wipe it clean, but with new high-grade materials you can easily wipe it clean, and it's no matter which color you pick. Yes, super relaxing indeed. This is one of the unique features of this vehicle here. Wow. And here now you can also see this really clean interior setup. Can enjoy it even more. Just relax and for example, enjoy while the charging station is active and getting your vehicle ready to drive again. So just need the driver or the passenger driver then to enjoy together with you together. Well, and the normal driving position is also decent. Steering wheel up, down, in and out. A little bit with that resistance in that steering column. Wasn't it VW or Martin Winterkorn at that time wanting that their steering columns worked like the ones from Hyundai? Nowadays it's kind of like the other way around, it seems. Headroom like this, a lot of headroom still left with one is 86 or 6 with 1. The thing is here, seating position wise, this is not SUV. Maybe a little bit higher than in a normal compact hatch or something, rather crossover alike, but from the other competitors here, rather a normal or lower seating position. Once again, the clean setup, 2x 12.25 inch screens here, and good build quality, soft touch here. This is also a nice area, still a manual volume knob like that. And here the glove box, by the way, it doesn't fold, it slides open. So this car indeed has a lot of unique features. Here on the right you can see the climate unit can be accessed very well. It is #capacitive BS though. I would have wished for a manual climate unit, but at least it's separated and you can easily access it. However, when you want to go for seat heating or the heated steering wheel, you have to go here in the infotainment system, and then here for the heated steering wheel or here for the seat heating. That's definitely too complicated. We used to know other things from Hyundai, that Hyundai has the more simple user interface. At least you can put one hotkey here, for example, and use it that it always jumps to the Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. There's the Bose sound system inbuilt in this vehicle, which gives us indeed a very crisp and clear sound. So indeed like that, and you can see here the CarPlay integration goes all the way over the screen. That looks nice. Most of the time you will use it because here the inbuilt map is kinda old school and has this grappling hook effect from Hyundai and Kia or Genesis, and the normal GPS, the inbuilt ones, are not that well usable, so usually I would rely on the Apple CarPlay Android Auto one. That I have here these buttons for the volume control, for example. That's good to have it. And here also for the cruise control, I can set it here with hard buttons, and good to have a drive mode selector directly on the steering wheel, not with turning but with pressing. And then you can see how these digital instruments adapt to that. Ooh, sports mode, eco or normal. And then you can also have, you know, some other displays in there, but not a real map or something. And you can also get a head-up display here with speed and allow speed, and also some GPS information. Yeah, if the calculation would be ready at some point. Lower part, USB-A connector actually. This is the only one that connects the smartphone connectivity. The two further ones here are just for charging. Then you have an inductive charging pad there, cup holders. And what's interesting, by the way, when I put out the rubber thing here, it says left-hand drive. So obviously there must be a unique right-hand drive model, which is then kind of like topsy-turvy or something. Interesting, right? And then here, it's really interesting, some more space underneath. Well, you need some more cables, because these cables here, these multiple cables, they work in every car I've tested, just not here. And it says the cable not supported. And I've tested several ones. So this car doesn't like any USB cable. So, and then you can fold up this console, have a lot of space here. And even more interesting, you can move that whole thing. Here you have to grab it here, and then you can slide it backward or forward. And when you slide this middle console forward, by the way, you can see here you also have more space in the middle part than in the rear. And in general, also very nice setup here for the rear, very open atmosphere. Two USB-A chargers there in the middle console, by the way. And then here the adjustments electronically, forward and backward. You can also do that remotely at these other dials there at the passenger seat, or then manually for the inclination. And they are really using that EV platform a lot of space, although I'm driving as a tall person. So really spacious in the rear, a lot of headroom as well. Nice bright ceiling here as well. And then you can see here how you can change the inclination here in the manual way, or go forward here to get a little bit more trunk length on demand, or backward then for the most legroom. In the front you do have a trunk, however it's really tiny. Speaking of tiny, 530 liters for that trunk, and the thing is, it's not especially high. That's the thing. So here to the cover, it's really shallow. Here the cabin trolley hardly fits underneath like this. They say they put this one here in a wobbly way that you can also like secure luggage like this, but yeah, you know. Here 1 meter or 40 inches in width, that's actually okay. The length here is almost 1 meter or 40 inches, so you can use it. And here the overall total height here, like this, about 74 centimeters or 29 inches. Below here, by the way, hardly any space for any cable. You rather have it flying around here, or then put it in that very tiny frunk when the cable is small enough. Thomas's driving lounge, Ioniq 5. German motorway autobahn, and here we put it to the sports mode. Woo. And then we'll do 40 kilometers an hour to, let's see, 100, 150, 180. And here we go, top speed 188 kilometers an hour. Yeah, very spontaneous acceleration, and Yeah, of course, it gets quite noisy in here, but not too loud, and really stable here now at high speeds. Very good to control also from that steering wheel. And let's see now, I release the throttle. About the recuperation, yeah, strong recuperation definitely. And lane change is really good. I have good feeling over the car, very good handling indeed. 20-inch wheels are mounted here at this moment. I feel quite sporty actually, so they make it definitely sportier. If you want more comfort, go for smaller wheels. Now of course the energy consumption went up all the way. It is not the best vehicle for a higher motorway speed as for the fuel economy, energy economy of course. So the Ford Mustang Mach-E, for example, is more, when you say 130 kilometers an hour, like 70, 75 miles an hour, then the Ford Mustang Mach-E, for example, is more efficient than the Ioniq 5. And the Tesla Model Y is also more efficient than this one here, the higher you go in speed. The range, summertime, and well, in winter time when it's not too cold and you don't hammer the throttle all the way, you can score some 400 kilometers or 250 miles. That's comparable to most of the other competitors. Just the Tesla Model Y is better in that respect because it is more efficient. And well, here now of course when we hammer it out on the motorway, the range drops down. In that sport mode, it's the maximum acceleration from that all-wheel drive, so front, cross, rear motor. And in general, it's really spontaneous as for the throttle input and so on. Let's see here, steering feel. I can change it here on the steering wheel, the drive mode. Here the steering is lighter than in the normal mode, for example. And when I hit the throttle, it just has some more or less delay, delay as for this relation, because still when you're in the normal driving mode, the electric vehicles still have kind of no delay and have extreme spontaneous acceleration. So a lot of fun to drive. It also doesn't feel SUV-alike, more like normal compact hatch-alike or crossover-alike. So from these EVs we have been testing, here the Hyundai Ioniq 5 feels kind of less or the least SUV-ish. Thinking about the trio of VW ID4, Skoda Enyaq and Audi Q4 e-tron, more like crossover SUV, all in direction. The Ford Mustang Mach-E, Mach-E you say then. It's really funny by the way, because we say in Germany it's like Mach. Yeah, so that one also already feels more SUV-alike. And then this one here, you see it from the outside, yes, and a lot of people look at this car, by the way. So the guys next to me now, they're also watching us here at the moment, saying like, what is this guy doing there? And oh yeah, is that a car review? Let's check it out, Oh, they're hitting YouTube now, I see it. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, so this car is getting the looks, definitely, because it has this modern retro design, can we say it that way? Definitely is. So that's a lot of fun as well, of course, just to look at it. Here, by the way, when I use the turning indicator, you can see here is an additional blind spot feature. Then we have these cameras here. We know that from Hyundai, Kia and Genesis vehicles, this feature is a very nice feature. And here on the steering wheel, by the way, we have also all the controls here, for example, for the cruise control and also for the lane keeping assist. But what's really cool is that here, when you use the turning indicator, for example, this is so lovely. Just the feedback the turning indicator gives you, and also that thing, like the button around galvanizing it, or here also the shifting lever. This is so great. This is really a lot of fun when controlling this vehicle. What else is very important? The recuperation is being controlled here via the shifting pedals. And here, by the way, now when the traffic light jumps to green, there's like a left bend. And we can put it to the sports mode once again. It's really good to be able to change it here at the steering wheel. Here. Wow, spontaneous boost. And let's see it now accelerating out of the corner. Really smooth and super. There's no. This is the fun thing about all-wheel drive electric vehicles. you look in the mirror and you think like, am I driving a motorcycle? Because, you know, with motorcycles, your motorcycle driver is like, or with electric. Yeah, for driven electric motorcycle, this is really fun as well, definitely. It's really cool. You accelerate and you look in the mirror and it's like, where is everyone? And the same thing can happen with this one. Of course, it does not have to happen. You can also stay in the eco mode and the throttle input is being reduced, by the way. So here now, cruise control. Let's see also about the lane keeping assist. See, the steering is a little bit nervous as for that. So from competitors we know, whoa, it's really nervous keeping the car in the lane. Whoa. Of course, it's meant to that you keep your hands on the steering wheel. I was like, Thomas, keep your hands on the steering wheel, please. Yes, of course. Yeah, really nervous lane keeping assist. So we've experienced that one definitely better. Now we can check once again what if we are at speed already. Let's put to the sport mode once again. This is why we're in Germany here today. Last time we were in Spain, Valencia, for the Ioniq 5 test. This time we can really flow it out here on the motorway. So I'll put to 80 kilometers an hour and accelerate it out to 150. Yep, that's it. So that was the 80 kilometers an hour to 150 kilometers an hour sprint. And here now in this, is that the Mercedes B-Class overtaking us at 150 kilometers an hour? Sure is. Well, welcome to Germany, guys. Okay. Yeah, so lane change here now at higher speeds. Again, a lot of fun to drive this one. Really cool. It feels definitely way sportier than the looks from the outside promise, actually. What else? As for recuperation, so you can change it here. Holding left pedal, it goes to I pedal. So when I when I leave the throttle now, I was so far in level 3. Even stronger recuperation. I usually want to use that I pedal, but always when I restart the vehicle, that one is going away and it starts at level 3 again. Not sure why they're doing that. Why is it not just that this iPedal function is also being saved when I want to use that in that way? So usually with electric vehicles, I tend to use harsher recuperation, just using the throttle pedal, and that's to me just easier to control. It's the way to drive EVs, and why not? And you just learn it to use it gently when you are driving with passengers, because you cannot apply so many G-forces on your passengers so that they're driving all the time like so then I'm like, I experience that myself when I'm being shuttled in electric vehicles and the shuttle drivers are driving the EVs for the first time, getting out and I'm really feeling sick. Big problem with electric vehicles. So especially as shuttle drivers, or when you drive, family father, family mother, you're driving with your family, you have to learn to drive these powerful EVs in a gentle way, not to put stress on your passengers. Maybe some kids will find that funny, but others will also maybe, have something against your wide seats here in the vehicle and in the back. Right, kids? Yeah, so about that. So maybe let's put it then to the normal driving mode, that we don't accelerate it out that harsh anymore. And I'll show you one more time about that difference between the different driving modes. At the moment here, again, the iPedal, I can just use the throttle pedal all the time, go to acceleration, and then living off the throttle, immediate deceleration. Level 3 here, I reduce it with the right shifting pedal. Yeah, still stronger than level 2, level 1, level 0. And level 0 is then indeed, I let it roll, and it keeps rolling. Ha! So, at times it can be, I really have to turn off that lane keeping assist. Super annoying. So the lane keeping assist, so irritating with this vehicle. I would not use it indeed. Yeah, there's just one vehicle where the assistance systems are even worse, and that's the Tesla Model Y. And yeah, Tesla fans will probably hate me for this, but I can just stress again, the Tesla Autopilot is the worst system on the market, period. And I say that because I've tested every single assistance system from every single manufacturer there is, and Tesla one is the worst by experience. By thousands of kilometers I've driven, it is not really usable. At least in Europe, I've heard it is better working in the US because they can use the system there in a different way, or just have more kilometer of experience by their camera systems. But here, I'm not using the Tesla Autopilot because it's so bad. I rather drive myself. It has so many false positives or false negatives, you know. So recognizing something when there is nothing, or the other way around, not reacting when there is something. So yeah, about that. So assistance systems wise, Ford is very good in that one. Audi here in that segment has also done a very good job. Also in the VW and the Skoda, the assistance systems are really good, for example. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. It's not that it's yeah, but lane keeping assist is really bad with this one. The other systems are actually working quite well. So the main thing about this vehicle here for me is it gives you also, while driving, this rather unique feeling, driving something special, driving something that goes into the future. So excellent driving characteristic, super good in the handling, a lot of fun, very powerful, nice from that steering, really crisp and direct, and of course the excellent charging speed if the battery is already preheated. So when you have been, Janine talked about that earlier, when you have been hammering the motorway all the time, that's where it usually comes into play that you want to do fast charging. Then the fast charging is working at these promised high speeds, but not when you did not hammer the vehicle. That's the thing here about the recharging. So yeah, this 800 volt infrastructure then, or architecture as you say, is then at some point a little bit of a marketing gag, not working in a you know, in such a way than it does with the Porsche Taycan or with the Audi e-tron GT. But then again, they are also way more expensive. So once again, a very good EV, no doubt about that. To me, it is not the best EV on the market. As for the Kia EV6, it comes close in very many respects. The technology is kind of the same they're using here in the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Of course, a little bit different from the user interface, and also a little bit better as for the trunk, for example. A little bit more efficient, but most of the stuff we told you today about this vehicle will more or less also count for the Kia EV6. The VW ID4, Volkswagen's most important electric vehicle, mid-size EV SUV, now available as the GTX, supposed to build a bridge from the sporty GTI world to the sporty EV world with all-wheel drive called GTX, here today on Autogefühl. I'm Thomas, and of course I want to find out how sporty is it really and how capable is it, also comparing it to the recent platform siblings, the Audi Q4 e-tron and also the Skoda Enyaq. They share the very same platform. Another competitor would be the Ford Mustang Mach-E, of course also the Tesla Model Y. So fierce competitors here for the VW ID4, and as the GTX version it has a sporty appearance. Here in the lower area a new black mesh grille, so that looks quite fancy. Overall definitely a sport look, and that's why I also picked the red today, again for that bridge between GTI and the electric GTX. Light signature here, the strip goes all the way to the main headlamps, beautifully done, and the matrix LED are included here in the GTX model. 4.58 meters or 180 inches is the length here of the ID4, and the GTX here, this version, all-wheel drive model, starts with 20-inch wheels, optional these 21-inch wheels, the biggest one available. GTX badging right there, and special thing, whereas you would more have crossover cladding in the lower area, this one is here in the sporty version painted. So on the one hand, all-wheel drive and, you know, off-roadish X naming, on the other hand, sportier look. Does it work together? Well, I mean, just look at it, I think it works well. However, you still have this kind of van style atmosphere, short hood there, but that also makes this electric platform so good on the inside, not too long, but a lot of space on the inside. Then interesting, the main electric motor is the rear one. That's the bigger one, has more horsepower output and is mostly rear-wheel driven, is a rear-wheel driven platform. And on acceleration peaks, also the front motor then, the additional one here, is being used. But as soon as you stop accelerating, it's once again mainly the rear electric motor. The recuperation also works via both, but since most of the time the rear recuperation is enough, also this one is most often used for that. And the projected range, we saw it also for the Enyaq and also for the Audi Q4 e-tron. It's the same right here with the bigger battery, 77 kilowatt hours net, approximately 400 kilometers of electric range and 250 miles. Now that's a very interesting perspective, isn't it? It starts, by the way, with a base suspension, which is already a little bit sportier. Option, you can go 50 millimeters lower sport suspension, fixed one, and optional. DCC, dynamic chassis control, that's the adaptive suspension, then also with the sportier setup. It's also the one we're testing here today. Then you can also vary in the driving modes, and the adaptive suspension adapts accordingly. In the rear, typical hatch look, but I think a very clean design that works very well. And the GTX gets these special accentuations right here. Overall, I think this GTX look works very well. Since we have the all-wheel drive here, maximum horsepower output of about 300 horsepower, acceleration figure 6.2 seconds to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour. But to 60 kilometers an hour, that's interesting, just 3 seconds, because this instantaneous torque from the electric motor, so you're really quick, especially from the traffic light. We can also see a very cool tail lamp signature here, light strip all the way across the vehicle. And then at the sides here, this dot structure, once again, really modern and playful. Here we are with the turning indicators, starting at the front. In the rear, you also have them in a cascading style. And recharging 11 kilowatt AC and 125 kilowatt DC, well, that's not really DC leading, isn't it? And sadly, no frunk here whatsoever. Oh, and did you get that story where Volkswagen of America claimed to rename the whole brand to Volkswagen, and they released it prior to April Fool's Day, and everyone took it for granted, even the journalists and so on were reporting on it, and then they later on said, yeah, you know, it's April Fool's. But they released it before April Fool's Day, so yeah, I mean, first of all, if you do something like this, do it on April Fool's Day. Second is, April Fool's Day in a world of fake news and lost trust in media and big corporations, maybe not the best idea unless it's super funny and super obvious. And the third factor, I mean, Volkswagen would have been such a great name, but either name the whole car that way, that would have been awesome, right? Hey, what do you have if you bought a Volkswagen? Or just use it as a proper marketing slogan, just like, this is the ID4, the Volkswagen. That would have been cool, you know? So use this, you know, super great coincidence, but don't make this April Fool's BS with it, right? Car key, kind of standard, like we know from the Golf. High gloss piano lacquer, yeah, we know better stuff, definitely. Integrated door handle, good for aerodynamics. And then underneath you have some kind of feedback. Opening the door is a little bit special than here on the inside for the GTX or the all-wheel drive model here. Blue accentuations at the inside of the door, soft touch, and red contrast stitches. The upper part is also soft touch, so that's good build quality. The only thing I don't like are these handles here for the side mirrors, and because you have to look at it what you're doing, it's not that intuitive like the old school solution. Then the dashboard is also blue instead of black. That's also cool, and once again soft touch and with red contrast stitches, really nice. And you have the steering wheel with GTI style, just in GTX then, with a red accentuation, and these really small digital instruments connected to the steering column. Soon more details to that. Lower part, GTX entry badge, and then these special seats. Well, first of all, the seats which come as standard still have a separate head restraint, but are already quite sporty, but we know them from the normal ID4. They come with fabric on the inside. These here, these sport seats with integrated head restraint, they come with microfiber surface, really high quality, and they look awesome. Both will deliver you good comfort, so it just depends on if you want to go for these here extra. So seats always animal free. Steering wheel, they are still working on a solution that you can get it animal free and still also use the travel assist, which is then here activated at the steering wheel. Oh, and great joyful idea here, the brake and the throttle pedal with play and pause. When you sit down and press the brakes, the screens get active, and here you can see that the small screen moves along with the steering wheel, and it's really tiny. This is, for example, different than in the Audi Q4 e-tron, which has big virtual instruments. However, the reason that they kept this one here so simple, and indeed you can really not switch much right here, is the head-up display. It's an option, but they say, okay, now we have head-up display with augmented reality function, so we don't need big instruments anymore. That's their argument. And putting in the gears works like this: D, or press it once more for B. This then higher recuperation while driving, or here then for reverse, and then you also have this rear view camera. Oh, and the music also pops on automatically. Thanks. And here the buttons, capacitive on the steering wheel, not so easy to control while driving. I know it looks fancy, and I know it's also illuminated from the back, but still, real buttons would be easier to control. At least that's my opinion. Uh-oh, and I know this is a big fail for all our US viewers, especially here. 2 window levers in the front. Well, you can still control the rear. You just have to press rear then, and then control them. Yeah, what do you think about that? Then the infotainment system, yeah, you have these sliders here for the temperature. That's again this capacitive curse. The same also for the volume. Hey, we now call it capacitive curse. Then you have some hotkeys, for example, to access the climate menu. Then you can still, change the temperature at least here. But I mean, if it's there or there, yeah, it's both. Shame. Yeah. So, and then let's check out the rest of the infotainment system. 12-inch is an option. Standard would be 10-inch. This is the bigger one. And they have meanwhile updated it a little bit, so it's a little bit faster, more responsive, and has less fails. The earliest vehicles had more fails. Now it's not the most fancy infotainment system, and you see it's also not the fastest. But since the latest upgrade, at least it's usable. So this is the main menu then here. And of course, then we also have the smartphone integration. And here we go, Apple CarPlay and Android Auto also available with the wireless connection, and the integration is well done. And the sound is actually very decent. Maybe it's the form of the vehicle, and also, this panoramic screen in the front that is, giving us a good resonance. And what else is relevant? When you hit the mode button here and you have the DCC, dynamic chassis control, the adaptive suspension, then you can pick the driving modes, and then also the suspension acts accordingly. What about the voice input? Drive me to Berlin. That takes a while.
Sorry, this is not currently possible. Please try again later.
Okay, why? Middle console offers space for things and drinks. Here more things, and here more drinks. And no, that's not a wine bottle, that's a water bottle actually, but in a wine-ish style. Okay, and in here, smartphone, inductive charging, or then 2 USB-C supplies. And the cool thing is here, for van-style traveling atmosphere, you have adjustable armrests. And one more look at the cockpit overview. Styling-wise, really clean. That's cool. However, the Audi Q4 e-tron is a little bit more exclusive and higher in the build quality. And also the Skoda Enyaq, for example, I think it's just a little bit fancier, especially in the interior. And my biggest criticism point here is definitely this piano lacquer use also at the dashboard. Yeah, that should come a little bit classier. Or what's your take on that? And one more look here for the GTX model, also the blue dashboard with the red contrast stitches on the passenger side. And here you can also see the ambient lighting. Put it to red here underneath this inserts, and then here also at the inside of the doors each. Seating position is upright, not too high though. I just recently drove the Audi Q4 e-tron. That one offers more like a higher SUV driving position. This one rather in a crossover style, but you could also just go higher with the seat. I mean, then you also get a more higher SUV seating position. That goes far, so that must look weird now, right? But yeah, let's move it down, y'all. So, and then the headroom with one with 86 or 6 with 1 is like this. That's actually quite substantial. Usually put it a little bit higher like this, so really cool. And I found myself, you know, really comfortable here. It works both with the comfort seats and also with these optional sport seats. They are really very good. And one more capacitive curse, CC, here for the roof cover. But glad we have one, because otherwise it can get really hot inside here. Look at that, now it's all the way back and it's a huge panoramic screen. In some EVs you don't have the cover there, but here you can make it a little bit colder. It's cool in the rear, no middle tunnel, EV platform, temperature control, and also 2 USB-C chargers. Same nice microfiber materials, by the way, and here for the rear seats, if you pick that microfiber sport seats option. In this view you can very well see the contrast between the blue and the black here. By the way, here there's then hardpack at the rear doors, and getting inside is really easy. And there's a very good seating position here in the rear, so a lot of legroom left here. One means A6 and 6 with 1 headroom. It's close actually, yeah, but still works for tall adults. But it's really comfortable here, and you have a lot of room and comfort. Once again here, due to the lacking middle tunnel, so great view through the panoramic roof. It's actually very well usable. So especially considering the length of that vehicle here, you have a lot of space on the interior. And then you also have some armrests right here with cup holders, but they are not adaptive, and also a ski hatch is available. Trunk area is 540 liters up to 1,575 liters, or 19 cubic feet as we see it right now, up to 56 cubic feet. And the width, about 1 meter or 40 inches. And then you can also fold down the seats, and this is then the maximum setup. Well, these fellas are obviously very interested in our ID4 GTX, or is it just a shade? How sporty is the acceleration? Let's find out. Let's go! Woo, that's 100 kilometers an hour or 62 miles an hour. Yeah, really quick, great boost, especially in this really, really low speed area, you know, like this 0 to 60 kilometers an hour. That is really impressive. And especially like, you know, like on the first few seconds, you can almost beat any other petrol sports car with that. That's pretty cool. Then it gets a little bit slower bit by bit. So still rear-wheel biased, more power from the rear electric motor, a little bit less from the front one. The front one is not that powerful, and also the rear one is more efficient. And that's also the reason why they predominantly use the rear one. The front one then for these boost spikes, especially for these then, it doesn't run that often. So it really varies, but actually a good idea to do that, and you can still keep the rear-wheel bias with that. However, if you go for the rear-wheel drive only version, the only sporty advantage you have is that when you get out of the corners, you just have rear-wheel drive and the rear comes around a little bit better. Here you are of course also pulled from the front, so from a purist feeling, then the rear-wheel drive is better. But here of course you always have more punch and you are just quicker in any situation. Really depends on what's then more important to you, and of course also if you want to afford the extra price for that. In general, the steering is really great, very precise. That accounts for all the siblings here. Yeah, maybe the Skoda from the setup a little bit softer, the VW and the Audi a little bit crisper, but really good. So there's no dead zone area and you have a very good feeling for the vehicle. Battery placed in the center of the vehicle as well, low center of gravity. So, I mean, it doesn't look that sporty on the outside, but still you have a great sporty driving fun. Here in the sports mode, the suspension is also quite stiff. I mean, there's some bumps in the road and I really feel them. So this is in the DCC, and then you have a astonishingly sporty setup here. So let's see how that changes when I go to the comfort mode. Then I immediately feel it gets softer. I'm not sure if you can even pick that up on camera, but you could really hear that it was louder from the bumps in the sports mode, and now in the comfort mode, these bumps are evened out even better. So yeah, it was maybe even a little bit annoying. So I would stay in a comfort mode here, and you can switch the sport mode then when you have a more even road. But that's of course the cool thing. You have that flexibility with the adaptive suspension. In the sports mode then on very plain roads you can have a lot of fun, and then of course in the comfort mode where it's a little bit bumpier. But what a beautiful road here, rapeseed field here left next to us, some of the trees going straight and straight. This looks really cool. German countryside here, and we are at the moment quite in the middle of Germany, by the way. Head-up display, very well to read, and also when I'm getting towards the side of the road, sometimes it's showing me like some arrows that I'm supposed to keep it in the lane. It's also interesting. When I'm going slalom here at 70 kilometers an hour, again, bumpy road, but that's great to test. Still, the car is remaining very stable, good to control. There's no flexing of the chassis whatsoever, so this platform is really superb. And felt it with the Q4 e-tron and also the Skoda Enyaq. The Enyaq, the least sporty one from the feeling of these three siblings. Then this one here, and the Audi definitely feels sportier, and then the ID4 in general. Whoa, that other journalist probably with the ID4 was really fast. I mean, I'm no slouch as for driving fast, but I tend to keep it a little bit more responsible. That happened. Yeah, live on Autogefühl, definitely. Did I expose someone now? Sorry about that. Back to our review right here. I'm having a lot of fun driving the ID4. The e-tron, the funny thing is, on the one hand, it felt sportier. On the other hand, you have to say the GTX model now of the ID4 really adds this sporty touch with the sporty setup of the suspension. And what I told you in the interior part, here in the ID4, you feel you would sit a little bit lower than in the Q4 e-tron. And that again makes a little sportier feeling here with the ID4. So seating position wise, this is the sportiest one of all the siblings. From the rest of the characteristics, I think rather the Audi, but this one here then comes really, really close. At the end of the day, of these siblings, it's more about which one do you prefer styling-wise, and also what concise offering do you get at the dealer. Usually an Audi Q4 e-tron is around 3,000 euros more expensive in a similar spec than the ID4. And here, by the way, when you go uphill, hitting the throttle, immediately there is acceleration, and what great views we have here for you today. Really great to enjoy that together with you. And that's the cool thing about the overdrive model. Even when you are already at speed, you always have more punch on the way. Here we go, now 100 kilometers an hour, 60 miles an hour, and it's quite windy then here in this open field, but noise insulation is still quite decent. However, there again the Audi is more silent. Definitely feel the Audi was like extremely silent. There may be some more cost savings here in comparison to the Audi, but then of course you also pay some more price. If we compare the Ford Mustang Mach-E, which is also a super interesting vehicle, and they already have that with the animal-free whole interior, also the steering wheel. That's great with Ford. As for the... Oh, stop. And here we go. Yes. Woo. Another 0 to 100 acceleration, because I want to get in before the other cars hit us there. And that was also very well done. Have you seen? I mean, I was starting full throttle in a corner. That speaks for the vehicle, how everything is controlled. There was no understeering, although I had full power on the front axle. Steering was great. There wasn't any traction loss, nothing. Absolutely flawless. And once again, that shows that electric all-wheel drive is just superior. There's no mechanical link whatsoever, front axle to rear axle. Everything is electronically controlled, and that's the reason why you can also fine-tune it that way. So really very well done, both hardware, chassis-wise, and also software-wise, what they have done with that vehicle. And I think, I mean, why not use this new GTX tag for that? I think it brings a little bit more playfulness to the vehicle. By the way, the US market most probably will not get the GTX badge. Not sure why they went for this decision. They just set it as the normal all-wheel drive model then. Yeah, we have to see if it gets the same styling elements. I don't understand that decision. Why not making it just, unified for all the different markets? That would have been better. Yeah, and range, once again, of course, when you drive a little bit faster, when you have the overdrive model, you will lose some range. But in general, in summertime, for all the siblings, Audi Q4 e-tron, Skoda Enyaq and also the VW ID4. With this bigger 77 kWh net battery, you will always end up somewhat 400 kilometers or 250 miles. You can score a little bit more when it's warm and you rather keep it steady, like 80 kilometers an hour, 50 miles an hour steady, and then you can drive further. Or when it's wintertime or you constantly hit the throttle and drive really fast on the motorway, then of course range is dropping a little bit more. Heat pump is also available for this vehicle, by the way. And the top speed, depending if you go for an ID4 entry model, 160 kilometers an hour, or here the GTX, 180 kilometers an hour top speed. Hey, this is Thomas, and today I have for you the Audi Q4 e-tron, mid-size electric SUV. This platform, by the way, is shared by the VW ID4 and the Skoda Enyaq. They have some similarities, but they're also quite different, and this one is very interesting, I can promise. And also to come later in this review, SUV versus the Sportback version, design exterior, functionality interior, and also the driving part, rear-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive. So we start with everything you need to know. In the front, a closed grille right here, and also in the lower part, there's a little bit of cooling, but it's adaptive on the inside. Pretty interesting. Then the Audi rings are two-dimensional because they hide the sensors behind it for adaptive cruise control and so on. Front view camera is possible. Navara blue is the color for today, but there are of course other color choices available. And interesting is optional matrix LED lamps. We also have them right here, and the daytime running light signature can be changed from inside the vehicle, so you can already individualize your car electronically. So that Jonas could film the daytime running light signatures from the outside. I practiced on the inside using 2 fingers, so you can confirm faster. Yes, daytime running light, action. Yeah. Hey, and we have cascading turning indicators. We also find them in the rears. Actually, even a safety feature, I think, because you can just better see when someone is turning. I know you love comparisons. Here you can see the S-Line on the Sportback. Of course, you can go with the S-Line, with the colors, front-wheel drive, all-wheel drive. Doesn't matter if SUV or Sportback, but to see the difference here, the S-Line here has this additional contrast right there. And also in the front grille, see here these chrome-like accentuations, whereas here it's more subtle. So, normal design or S-Line, what's your pick? And by the way, colors, Navara blue and here the Giza blue. This is here 4.59 meters or 181 inches for the length. And the wheels go from 19 to 21 inch. These here, gold middle 20 inch. I think pretty cool look. Here we have painted wheel arches, but you can also get in a crossover style, for example, in painted black or so, depending on the trim level. I think the side profile, definitely very interesting, rather upright here for the SUV building style, and an interesting design line right here. You can also get the Sportback version, which is a cut-off version, a little bit more aerodynamic styling right here in this SUV coupe shape, and also a little bit better as for the wind efficiency, but it's more about the styling. Also, when we come to the interior later, not too much difference. Really about the styling, SUV or SUV coupe, which one would you actually pick? Technology-wise, very interesting that this is rear-wheel driven, the platform and the car. Also the very one we have here today, when we can pick all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive, I rather tend to pick the rear-wheel drive models, because of the racing, And 40 e-tron is the name of the rear-wheel drive model. Before it gets out here, light strip all the way across the vehicle. Cool design feature. So this version here, 200 horsepower, rear-wheel drive, 8.5 seconds in the acceleration figure, or you can go all-wheel drive model, 1 electric motor in the rear, 1 in the front, around 300 horsepower and 6 seconds the acceleration figure, so definitely quicker. But this one has the advantage of a smaller turning circle, and also you get out of the corners a little bit quicker. Battery sizes, either a small one, 52 kilowatt hours net, or this one here today, 77 kilowatt hours net, and then a projected range around about 400 kilometers or 250 miles. You will need that. So, rear-wheel drive and big battery, that's my tip for today, and that's exactly the car I have for you. Well, I prefer the rear-wheel driven version, not only because you come a little bit sporty out of the corners, but also due to the smaller turning circle. 10.2 meters, the smallest of an Audi vehicle ever, smaller than with the Audi A1. And you can literally also see that. disc brakes in the front and drum brakes in the rear. Same for the Enyaq and also the ID4. And you might think, oh, well, it's 2021, drum brakes in the rear. What's that? Cost saving and so on. Well, it also has an advantage because there's then less corrosion for the disc brakes. The electric vehicles hardly ever use the rear brakes because of the recuperation. So I think actually it's a clever choice to go for drum brakes in the rear. Here now the comparison SUV versus the Sportback. You can see here the roofline is falling right there. More sensual, sportier. I think it's really well done. So at first I was thinking, more SUV, but the more I see the Sportback, I really fall in love with the coupe design right here. So really cool as for this really agile form. Audi expects 2/3 of SUV sales, 1/3 of Sportback sales. But the question is, which one would you go for? And the rear comparison, SUV, Sportback, once again, split here with the wing, and then there's glass underneath, glass above. Just a sporty look once again for the Sportback and the SUV. I'm really looking forward to your feedback. Which do you find more beautiful? Usually I would tend to the SUV version, but here for the Q4 e-tron, I think I would meanwhile go with the Sportback. Sadly, there is no frunk. I know electric vehicle lovers love their frunks. You don't have anyone here, but it's also built in Germany, by the way, in that Zwickau plant, just where the ID4 is being built. And recharging, 11 kilowatt AC for the bigger battery and 125 kilowatt DC. Not too much actually. And the smaller battery, but not too many people will go for the smaller battery. It's even a little bit slower in the figures. Just to mention, there will also be an entry-level version, by the way, with 170 horsepower for the small battery version. And standard suspension will just be a normal one. And then option, you can go for sport suspension or, which we have today, the adaptive suspension, which is giving you the best comfort and also more variety between sportiness and rather soft feeling. Now, towards the interior, there's the key. Simple, straightforward, nice. Then, door closing sound. Top notch, like that. And inside of the doors is somewhat just soft on the top part, not too soft, not entirely hard. And this is then entirely hard, and this again soft. So not too happy with the inside of the doors. That could be better. But here the door handles, they're actually quite cool. And also the buttons we have here, click, click. Nice clicking sounds. And the bottles here, top part and lower part. So 2 spaces for bottles, for water bottles. That's actually quite nice. In the interior right here, this new steering wheel, there's also a different one available, but this one is the shiny steering wheel because it has these flat ends. And it's really good to grab it also here on the top part when you're in a, like sharp corner or something in the city. So it's really nice visually and also to handle it. However, here not too happy with the 2D Audi rings. It is, some part is really metal in there, but it's, it's just 2-dimensional, and I like it when it's 3-dimensional. Then, look at that, the capacitive buttons on the steering wheel. You can slide or click. Also has good clicking sound, and for capacitive solutions, it's cool. But again, single individual buttons were just better. Everyone agrees to that, don't you as well? Then seats, either normal seat or a sport seat, and different services available. There are 2 different fabric seats available if you want to keep it animal free. Here, this is the mainly leatherette seat, so mainly animal free, but just here, the inside bolsters here on the lower part, this is then from animal origin, so not quite consistent. The same with the Dynamica seat. Dynamica then on the inside, so a microfiber material. And then just the outside bolsters, some animal parts. At least they're moving in the right direction, even if they're not as consistent as, for example, Tesla or also the ID4, from Volkswagen. The sibling here is a little bit more consistent in these choices. And what else is good? They use recycling share. Already here, for example, also with the microfiber seat, and even more so in the fabric seat. So they're also putting more recycling share and also more renewable energy production, for example, in the plant where this car is being produced. So steering wheel here, up and down, in and out. That's good. The Audi virtual cockpit here in this vehicle is smaller, you can see, than we used to know. Yeah, I mean, it looks cool, but we just know the 12.3 inch, which is a little bit wider. That makes a better impression. But at least this one here, I think is way cooler than the one we see in the ID4, this really tiny thing, you know. And we'll soon also have a head-up display special, which is quite impressive. Seat ergonomics is actually decent. Electric control, and you have a good upright seating position, some SUV feeling, not as high as you might know from an Audi Q5. This one then rather goes like SUV crossover direction seating wise, I think. Of course, you can put the seat a little bit higher. Best seating comfort will be with the fabric seats because it adapts to the body a little bit better. But overall, interesting seating position, really long here from the front hood, rather panoramic atmosphere. But definitely you feel at home here, and to me, the most important thing is you have one very crucial difference to the ID4 coming up right now. And here we are with the interior overview. Left side, these 10.25-inch instruments, talked about them. On the right side, either 10.1 or this one here, 11.6. This is the bigger one. And we know this basic menu structure like this, so rather keep it with that. That's also easy, we know it from Audi, and then you can control everything here. For example, the car function, lights and vision. That's where I actually picked the exterior lighting, and here with the digital light signature. That was quite funny, definitely. Then the GPS also has a satellite view if you like. And we're in the northern part of Germany at the moment, at the German Baltic Sea. That's a very beautiful area. Just too bad it's really cold and sometimes rainy today, but beautiful here also with the whole GPS. And you see the software is also with the CPU in the background. It's fast enough. That's definitely better also than with the ID4. And optional Sonos sound system. First time they work together with Sonos, and wow, the sound is superb, really amazing. Great depth of the sound. I can just recommend it, really cool. My favorite feature for today here, this matte wood insert. Just listen to this. Beautiful, and it doesn't collect any fingerprints. And it always feels kind of warm, maybe also because of the heat of the infotainment system. So on cold days, yeah, that's awesome. Then, now my favorite feature in comparison to the ID4, climate control. First of all, click, 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 Audi sound design for clicking buttons, and you can still manual control it while driving. That's so much easier than all the capacitive BS. Really good to have that here. That would be my number one reason to go for this one, not for the ID4 or the Skoda Enyaq. Then drive select in the lower part. This is not that easy to reach, but I can already tell you from driving, it doesn't have the biggest effect on driving, so rather leave it on the auto mode and then you don't need that button anyway. This is here for the passenger to swipe the volume. Yeah, don't tell your passenger, just do it from your steering wheel. And then here with the drive selector, drive mode, B mode for more recuperation, also easily switched it. And here more space like a flying console, 2 USB-C choices, and the smartphone can also go for Apple CarPlay and out in a wireless way, but I tend to keep it with the cable, old school yo. Then adaptive cup holders, it's also good from build quality. And then we have this armrest right here, well attached. Can put it longer and also more space underneath. And here in the optional head-up display you get a lot of information, current speed, allowed speed, and also here when you should lift your foot off the throttle already, for example, because here the roundabout is about to come. And of course, one of the best things it has to offer is actually the augmented reality function. And there you see them now. They are the arrows, and here, so the top part, the arrow shows me directly the first exit of the roundabout. Here we go. By the way, if you have the smaller 10.1-inch screen here, you just have bigger bezels. The screen is a little bit smaller then. However, same CPU, same software, just the screen size differs. Yeah, that's just Audi extra price policy. And this screen, the biggest one, is only available a couple of months after sales start of this vehicle. Time code, Thomas in the back seat. Check it out. Here, some soft touch right there, but once again, hard pack here at these doors. Yeah, but at least some Sonos speakers if you have that option. So you already can see a lot of space in the rear still. It's not the longest vehicle, but since it's the EV platform, no middle tunnel also, and a lot of space on the back seats. It's making actually a quite good impression. And legroom here when I'm driving with one 86 or 6 with one, sufficient headroom both front and the rear, and also legroom. So very well used this space here, and also quite comfortable to sit here. It's actually good. Also in the middle part, two USB-C chargers, 12-volt power supply, and a climate control. And once again, by the way, so this is mainly leatherette, so animal free, and you can see here it's really soft, feels very good. You could not tell the difference right here. More features, adaptive cup holders, that's good build quality, definitely. And then we can already fold the seats from here if you like. So is there any difference in headroom, SUV versus coupe? Let's check it out. Yeah, a little bit. So I have to now like squeeze my hand a little bit in. Yes. Yeah, indeed. So it was like this versus this approximately. So yeah, I mean it works still with 1.86 or 6.1. You can easily sit with tall adults here, also in the rear of the coupe version of the Sportback. Yeah, just a little compromise, but once again, not much of a compromise. You can easily go for the Sportback, for the coupe, if you like the design better. And now the trunks, because we have both SUV and coupe directly next to each other, around 500 to 1,500 liters in the capacity. The coupe even has a little bit more, but you can hardly see a difference. And the good thing is, here usually the coupes are a little bit, smaller right here in this dimension, but it's not the case right here. You can see it's high enough. And when you directly switch here, coupe to the SUV, I mean, don't really see a big difference. Backpack, maybe pushing a little bit inside, and that's it. There's also this, nice net right here. You can secure things, and underneath there's a storage for your charging cable. And to fold the seats, you have to go around, and then you can also load the thing through. Yeah, just around 1.80 meters then in the total length. But definitely, if you go for the SUV or the coupe, it's not design versus practicability, it's just design versus design. Woo! 0 to 60 kilometers an hour, uphill, while raining, full throttle, really great traction, so it was a very good acceleration test. The rear-wheel drive only model here, more than enough power. So again, considering it was an uphill acceleration, very well done. And now when we're getting on the motorway, 80 to 120 kilometers an hour, so that's a good acceleration progress. Plop, here we go. So that's again reasonable. Around 8 seconds is the official acceleration figure, and 6 seconds is something the overdrive version. So it's 200 versus 300 horsepower. But here I really have to say, this horsepower output is actually enough, and I think still the best combination. Big battery, but the rear-wheel drive only version has the advantage. You have a more narrow turning circle. So the turning circle of this vehicle at 10.2 meters, that's a smaller turning circle than the Audi A1, the smallest turning circle in the Audi lineup. Definitely very interesting, and also very good here that it's raining at the moment. Not that it's pleasant outside, but we can even better test, the NVH. So, what's the noise level and so on. Yeah, limited visibility. Thank you so much, Q4 e-tron. I didn't see it was limited visibility. Yeah, about that. So what my point is, noise insulation, superb. It's very silent in here, although it's raining cats and dogs outside. Yeah, we'll get a little bit lighter now here though. And also the rolling from the tires and so on, super silent in here. At the same time, steering, very precise, very sporty here with the flat top and bottom. So it feels very sporty. At the same time, it's a comfortable drive. You have a more or less upright seating position. So the ergonomics of the seats, also very good. So I'm really feeling at home here on the motorway, and I've driven to this test drive here in the Audi RSQ8, which is of course segment bigger, and that also offers good comfort, of course. But here, it's not that I would feel so much less comfort, although it's a little bit smaller, more in this mid-size segment here. So really, really happy that we have comfort, at the same time good sporty driving feelings, and It's good that the electric motors, the torque is instantaneously, it's directly there, and therefore it's still also suitable for the motorway journeys. If you want more power, then go for the all-wheel drive version, but for most cases, this one here will also be just fine. And yeah, I really have to say, I feel one with the vehicle. Some kind of traveling feeling because, you know, it's like really long to the front windshield. That's creating definitely some traveling van style feel, so to speak. But again, due to the low center of gravity, batteries placed in the center of the vehicle, it feels very, very sporty. So on the outside, typical mid-size SUV style. Okay, the Sportback looks a little bit sportier, but definitely once again, it drives sportier than it actually looks, and that's a lot of fun and still safe traveling here also in the rain. And it's only rear-wheel driven. It's actually no problem as long as you keep all the stability systems in place. It's no problem at all. And I mean that, you know, you can leave it in the auto mode. You can go efficiency, comfort, and dynamic. In dynamic mode, for example, you have a little bit more throttle input, steering and so on. Everything reacts a little bit differently, but it doesn't make the biggest difference. So let's see, we drop a little bit speed in dynamic mode. Okay. And then let's see, comfort mode. It went back to the auto again, right? So wait a minute, comfort mode. Okay, got that. Now dynamic mode. Let's see the difference. Jonas? Not too much, right? Yeah, so that's probably more than with the petrol engines in general, because in the dynamic modes, they're going in the lower gear, for example. Some electric vehicles also vary the horsepower output over these driving modes, but here it didn't make a big difference, at least when we are already at speed. Might be a little bit different than when we start just from the get-go. As for the energy consumption, of course we have the acceleration included now, but a good average is some 17 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers or 27 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. So that again confirms my prediction of around 400 kilometers or 250 miles of electric range. There's no other range for this vehicle here. And I think that's still quite reasonable, but also shows you have to go with the biggest battery with this vehicle, otherwise the range will, for a lot of use cases, be not enough. But as a traveling vehicle here, it's really very well done. Comparing it to the VW ID4, it definitely feels more premium, as we talked about in the interior. You know, I just love this matte wood area here we have in this trim. It also feels a little bit more sophisticated while driving. It feels to me also a little bit sportier. So you can of course go like from the S-Line always and so on. And here when you have the adaptive suspension, we have here the dynamic or adaptive suspension has the possibility to do it a little bit stiffer then or a little bit softer once again. But the general setup of this vehicle to me feels a little bit sportier than the ID4, without giving you less comfort or something. So I think just steering setup, suspension, the whole handling dynamic is really perfect. So they really nailed it here with this vehicle. And as I said, also the noise insulation, very, very cool. And when we're getting, once again, limited visibility, well, now it's actually better, definitely, right? Yeah, one more thing. First of all, once again, driving dynamics also just from startup, really cool, so much fun. Didn't expect this vehicle to be so much fun. That's really cool. And about recuperation, that part was missing. So either in the normal D mode, the car is just rolling here, downhill, and then I can also switch to the B mode. Then I'm not doing anything more recuperation, and I would recommend using the B mode. Just fits more to the electric vehicles, and also in the moment you switch from the throttle to the brake pedal, before you would do that, you lift your foot off the throttle and there's already deceleration happening. So I think it's also a matter of safety, and you just get used to it when driving electric vehicles. It's not that they would set it on the strongest recuperation ever. So they rather have this rolling philosophy, and they want then customers to use recuperation by using the brake pedal. You can argue pro and con for that. I'm more a fan of harder recuperation when you lift the throttle. Then as soon as you get used to the one pedal driving feeling, you just, feel happy with that. But here they rather want, let's say, existing Audi customers not to feel irritated too much, transition to the electric vehicles, and rather say you drive it more a little bit with the brake pedal, So, yeah, what do you think about that actually? And you can also change the recuperation here with the brake pedals when you are, in the D mode. Then you can go a little bit higher or a little bit lower, so that's possible as well. And now comparison with the all-wheel drive model, 300 horsepower, fast acceleration. Let's see how it goes. Whee! That was 0 to 80 kilometers an hour, pretty quick, and definitely you feel you just have more punch here with the all-wheel drive model. Yeah, but you also realize that the turning circle is a little bit wider. This is the rear view camera here, by the way. Very good to have that, of course. In the US models, it's always standard because of the regulations. In Europe, you have to pay extra. And here, yeah, definitely feel the rear wheel drive model is, a little bit lighter to control. Definitely when you have narrow turning circle and so on. Yeah, but you just have more punch, definitely here also in the dynamic mode. That's definitely cool. So acceleration-wise, when you hit the throttle, definitely more sportiness from the all-wheel drive model. But then when getting out of the corners and so on, the rear-wheel drive model somehow just feels more purist, In any case, the steering is super direct and precise. Really love that. Even more so sporty response in the dynamic mode. So you really have to think about, of course, how much money are you willing to invest. The 300 horsepower version is just a little bit more cost intensive. Yeah, here now 70 to 100. That's it. There's so much more coming from the acceleration. So this is a huge difference. If acceleration is important for you, then you should pick the dual motor. If price is more important to you, and you want to have a little bit more sporty driving fun out of the corners, then the rear-wheel drive model is the one for you. And top speed difference, 160 kilometers an hour versus here 180 kilometers an hour. So it's a difference of 100 miles per hour to 112 miles per hour. Yeah, that's probably also a German Autobahn thing then. This is Thomas with Autogefühl today for you with the Skoda Enyaq Sportline all-wheel drive, the ATX version, so a powerful version with all-wheel drive and the sporty style on the exterior. And we can see here a big spoiler, and we have the magic black color for today, which is a good match to the Sportline. A high trim level comes automatically with the Matrix LED lamp stem, otherwise they are an option, and interesting daytime running light. And when you have the main headlamp unit activated, you also can get the light strip in the front grille here when you have this optional crystalline illuminated front grille, a very spectacular option here for the Skoda Enyaq. It's a sister model to the VW ID4 and soon also one to the ID5, because the Skoda Enyaq can also be bought soon as the Enyaq Coupe. We have a preview here with the camouflage color for you. Here then in the side profile, 183 inches or 4.65 meters is the length. So let's say a mid-size SUV, but all electric here, and you can get it with rear-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. This one here today is the more powerful all-wheel drive version ATX. So we come at the acceleration figure of about 6.9 seconds. Faster will only be the VRS version, which is then again half a second faster, but it will be based on the same technology. Wheels from 18 to 21 inch. These here are indeed the biggest one, 21 inch. The Sportline here comes with 20 inch, but these one are even optional. And then you can see also this two-tone scheme, Sportline badging here and a stronger side spoiler right there. This one once again in the rather, SUV form, rather form follows function. So a rather simple and likable design here in the side profile. The 80 version would be the one with the big battery, however in wheel drive only, and this one here, ATX, is the one, big battery, 77 kilowatt hours, and then also with the all-wheel drive. 265 horsepower and a top speed of only, you can say, 160 kilometers an hour or 100 miles per hour. Some EVs in that respect go a little bit further. They rather, look at the range then. Yeah, and then we can calculate something 400 kilometers, 250 miles. We'll see later in the driving part if this is then really true, because we have earlier experiences here with the rear drive version. Then in the lower part, you can see here rather simple design once again, all in black today with also all the badgings and so on. So that sport line here, together with the all-drive version, definitely a dream setup for the Skoda Enyaq. Hey, and I also found a Thomas Blue one. Skoda calls it Race Blue. This would definitely be my favorite color for today, but of course the black one also looks very nice in the sport line. And now the Autogefühl turning indicator check, or the hazard lights. Wait a minute, the indicator check, Czech Republic, where the brand comes from. Too obvious? Well, here in a cascading style, I think it'd be a very beautiful style, right? Hey, and in the front it also looks quite amazing, right? Replacing the daytime running light right there. And yeah, probably from this day on, we will check everything out with Skoda reviews. And now let's check out the interior. Okay, last time for today. Here, that's the car key. Yeah, high gloss black. Not my favorite indeed. Door closing sound. That's very solid, like that. And then inside of the doors, this one here has soft touch. It's actually quite good, nice structure. Then this carbon fiber style. It's not real carbon fiber. Then here a soft leatherette. This grab handle is a little bit strange and also put a little bit more, I'm not sure if it's really so good to handle indeed. Oh, this small garbage can. Yeah, these are the Skoda simply clever details, like trash. And then this is the Sportline interior. Very interesting. You have this perforated steering wheel and the Sportline badge. This only comes with animal skin, which is not that logical for the EVs. And well, about the seats, they're actually quite cool because they're a mix of, fabric and microfiber, or this microfiber style here on the side, perforated. And some of the inserts are leatherette and some others are animal skin, which again doesn't make any sense. You can go for a base version of the Enyaq to go animal free with the seats completely, but then this one would be the, let's say, second best pick. So if you pick high trim, these are actually then still the best choice. And they are indeed very comfortable from the seat form. They hold you tighter a little bit. You don't slide in them, but they're extremely comfortable. So very good also long term. Then steering wheel up and down, in and out, easy function. So first side here, very likable interior. The only thing, look at that here, the instruments, they are extremely small. At least they're not tied onto the steering wheel like in the ID4. However, they say, yeah, small instruments are enough because most of the time you will be using the head-up display if you got that option. Yeah, you can follow this argument, but fancy instruments like in the Audi Q4 e-tron are also quite nice, right? Headroom, one with a 6 or 6 foot 1, enough left. This one is also one with the panoramic roof. And the interesting thing is that this one here can indeed be opened. So some of the, or most of the electric vehicles nowadays have these fixed panoramic roofs. The coupe version of the Enyaq would also come with a fixed panoramic roof, which you cannot open. And but here you can leave a lot of light and also rain in. I hope it doesn't come down today. Interesting that, by the way, here this small cubby hole next to the steering wheel on the left side, here it can be opened with a separate button. I've never seen that. Usually they have the opener right here integrated, but somehow funny. It's really small. Your Colt doesn't fit in there, just the key, for example. Here the interior overview is actually quite sensual. More reminds us of a Mercedes or something. Here with these swinging lines, soft touch leatherette. Then again these inserts. So it looks really beautiful, better than in the ID4, for example. Screens either 10-inch or this optional 13-inch screen. You have a volume slider here, which is again, these sliders are #capacitive curse. The temperature are not in sliders like in the ID4, but here you always keep it at the same place. It's for a touch solution, relatively easy to control, but still no manual volume knobs for that. Zoom more details to that screen there. In the lower part, you still have some hard keys still as hotkeys, like the climate. Then you can access it in the screen once again. In the lower part, you have 2 spots to put the smartphone, but just one except for the inductive charging, so not like in the Tesla Model Y where we have 2 inductive charging spots. Then here cup holders can be kind of adapted, and this is a very short shifting lever like this. So that's actually easy solution. More cubby space right here and very well attached armrest. And this car, again, yeah, as we know from Skoda, they have really a lot of space here. This little bit plastic-ish here, however, but the general build quality is actually quite high. Here at the steering wheel, better for the volume knob is like here, you know, use it just here, or the heated steering wheel, and then you can, you know, control something in digital instruments, but not much actually. Once again, it rather has a head-up display focus. Head-up display with some GPS information, and you can also have the augmented reality function, and you have kind of like moving arrows in it. And interesting function is also when there's snow, there's a snow mode, and then the letters are blue. Actually, that's the difference here. So when everything is white, then you can still read your head-up display. In the infotainment system, you have this main menu here, and you can very well access it actually, like the distance, you know, where you have to put your hand. And you can also configure your own home screen right here. Let's check out the map, which is, yeah, from the visualization wise, looks a little bit old school. It's also not that responsive. It's okay. Meanwhile, these vehicles here from the Volkswagen Group have received software updates, and so they're more reliable and faster, but that doesn't make it super suitable. Let's take it that way. Seat heating can be accessed right here in a rather quick way. And here in this main menu, we can also access the Apple CarPlay, for example. Let's listen to the music here. Oh, that's a great song. Yeah, it's actually quite decent here, that song. We don't have the top sound system, but this one is already quite nice actually. So, and then we have also this vehicle setup here. Nice visualization there too. And here we can, for example, also access things like here. When we go to interior, go to the head-up display, and then here we can change this this so-called snow mode for the head-up display. Yeah, really interesting thing, right? Here there's even more space underneath, so for whatever you want to put there. Good usage here of the EV platform means there's here an even floor, and you also have a lot of leg rooms, no problem here, and also headroom wise, no problem either. So for actually 5 tall adults, it's no problem at all. In the lower part, you by the way have 2 USB-C chargers and a real power socket. That's also good. So a very practical car, can even be, let's say, some kind of office vehicle. So here then you have some cup holders. Oh, a pen holder. Well, a Skoda pen. So let's see here, the middle part. Yeah, even this part is fairly comfortable. A little bit less space, and of course with your head, and it's, you know, it has this sport seat single setup here in the rear. So once again, is a very comfortable vehicle on all seats. Will it frunk or not? So, no frunk. Just some fillings for the wiper fluid. Recharging, 11 kilowatt AC or 125 kilowatt DC, but only here for the bigger 77 kilowatt hour battery. The smaller battery also doesn't charge that quickly. And by the way, Michelle just told me that this would be a very satisfying sound. You know, like when you close it. So, you guys like that sound? Now the trunk, 585 up to 1,710 liters. But what does that mean? First of all, this cover here with a nice rail at the side. And then here the length of the trunk is about 90 centimeters or 36 inches. And the width is a good meter or 40 inches. The height here to the cover, about 50 centimeters, that's substantial, or 20 inches. And you can see here the backpack easily fits in, and also the cabin trolley. You can fold the seats very easily right from here already, like this and like this, and then also the whole thing folds. Actually, there is this kind of step in there. That's not the most practical thing, however, when you just want to push things through. And here underneath the cover you can have a storage for the charging cables. Overall, very spacious, very well usable. And the length of the trunk when we fold the seats, 175 centimeters or 69 inches. Yeah, I know you like that. Plop, that is 0 to 60, wasn't more. Right, 0 to 60 a little more kilometers an hour. Nice acceleration in that sport mode from the all-wheel drive, so really quick, at the same time very smooth, both front and rear power. And since this is a rear-wheel driven platform basically, or the base models have rear-wheel drive, this one still has a little bit more punch than from the rear. Very interesting and super cool, super sporty, although it's essentially already a big SUV, you know, and especially on the interior, you have so much space. At the same time, you can drive it in a very sporty way. With these 21-inch wheels here, even option Sportline, 20-inch would be the better choice. You know, however, considering it's 21-inch, it's still a decent comfort indeed. You have these different driving modes, by the way, and then there's also this individual mode, and there you can really individually tune the DCC. So this car is equipped with the adaptive suspension, dynamic chassis control, and here you can really fine-tune it. Before it was sometimes only possible to, you know, have these certain presets, and now you can really fine-tune it to your liking, and then save this individual mode as for that. That is very interesting. But yeah, most of the time you also have the mode selector here in the lower part, and then you can, but you know, that's actually not that good, so you can not switch it through, like when I click mode button, that it doesn't click mode. I have to press it and then choose it here in the infotainment system. That's not the best solution, definitely. Here in the normal or comfort mode, then the suspension is tuned a little bit softer. That gives us even more comfort. That's really a good thing. So suspension is good, and the center of gravity is low and centered due to the battery pack, and that means although it's already a big and heavy vehicle, has good driving agility. The steering super precise indeed, no dead zone area, very progressive from that input, so you don't have to steer a lot. You can keep your hands at the steering wheel all the time. So indeed, the first thing you really feel, the hardware of this vehicle is excellent. The whole chassis, the driving dynamics, how steering and everything is tuned, really great. There are a lot of vehicles that have different kinds of philosophies. Oh, now augmented reality head-up display, I see it as well in my line of sight, showing me like, you know, like a blue arrow now to the right side. It's a good thing as well. So about the philosophy, you know, with recuperation, sometimes it's harsh recuperation like Tesla does, or like recently we had with the Volvo C40, and they say like, okay, that's it. We do it that way. Use the one pedal driving and be happy with it. And you can argue pro and con against it. So a pro feature is always you take your foot off the throttle and then the car is already decelerating. That might be a safety thing. Then again, the contra is when you have passengers here and you go off the throttle in an uncontrolled way, it's always like G-forces, and it can be really, you know, annoying for the passengers. Here you can adjust it in different ways actually. So you can have the D mode, normal driving mode. When you get off the throttle there, you basically roll, even if it's uphill. Then there's the B mode, is the main recuperation mode then, and then it stays also that way, and you get off the throttle and have some recuperation, but it's not super strong. It is notably, but not super strong. And then the other thing is you can also use these shifting pedals on the steering wheel, and here have recuperation level 1, 2, 3. And by the way, we often get the question like, what about the braking lights or something? Oh, there's some BMX driver, did some nice jumping. You guys want to do another one for the camera? No, okay, not today, obviously. So we have some entertainment here. So it depends really on, you know, how strong the recuperation is. So there are some cars which have like slight recuperation. Here, for example, level 1. Then it doesn't mean that the brake light is always on. You know, for example, we can check it from the outside as well. But then in the stronger recuperation levels, like here level 2 or level 3, or when you use the B mode, then definitely the brake light does always hop on in the rear, because that's essentially the same way as braking is. You know, and that's of course a very important thing to do. So here you can really adjust it. Not sure if you will really do that. I think it will probably be like IO driver that more enjoys, you know, that rolling effect and then use the recuperation while the brake pedal, or go directly to this B mode there. And I meanwhile think that the compromise in between is the right one, the one that BMW is already offering in their electric vehicles with this adaptive recuperation. That means when the adaptive cruise control, for example, like the sensors see, oh, there's something in front of, yeah, that's really something in front of us, like a wall in front of us. Hey, it has a driving wall. So then, you know, speed's being reduced, and when there's nothing in front of you, which the sensor is picking up or something, then the speed is not being reduced. I think that's actually a good solution. Here, as for the size of the Enyaq, it's still in a way that you can easily get along with. But yeah, the thing is here with the controls, user interface, changing temperature while driving is somewhat okay, but not the best. Infotainment system is also somewhat okay, but again, not the best. Yeah, so user interface, not the best, but also not the worst. Beautiful small town here, by the way, in the more or less Frankfurt area we're driving here with you today. So this car actually does so much things in one. You know, it has great driving agility. It's fine to drive it through narrow cities still. It has great comfort from the seats. These sport seats really upgrade the comfort overall. It has good acceleration. We've seen it initially, so very impressed by what we see and what we do here. Of course, what we also want to show to you is what about higher speed on the motorway, and what about the average energy consumption? These are also very two crucial features. Here once again, countryside driving, nice view and so agile once again. And here in normal mode it's leaning a little bit, but once again you can go to the sport mode and be distracted while choosing that one. And then you have a little bit more feedback from its suspension, goes a little bit stiffer, and it's really a pleasure here both in the city and also in countryside situations. So one more time, putting to sport mode and getting on the motorway, German Autobahn. Woo! Really nice from the acceleration feature once again, and very smooth also the handling of the whole vehicle. And here also in this faster getting on the motorway corner. Look at that here, steering wheel turning 90-degree turn, or 180 then after all. Really nice out the corner. And now from 70 km an hour, let's go. It's 120. Now a little bit downhill, 150. And now we're getting to 160 kilometers an hour. So yeah, 163 actually, 164 downhill. So yeah, around 100 miles an hour, that's the top speed, and noise insulation is very good. And yeah, I mean, when you live in Germany and you tend to drive a little bit faster, then it's strange that I go to the left lane and the car is restricted and there's not more happening, you know. So that's indeed unusual to me, but that might just be a German problem. By the way, the consumption here at top speed, so around, you know, when it was flat, around 40 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. So that would mean that top speed you could drive, let's say 180 kilometers an hour, something like this, or you could, yeah, some 100 miles per hour you could drive at top speed. The overall range, you know, when you drive normally, we had some average consumption figures of some like 19 kilowatt hours, 20 kilowatt hours in 1 kilometers. That means indeed, as projected from me, and as we had the experience last time, around 400 kilometers or 250 miles of realistic range. So rear drive model is of course a little bit more efficient, but it doesn't make the biggest difference if you go for the overdrive model. It will make a difference if you go for the bigger battery or the small battery. Now we have really uneven road and so on, but once again, although 21-inch wheels, super comfortable. So yeah, once again, getting back to my point that this car can do everything. It can do city driving, it can do, you know, it can house your whole family. You can drive it just by yourself in a very nice and also sporty way, and definitely sportier than a combustion engine, brother. So this is essentially also a Kodiaq RS already, you know, from the driving dynamics, and also very comfortable long-term here motorway journey. The only thing, if you're German and if you have, you see here now the speed is already limited, yeah, then you might think, yeah, I want to drive faster than 160 kilometers an hour. But again, the use case will of course be limited even in Germany. Overall, I think a very, very decent package they have here for us.
Bit by bit, BMW is presenting their all-electric models besides the older BMW i range. Now
the existing cars are being electrified and they run just from the same assembly line as the combustion engine models. And here today we have the BMW iX3 for you, the electrified BMW X3 in our driving part, but of course a tour on exterior, interior, and then the electrified driving experience. As you know, in Full HD, full screen and full length. Let's go. Sometimes it's strange as for the strategy of the automotive manufacturers. Volkswagen AG began with electrifying their existing vehicles, then now went on to a purely electric platform. BMW Group started with pure electric platforms, separate like BMW i3 and so on, and now they went the other way and just produced the very same vehicles like BMW X3 here with combustion engine, same platform, also then as the all-electric version. Yeah, you can't really say what's wrong or what's right. It's more about the volume of cars, the number of cars you build, what probably makes more sense. We'll see who will succeed even more. The frontier of the BMW iX3, you can see almost closed front double kidney in this new electric style. Then blue is the color, and yeah, for me, Thomas Blue favorite. Really cool, especially here with these accentuations in the inside of the kidney. We also have a dark blue color here for today. Headlamps standard with LED, optional the adaptive LED lights. They are also right here, and then they also have a more sophisticated daytime running light. So overall, it does not look too different from normal X3, more really, with this closed front grille look. But I think, it works. Or what's your take on it? The length is at 4 meters 73, 15'5", or 186 inches, the same as the combustion engine BMW X3. They are different wheels, either 19 or 20 inch, and both in an aerodynamic styling. You can see here, these are the optional 20 inch wheels. Then you have special eye accentuations, like here, BMW i is still the electric brand, and a blue contrast here, bright blue contrast in the lower area. So this gives, a little unique styling. Still the crossover wheel arches, and then the classic building formula of the X3 with the upright windows. That also gives you a good roundabout visibility. Very interesting paint here, by the way, if you look closely, and you can see almost like sparkling in the paint. Really interesting. Technology-wise, of course, all electric means we have a big battery pack then in here, and it's really in the lower center of the vehicle, and this brings the center of gravity really way lower than with the normal vehicle, about 7.5 centimeters or 3 inches lower. And this then ensures a more sporty driving characteristics, although there's more weight. Soon more to that in the driving part. How will we experience that actually? This will be very exciting. But what do you think here about the styling of the EV version? This is the battery pack here. Yeah, it's a dummy sample. 80 kilowatt hours gross, 74 kilowatt hours net capacity, and this is supposed to give you an official range of 460 kilometers or 285 miles. And recharging here, AC and DC. Really nice covers here for both, and also a soft pad behind that, so that's very well done. 11 kilowatt AC charging, 150 kilowatt DC fast charging is possible, and they also feature a heat pump here in the iX3, and they claim that this is overall bringing 30% more efficiency if you compare it to the BMW i3. And what does the heat pump do? It doesn't put your range higher or something, but the thing is that it reduces the effect that the range gets reduced in winter times. So that's what the heat pump is actually doing. It is again increasing the efficiency, that you have less range losses. And BMW also calculated the efficiency factors or percentages when you think about what energy you put in the first place and what is actually translated into motion then. And for the iX3 it's about 93%, and for the comparable combustion engine it's less than 40%. And that doesn't only count for the BMW X3 versus iX3, but also in general about electric vehicles versus combustion engines. The electric vehicles are just more efficient from translating the initial power than into the power you set into motion. Really interesting. Then here at the rear you can see design-wise three-dimensional tail lamps, but that's also normal for this X3 generation. Special for the iX3 is, you have these like diffuser style blue accentuations in the lower part, of course no exhaust, and these were criticized a little bit. I've seen in the comments initially, but I think it's also quite cool. Here also blue ring about the around the BMW logo. We can also see it in the front. I think it just adds some more unique styling here to the iX3. By the way, 286 horsepower is the peak output. 6.8 seconds is the acceleration figure to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour. That's a little bit slower than the comparable BMW X3 30i, but still, definitely reasonably powered, this vehicle. And the top speed, of course all electric, is electric only, 180 kilometers an hour or 110 miles per hour, and rear-wheel drive only, so that stands also for a sporty BMW SUV. And last thing here for the numbers as for the rear, it does have a towing capacity, somewhat limited, 750 kilograms or about 1,650 pounds. And here we also have a white vehicle for you, where these blue contrasts are even more prominent. But if you say now, wait a minute, I just want to have my iX3 look the very same as an X3, besides of the close kidney and so on, you can also depick the blue contrast and have it just in the frozen gray. This is, by the way, also standard if you pick a different color, for example with the red color, because BMW said red and blue doesn't mix that well. So with the red vehicle, for example, you have these accentuations then in frozen gray. Or then, as I said, you can just depict it also here for the white or for the black vehicle if you want to have a more plain, not so special look. Because here, especially, for example, with the white vehicle, the blue accentuations are really strong also again in the rear. For me personally, I found it just very cool in styling because it's actually unique and also signalized that you drive something different than an X3 combustion engine. But maybe you think about it differently, so I would like to hear you in the comments if you would go or stick with these contrasts, or if you would actually depict them and go for a more plain look. Here once again the blue ring here around the BMW logo. So I found the styling really very beautiful. To me the most beautiful X3, but what's your take? And here the frunk is no frunk, so there's no real storage space under the front hood. That would have been cool, for example, for charging cable or something. They just decided to have it like as a full cover. Then, yeah, whatever, nothing to show you here. Then inside, let's check out the door closing sound. Oh, sounds quite good. Then here Sensatec top parts, soft touch, nice interior here with a matte aluminum style, but of course not real aluminum here. And then door handles, open, close, X logo. This is also a beautiful detail. You also have reasonable door pockets. And then the interior of the iX3 is not too different. Here again the blue accentuation around the logo. You can also see it here around the shifting lever. As for the seats, there are normal seats and sport seats available, and standard would actually be a Sensatec animal-free cover in black or brown. It almost looks the same as it is right here, also with these patches here, but this is the optional animal skin surface, and the only difference you see there, this has like a double stitching here, which the Sensatec seat would not have, but you really have to know that to see then or feel the difference. Comfort is actually quite good. In the X3 you already have a sophisticated SUV seating position. The BMW X1, is meanwhile also an SUV, not only a crossover anymore, but here the X3 definitely gives you like this grown-up SUV feeling already. So a nice and comfortable seating position. Steering wheel up and down, in and out, good smooth process. And The good thing here about the X3 is it's not as large as the X5, but already gives you a lot of comfort and a lot of space and so on. So I think it's, in a lot of ways a good compromise. 1.86 or 6'1" still leaves enough headroom, even if you have this optional panoramic roof right here. It's not properly powered yet, the car at the moment, but you can also open it. It has actually quite wide opening. And here a different interior color. However, this is again the animal skin material. And there's also a seat form change possible. So this is the sport seat. We also seen it with the black seats here today. And the sensor tag I've been talking about is only available for the base comfort seat. So here the sport seat, a little bit stronger bolstering here. Sadly, these are not available with the sensor tag, so BMW here in this case did not really understand what it means to be more sustainable with the electric vehicle. So only sensor tag for the comfort base seats. They will give you a little bit more comfort. These here are a little bit sportier. Interior overview, typical X3, soft touch dashboard. Then here this infotainment screen is like this popped up, but it's very good to see. You here get standard for the iX3, the otherwise optional BMW Live Cockpit Professional, 10.25 inch on the right, 12.3 inch on the left as for the screens, and OS 7, operating system 7 from the BMW, features Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, and both wireless now. So soon more deals to the screens. Steering wheel with a good size, right side for the volume, and nice these galvanized buttons and nice clicking sound feedback as well. Left side then here for controlling the cruise control, also with the newest assistance systems upgrade and so on. Here in the middle part, it's cool that you still have a manual volume knob, but you can also use gesture control, for example, like this. Yeah, magic. And you can also use the voice input. Hey BMW, where is the next charging station?
Which one of the destinations shall I select?
Yeah, oh, there's a charging station here, and also you can charge at BMW dealers. There's electric vehicle charging station. Yeah, so that already works quite well, especially with GPS input and so on. Then in the lower area here, still a manual volume knob, as I said here. Then also manual climate unit. This is easy to control while driving, so I really like this more old school setup here. Really also feels premium. iX3 logo in the lower part. Closed cover here, open it, and then have inductive charging pad for your phone and adaptive cup holders. Oh, and then there's here like this optional smoker's pack. I mean, when there's no smoke from the exhaust, then you need smoke inside, right? Yeah. So, and then here is interesting that you can go to a D mode or to a B mode then. So when the car is turned on, and in B mode there's then more recuperation happening. Other than that, you also have Sport, Comfort and Eco Pro mode for the throttle input and so on. You can control the touchscreen also with this central control knob. That's possible. And then there's this armrest, and it's quite well attached. And there's USB-C charging then underneath next to this cubby hole. And one more close-up here. What is my range would also be a voice command, for example, also suggesting what you can actually, say to the system. Then the GPS map also shows you some charging stations and reacts quite well. So nicely done as for that. Really responsive like this. And here in these car settings, for example, you can also have the independent climate unit, for example. It always comes with electric vehicles, or plan your charging and so on. Not sure how often this is then being used. The preheating, not sure what that was. Yeah, you can select the individual driver's profiles as well. Journey data, for example, will go more into depth when we drive the vehicle. And here the Apple CarPlay integration, like this, very well done. Android Auto now also available. And the sound system here, the optional Harman Kardon sound system. Wow, it's really cool, very rich sound. So yeah, can just recommend that here. And then you can always go back to the BMW menu. By the way, always interesting to see, you can also switch the recuperation here inside, and adaptive recuperation would mean that the car actually realizes what's happening on the outside. So just rolling when there's nothing in the front, but when there's a car in the front, or you approach a roundabout, you approach next traffic light, then there's more recuperation. So supposed to be the most efficient driving. And then you can also set the recuperation level for the D, for the drive mode, to high, medium or low. But I think it makes most sense to stick it here with the adaptive in the D mode and then switch to the B mode to the left if you want this, highest recuperation. But actually, like from all the experience BMW has, the adaptive mode supposed to be the best one. And when we start the vehicle here, the start-stop button is also in this nice blue color. And here the digital instruments, standard for the iX3 as I said. And now when I hit the start-stop button, listen to the sound, designed by Hans Zimmer. So this is the new electric startup sound. With it will be the same for all BMW electric vehicles. And when you shut it off again, so it's like and So then tell us in the comments what you think about this Hans Zimmer sound design. And here also nice visualization also of the actual vehicle color in the inside of the instruments. And then we can see on the left side the speed, and on the right side here we have the power output, and then we can also see the recuperation meter and so on, and tell you more about it when we drive the vehicle. And the head-up display is a nice option, speed, the current one, and also loud speed and GPS error informations if you have a destination set. Ambient lighting set to blue here, that's the most fitting one, but you can also change the colors, and it's actually quite nicely integrated here at the side of the dashboard and also at the inside of the doors and so on. Any compromises on the rear bench? Let's first take a look. It looks quite normal for the X3. Definitely here, middle tunnel here with two USB-C chargers. You can see it in the lower part right there, and also a rear climate unit. And let's take a seat. Soft touch sensor tech also the inside of the doors, upper part. And yeah, it's totally fine, pretty comfortable, enough leg room. And again, with 1.86 or 6.1, also enough headroom. Would be a little more headroom if you leave out the panoramic roof, but that's totally fine. So comfortable seating here. Then you can control here the back part of the seats a little bit with this lever here in the angle. You can also fold them directly from here. I mean, this is more for the angle, and this in the upper part to fold them directly. Isofix at the outside part. Then in the middle, yeah, I mean, you can also reasonably sit in the middle. Not the most comfortable one because the bolt string is a little bit stiffer right there. There is still somewhat a middle tunnel. This shows us that it's not like a primary electric vehicle platform, and they also sometimes do it then, for example, for stability reasons. But in this case, then also the X3 usually would be all-wheel drive. Then they also leave the middle tunnel here in this EV version, so they can, for example, use it for more battery storage and so on, or just for stability reasons. Then here, adaptive cup holders, some more cubby hole space. And you can also just fold this middle ski hatch if you like. As for the trunk, 510 up to 1,560 liters means hardly any compromise as for that. If you compare to the combustion engine version, really square dimensions, very nicely done. This cover here is also not too bad, easy. So the only thing you lose, you don't have too much space here underneath. But I think we can really live with that. Even loading still, good quality and so on. And to fold the seats, you can also use the mechanism right here, left and right. Good solution, so a very well usable electric vehicle. Finally, something from the German premium manufacturers that is also not too big. Mid-size SUV or electric, this is something that the market will demand. Welcome to Thomas's Driving Lounge with the BMW iX3 all electric. Startup sound, yeah, I just want to show that to you one more time. Putting the lever in drive mode, and then we start all silent. Really cool. However, there's also an acoustic feedback when pushing the throttle. I'll show that to you very soon. Then we go to the sport mode, so best boost here with the rear wheel drive, and we accelerate out of the corner. See how agile this car is actually. Wow, that's awesome. Really cool. And you maybe also heard that sound. So when I'm in the sport mode, there's more acoustic feedback also. And this is supposed to give you a feeling of acceleration. So not only silent acceleration, but that you really have, some kind of a feeling of what's happening there actually. and we can also do a 0 to 100 kilometers an hour or 0 to 60 miles an hour right here. And this is, again, so easy with the electric vehicles. I don't need a launch control or something. Just push the throttle all the way. Let's go. Plop, that's it. And really powerful. And I think the electric sound is actually quite nice. You know, it gives you indeed a little bit more of a feeling of what's happening. And this can actually be quite good for driver and co-driver, because sometimes, you know, you have like a spontaneous acceleration from electric vehicles and your brain doesn't really cope with it because it's so fast and there's no sound feedback. So just as a difference, when I'm in the comfort mode and do an acceleration, and then again when I'm in the sport mode and do acceleration, you know, it's a little bit louder. You can also individualize it, either depending on the drive mode, or you can, for example, also turn it off, so electric motor sound deactivated, and then there's nothing. You know, the question is, would be looking forward to hear your feedback on that one. Would you rather go for no feedback at all, like, you know, many other electric vehicles, or would you rather have this, you know, sound feedback when accelerating? It's of course all artificial. The question is it a benefit for the customer or is it just annoying? We also had the discussion with the Porsche Taycan, where you can also turn it off, or it's also, you know, bound to a driving mode, that you more have it in the sport mode and you don't have it like in the normal comfort driving mode. I'm not sure about it yet. So, usually I was more a fan of all silent, that when it's electric, then you go all silent, but it's interesting. But I think to me it reminds me more of a combustion engine. So maybe it's interesting as a transition or so, but I don't know. What do you think, Michel? It's good or?
It's okay.
It's okay, he says?
Yeah.
I mean, would you actually activate it in the electric vehicle?
I guess I would.
Okay, Michel would. I probably would deactivate it. Speaking now. So we're 50-50. So you decide then who wins, right? Acceleration to the motorway. Let's see, you get on here in a safe spot. And so far, I mean, like, the driving agility of this vehicle is superb. It feels like a sports car. That's 120. Wow, really awesome. It's so much fun. It's definitely the most fun ride in an BMW iX3 I ever had. I mean, not only the acceleration, just the 0 to 100 kilometer acceleration would be a little bit better in a 30i or something, but here it feels actually faster. And like the, you know, like 0 to 60 kilometers, this is then, for example, faster with the all-electric version, you know, like from the standstill, to compare like, you know, comparable power combustion engines. But also from the whole driving dynamics, indeed the center of gravity is lower with this vehicle, so the steering input is really good, and you feel the low center of, wow, it's really amazing. I can just stress that due to the low center of gravity, the car feels so sporty. It, like, from the sporty characteristics, it does not feel like a grown-up SUV anymore. It really rather feels like a sporty 3 Series sedan or so. That's really amazing. So the, you know, enormous additional weight due to this battery pack is not playing bad with the car or something. It really affects the car in a very, very positive way. And I mean, I even would have fun like to drive it on a racetrack now. This is, yeah, I'm totally flabbergasted what they've done here with the iX3. So definitely, I can already tell you right now, if you have the charging infrastructure and if the price is somewhat okay, BMW wants to lower the prices also for the iX3 in comparison to the combustion engine models. Like, not cheaper than the combustion engine, but wants to, even out this, this price difference a little bit. So if you can do that, just driving wise, for the customer experience from the driving, this electric version here beats all other combustion engines. It's so much fun to drive. It's really amazing. It's amazing. So, and then let's drive a little bit faster on the motorway. We can also do that. We are right now at the moment unlimited speed. Oh, come on, let's go to sports mode once more. And even here in the high speed areas, you can still accelerate very well, 160 kilometers an hour. Wow. And how silent and stable the car is remaining. Adaptive suspension is standard for this vehicle. Here in the sports mode, it's set a little bit stiffer, but great balance between comfort and sportiness, even here with the 20-inch wheels. So 19-inch would be a little bit more comfortable, but 20-inch still work. Here at 170 kilometers an hour, we start to pick up a little bit of wind noise, but still, I mean, we're driving an SUV. It's an upright car, and it's super silent. Also here, high speed on the motorway. Wow, so awesome, so flawless here in the driving. I'm really, really impressed. Good overview also to the rear, to the sides, upright building style. This is like a very, very good mid-size SUV, and I mean, just from the customer experience, from driving and what it delivers, probably now one of the best mid-size SUV overall. Yeah, I can just stress it again. If you then go for the Sensortech seats with the base comfort seats, even better. They deliver you a little bit more comfort and also, you know, follow more this sustainability approach of the whole electric vehicle. Then it's really all fine and doing so well here on the motorway, definitely. I mean, this was here now quite heavy in the, you know, acceleration and so on. So when I go to the journey data here now, then it tells us like a very high electric consumption figure. So yeah, more than 25 kilowatt hours in 100 kilometers. That's of course when we really like floor it all out. What we really want to find out is the range realistic according to the energy consumption. And so I'll reset it here now and then start the driving part, you know, with more like what about efficiency and so on and so on. So we reset individual, also set the cruise control here. There's the assistant driving function or just the distance control. So both is actually available. And with the assisted driving, the car is also keeping me in the lane like this. Active lane keeping assist and quite good centered, not too intrusive. There's also blind spot monitor, we can see it right here, and when I put the turning indicators, then also starts to flash as an additional warning. So assistance wise, here also keeping the distance to the car in front of us. And this we're also really playing together with the electric drive of the vehicle. So what's happening? I'm at the moment in normal driving mode, and it's about the adaptive recuperation. This is standard for the vehicle. So when I'm just rolling, the car is not recuperating at all, using rolling energy, which is more efficient if you want to cover more distance. Then, if you want to decelerate anyway, recuperation makes sense, of course, instead of using the normal brakes. And that's happening when you use the normal brakes. That's happening when you are in this B mode, or stronger recuperation, but also then here in the adaptive recuperation mode. So when the car is in front of us here now and they are decelerating, also the adaptive recuperation does that. So I'm gaining back the energy. Or when like there's a next intersection or when there's a next traffic light, for example, then this adaptive recuperation is active, and thus BMW claims is the most efficient driving mode. The B mode would be the mode you go in for when you want the one pedal feeling. However, the thing is, when this adaptive recuperation is really so intelligent, probably you won't need it. And then it's actually good when you have situations. I'll cancel the cruise control now. Let's just test it. So I'm running towards this truck, and indeed, strong recuperation without setting cruise control or something. So it works without GPS data, without cruise control and so on, no problem. And here now, again in front of the truck, strong recuperation. So that works very well. Now the truck is gone beside. I was using the force, you know, just to like, yeah, that's okay, yeah. So now here there's a free road in front of us. Then I leave the throttle. No recuperation, we're rolling. Not sure if you can see that here, also in the instruments. It's just like, you know, this arrow is on the base 0 line. So once again, leaving the throttle, no recuperation. Here, truck, automatic recuperation. That's that's very well done. What a cool system. So this really gives you more efficiency because, again, when you want to cover more distance, rolling is more efficient, of course, than getting on the throttle and recuperate again. So rolling overall makes more sense, unless then again, if you want to reduce the speed anyway. And in this case, I think most of the time I really like to have strong recuperation modes with the electric vehicles or plug-in hybrids. But when you have a mechanism like this, I think you can easily leave it in this automatic mode, leave it in this adaptive recuperation mode, and you're probably even happier because the car really adapts it to the according situation. And I think that's really, really well done. What would be the difference? Here the B mode. So when I get off the throttle, strong recuperation and it's really notable deceleration. But that's always happening then. It also has like a signaling arrow then in this digital instrument for that. So always then when I get off the throttle, it's like this. Maybe you say I want to drive an electric vehicle like this. Then you can still do it. It's not the standard mode when you put in the D mode, but at least you still have the choice to do so. But I found this approach here with the adaptive recuperation really, really interesting. So, more and more things we learn about this, these electric vehicles. So now when we take a look, we had more like constant speed now, and this about the 16 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers, fuel economy, or energy economy, we have to say now. So used to these vocabularies. And 16 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers would actually exactly hit the projected official range figure of 460 kilometers or 285 miles. So this is also quite impressive. For a mid-size SUV, this is indeed quite efficient. We can even bring it a little bit down. I mean, like 1 or 20 kilometers an hour is not like the ideal best fuel economy test for an electric vehicle. Like something between 80, 90, 100 would be the best for a combustion engine. And also here, when you put it like 80 kilometers an hour cruise control, because it would be even better here for that. Because the thing is, we get off the motorway very soon now. The thing is with the combustion engines, they have a sweet spot as for the efficient consumption. So when you say like cruise control 100 kilometers an hour or something, that will be kind of most efficient. But with electric vehicles is the faster you go, the higher consumption is, period. So it will be lower with lower speeds. There's no like a sweet spot of best consumption. It's just lower or higher. And that's why we can also score better fuel economy than if we just drive slower with this vehicle. But this is also realistic everyday driving figure, when we're on the motorway and, maybe commuting to work with 120 kilometers an hour, like, 60 to 70 miles an hour or something. So this is really, really realistic. And we now see that when we recuperate a little bit more, then the consumption even goes down a little bit more. And we also have now some like countryside driving and see how that, evolves. But so far, the impression is really, that's also what BMW claimed, and I was, skeptical about that at first. So they said that they didn't put the battery bigger. They wanted to cover more range with being more efficient. Also, for example, like in the front, these air channels or air curtains that go from the front to the wheel arches, we know it from combustion engine models, that would increase efficiency. Then the aero wheels, that also optimize the wind flow in the wheel arches. Then the heat pump, especially when it's cold. Today, 7.5 degrees Celsius. It's not too warm, actually. So the heat pump also plays a role for that, definitely. And also this new motor design they have, which is more efficient if they also compare it to like the BMW i3, which was the initial all-electric project now. So this has been made definitely more efficient here, also with a synchronous motor. So far, really good in performance. The driving, the handling is superb. And now also the efficiency figure is actually quite good. It's even getting better. So now we had some more regenerative braking moments. We're about 13 kWh more kilometers. This would even exceed the official range figures. So yeah, I think, I'm really, really impressed. So once again, to me, the problem with electric mobility is rather the infrastructure. Sometimes prices are, of course, still higher. Then you have sometimes like governmental, benefits or something that even that out. The driving experience is meanwhile, if you don't miss like a V8 sound or something, driving experience is probably the best with the electric vehicles, just from a customer perspective. Range is getting better and better with the batteries, or also with more efficiency. And when you're driving like 20,000 miles, 40,000 kilometers a year, then maybe combustion engine is still better for you. But for most shorter ways and everyday commuting, electric vehicles are more suitable actually. To me, it's really about, do you have a proper charging infrastructure which relieves stress for fueling up the vehicle instead of annoying you. That's, to me, I think, like the crucial thing. When you have a bad infrastructure, then the electric vehicles won't be fun. When you have good charging infrastructure, when you can just plug it in at home, then you have a lot of fun. Now some countryside driving. So this will be like not too slow speed, but also not really super high speeds. And we can really have also a joyride with this vehicle when it would be nicer weather. We could also open the roof. At the moment we just leave a lot of light in, and the car really feels so well balanced. And indeed, experience we have had now for quite some time, that the electric vehicles are really more fun to drive, and the added weight is something which is rather an asset to the vehicle, gives more stability on the road, actually puts the center of gravity lower, told you about that initially, and makes the car even more agile in the corners. Here again, direct response from the steering and so on. Yeah, and once again, the adaptive recuperation is working very well. And by the way, when you go on the brakes, you can accelerate here. Wow, spontaneous acceleration, awesome, just awesome. Really like it. Is like, this is a sports car, this is an SUV, this is an efficient vehicle, it's a comfortable one. I'm really absolutely blown away. And I've driven like 2,000 cars now in my life, and that doesn't happen that often, that I'm really like so satisfied with almost everything in detail, besides the seating surfaces set up here. So that really speaks for itself. And I know the BMW iX3 for previous generation, this generation. We've been driving it in so many different engine versions, also in the M version and so on. And this is by so far the best and most striking version they've done. Yeah, this is in driving, in all aspects, top notch.
And now to our conclusion for today with the all-new BMW iX3, the EV of the X3. First of all, exterior, the basic dimensions are of course the same, it's not too different. The blue accentuations, I found them pretty cool. I think it's a unique design feature, but again, as I said, you can also de-pick them if you rather want a normal look, as it is also with the combustion engine models. Interior, you have reasonable space, as you know from the X3, and you already have an upright, grown-up SUV feeling and seating positions. And there are also no compromises here for the electric version, so you can also very well use the trunk and so on. A high build quality as well. A little bit sad that they do not offer more animal skin alternatives, but you can get the base comfort seats then with the Sensatec. That will do just fine, just not in this test vehicle here today. And also then the Sensatec both in black and also in this brown color. So the color is the same for today, also available if you want a little bit more spiced up color right there. Then driving wise, it's just phenomenal. It drives so well. It is sporty due to the low center of gravity. Due to the additional weight, it feels so sporty in driving. It has a spontaneous acceleration. This is also really cool, especially from the get-go. So just a flawless driving experience, both super sporty, agile and fun.
at the same time can be driven very efficiently. So even at higher autobahn speeds, if you put cruise control, 16 kilowatt hours on 1 kilometer is a realistic figure. So that would indeed be the official range of 460 kilometers or 285 miles. So quite impressed as for that. They obviously really found an efficient concept here for their new all-electric vehicle. And this strategy here, that they put the very same core car and not put a separate EV platform, this will be the same now for all BMW Group vehicles. When we see, for example, the BMW i4, which will, so to speak, the electrified 3 or 4 series, this will basically follow the same concept. So very interesting to see also this different strategy now from the Volkswagen AG, for example. And yeah, I can just stress again, this is to me one of the best vehicles of the year in driving, especially efficient and fun at the same time. And I mean, it's not a new vehicle at all. The BMW X3 in this generation has been out there. Of course, now the electrified version is now all new. But it's really interesting how an existing vehicle can be made so much better as for the whole experience you have with that you are basically blown away. And that doesn't happen so often when I drive the new cars. So really, really cool. The question is then, again, as I said in the driving part, do you have the proper charging infrastructure? And is your driving profile like not, salesman, 50,000 kilometers, 30,000 miles a year? So if you don't commute like every day so many miles or kilometers, and if you have the charging infrastructure, then the electrified version is also very interesting. Sadly, the BMW iX3, the electric version, will not be sold in the US so far. BMW does not expect this to be a significant market. Would like to hear the comments from our friends in the US to that. They expect China to be the main market, and then of course also Europe. And as for pricing, the very first communicated price was 68,000 euros for the German market. However, this is also a highly spec'd vehicle, so you have a lot of included equipment already if you compare to the base X3. And then if you put a high-spec X3 combustion engine, the difference is not that large anymore. Then if you count in some governmental benefits and tax benefits, it can be even out a little bit more. And BMW also announced that they want to, step by step reduce the price of the iX3 to get it closer to the combustion engine models. What else was criticized here? That this car is only built in China for the world market. Quality-wise, you do not see any difference to X3 that is built in Spartanburg in the US, or for example, also if you think about BMWs that are built in Germany or something, so they have the same quality measures and so on, and the same standards as for that. Still, some people rather want to have a BMW built in Germany or in the US. You can also, of course, understand that. And last but not least, what's your opinion here on the BMW iX3? Really looking forward to your questions and also to your opinion in the comments. It's a very, very interesting vehicle, and yeah, as I said, to me, one of the most striking ones of the year. Although it's based on an existing vehicle, but even interesting that by electrifying it, you can actually make it so much better. We have a nice set of vehicles here for you today with an interesting comparison of the Volvo XC40 versus Volvo C40, Volvo's compact SUV EVs. And not only the comparison between these, but also front-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive, low trim versus high trim, small battery versus big battery. All of that to come here on Autogefühl with Thomas. Let's start with the XC40 in the front. The EV version has the closed front grille in the striking red color. But soon, with the model year upgrade to come, it will look the very same like the C40 from the front. So both models will not be differentiated by the front design anymore soon. You can see here this design is even cleaner and will also define future Volvo models to come. The C40 is only available as the all-electric version. The lights, you can see here the Thor's Hammer LED signature, and these here also the so-called pixel LED lights. This is a matrix option that is to come for the XC40 soon as well. 4.43 meters or 174 inches is the length, both the same. The difference is indeed here the roof line. The XC40 continues it in a typical SUV shape, whereas the C40 falls down, looks a little bit sexier definitely, and this is indeed also better as for the wind efficiency, for the resistance. Yeah, but it's not that it would be a huge range difference as for that. But definitely, and also here in that white color here, the C40 really looks striking, doesn't it? Wheels, by the way, further down below. In the US and UK, you always get a 20-inch. In Germany, we could also get 19-inch. You know, yeah, we Germans, we like to do understatement from time to time. Maybe you've seen it here. They use disc brakes also in the rear. We've recently seen EVs with drum brakes in the rear a lot of the time. Here, these are the 19-inch wheels. There you can see the difference. 19 here and 20 on the other one, of course, look a little bit more impressive. However, comfort-wise, always try to go for the smallest ones. In the rear, it's interesting to play with these light signatures here, the vertical one in the XC40, and since you have here this rather flat window, they had to do something differently here, and they wanted to create the longest LED strip in the Volvo ever. But then again, this piece wasn't available all, you know, as one, so they had to make a cut here, and then there is this gap. And then they say, it looked maybe weird when there's just this gap and then this is the stripe, so they want to have a continuing gap folder, and this is the reason why they came up with this idea. Here, once again, also with this small spoiler lip, it just looks a little bit more striking, the C40. But will it also have a downside on the interior? We'll soon find out. And here, when it's a little bit darker, you can see how this rear lamp here builds up. Pretty cool effect, right? It looks really amazing. Also when I close the vehicle. Yeah, there we go. And the turning indicators, well, not that spectacular in comparison. Here with the XC40, you can see it looks a little bit different. And in the front, the turning indicators replace the front daytime running light each. Pretty nice. And difference, front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, is of course also top speed and the acceleration figures. Top speed, 180 kilometers an hour or 112 miles per hour versus 160 kilometers an hour or 100 miles an hour. So little difference then. Acceleration figure, this is more significant, whereas the all-wheel drive model is less than 5 seconds in the acceleration figure. The front-wheel drive model is more than 7 seconds, so 2.5 seconds difference. And interestingly, the C40 is 0.2 seconds quicker than the XC40. As for batteries, 75 kilowatt hours net for the big one, 67 kilowatt hours net for the small one. Just an 8 kilowatt hours gap. That's actually a pretty small gap, but then again, since with the small battery I get the front wheel drive and with the big battery the all-wheel drive, 2 electric motors, there is a price difference of 7,500 euros, and then it might be a budgetary wise decision to go for the smaller one. Well, range-wise, it's very interesting. On the one hand, you have less capacity of the battery, but then again, one electric motor only is more efficient in the driving, and the maximum range estimate, well, we've tested these vehicles in summertime already, maximum 400 kilometers or 250 miles in good conditions, you know, with very low temperatures, rather than something 350 kilometers, 220 miles. But we'll see how it goes today. Front-wheel drive, small battery versus all-wheel drive, big battery. Later on then, our concise figures for today. Charging, 11 kilowatt AC, 150 kilowatt max DC, but the charging curve does fall quite quickly, so you are at about 37 minutes when you charge from 10 to 80% state of charge. Well, and is there a frunk? Yes, there is. Here, for example, with a spot for the charging cable. As for the trunk or boot comparison, 419 liters versus 413. So here 6 liters more, but the reason is they are measuring that below this cover always. So below the cover there's hardly any difference, and you can see you can very well fit your luggage in here. This is a separate splitter. Here you can have your charging cable here, or you can also put this one up. I can show that the other vehicle is a very practical thing. So you see the normal impression is actually quite the same, because here with C40, let's open that, the only thing you lose here, besides the 6 liter, is the area up here, because even this area here has the same height. It's just the area up there that you lose a little bit. The normal length here is 90 centimeters or 35 inches. The total length is at 1.70 meters or 66 inches, around that. And here I can also show you what I meant with putting this one up. For example, when you want to put a backpack upright in here, this is a practical splitting solution. Car key and door closing sound. very solid like that. Now we show you the low trim level first. You can get it both for the XC40 and also in future for the C40. But here also in low trim level you have soft touch here, that's quite cool. Then you can get a dark felt here, and they also use a lot of recycling share in this vehicle already, so really making it more sustainable for the whole journey basically. And in the low trim level you start with the plain black fabric seats, but they are also very breathable in summertime. That is the advantage of them, and it's just, you know, rather simple, and you can also try to keep the price down a little bit more. And then here, some things I want to show you. First of all, you can also get a blue felt inside here, so if you want it a little bit more colorful. The orange is gladly gone now, and the C40 already comes here with this, you know, structured elements right there. It's also backlit, pretty cool. And here in the higher trim, you can also go for these different bolsters. So this is called Microtech, so it's a leatherette. It feels really soft and really premium, but it's animal free completely. And also here the inside is then covered with microfiber. With the product upgrades, you will also be able to select a full Microtech seat. So this material here all over the seat if you want to wipe it clean easier. And also a rather bright seat, but then with wool share. So now directly hop from one seat to another. And yeah, the surface here with the microfiber where I'm sitting on it now, when you feel it with your hands, it's of course more sophisticated, more premium. And then the leatherette has a cool, clean look and so on. But to me, you know, it's rather about looks, because when you sit on the seat, there is not much comfort difference. So it's more about, you know, look and feel and so on. And I would say in wintertime, the microfiber might be a little bit cozier. In summertime, the fabric might be a little bit, you know, more breathable. So I would say when you want to spend the money and you're living in a rather cold climate and you like this cool, you know, sophisticated thing, then you go for the microfiber. Other than that, you can also stay with the fabric. And here in the rear, also soft touch at the inside of the door. So the build quality we see here, I'm really satisfied with that. And once again, this Microtech, this leatherette material they have here, it has a very, very interesting surface. Yeah, it's really fun to cuddle it a little bit. But here in the rear then, also with the blue floor mats here, I think the styling is pretty cool. And the thing is here, when you have bright, light, white floor mats, like with the EQS recently, it's a catastrophe. But here with the, you know, bluish color, you don't see dirt on it that quickly. So here now, headroom, this is the one with the panoramic roof, but the C40 here has a fixed panoramic roof. You can see it, you cannot open it. And when I put my spine up, then I do hit my head at the ceiling with 186 or 6'1". If I'm a little bit more relaxed, it works. So that's the only catch with the C40, you lose a little bit of headroom. Here, as for the knee room, when I'm with the tall driver in the front, it does exactly fit. It's not the longest vehicle. It's not a purpose-built EV platform yet. I think it's okay. However, you do have that huge middle tunnel here. You can very well see, due to the blue contrasting color right here, huge middle tunnel. That's also one drawback. And here the XC40. First of all, I can put my spine up and do not hit the ceiling with my head. So little bit more headroom here, that's the advantage. So when you have Michael Jordan kids in the rear, better go for the XC40. If you want cool looks on the outside, no kids, then the C40 it is. And here, also difference, you have the panoramic roof, which you can also open. It doesn't look that cool then, because you have that split bar in here, but then you can also open it and leave some fresh air in. And you also have then the cover for really hot summer days. Well, and fun fact, I want to show you how to close the panoramic roof cover now, or maybe how to open it here, but I'm sitting here in the rear now. But then again, here in the front, I cannot control anything because the car has this sensor in the seat if a driver is present. So that I can activate the car, I now do this. I activate the sensor now, and then I can open the roof or close the cover and so on. So this way here, open the panoramic roof like this. There's this strange slider here in the front, by the way, so this is more complicated than with real buttons, #capacitive BS. So in this way then you slide forward, then there, you have no feeling for it. But then here with this shade. But it's very interesting with the sensor, so obviously it just needs like one press and there's the driver present. Clean Scandinavian layout for the cockpit, soft touch here. And then you have these, these structured inlets here, very beautiful. 9-inch vertical screen. We know it from older Volvos, but there's of course the different software here at the moment with a 360-degree view. Steering wheel cover also now animal free, so there's no animal leather in this vehicle whatsoever, and also real buttons on the steering wheel. That's also good here, for example, left side for the cruise control. Soon more to the instruments. And here one big button here, definitely still for the volume control. That's good to have. Temperature control, however, you have to do then here in the screen or use the voice input. Set temperature to 22 degrees.
Okay, changing the temperature to 22 degrees.
That took a while and is also a proof of concept that I think you should still have manual climate knobs. Lower console, either USB-C charger or inductive charging pad underneath. Oh, there's schmoozy. And then adaptive cup holders right here, and then you have this little red cover and can fold up for a lot more space underneath, actually. That's quite nice. Now this 9-inch infotainment system, Android Automotive based, that's of course pretty cool. Here, the lower part, temperature control. So yeah, not too easy to control, very small also. Here, heated seats, heated steering wheel. Then you either have this main view or this app view, so this available, but the main menu is usually enough. The maps here, it's actually pretty cool. So very responsive, really fast, and you can always use the good voice activation. Mercedes, Audi and BMW have paid billions for their infotainment systems, and they're worse than this, and Volvo just says, excuse me, Mr. Google, can you do me the infotainment system? And there it is. And I will save your phones from getting activated now. Hey, famous search engine, drive me to Frankfurt. I cheated a little bit and pressed the button. So that went pretty quick. And when you want the optimum charging stops on the route, you hit it here, add charging stops, and then you have the suggestions like when should you charge on the route. This is of course a very long route than here for an electric vehicle with the range like this. So responsive, good map guidance, great voice input. That's all you need. Hey, but what about Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, the smartphone connectivity? Android Auto, they say, well, it's an Android system, you don't need it. And Apple CarPlay is to come, but we don't know yet where. It's been due for a long time. Here the instruments, very clear to read. I like them. You can either have them like this, simplified, or then the map full screen. That's pretty cool. The only thing I don't like is you only have battery state of charge here on the lower end and never kilometers or miles, unless you go on very, very low battery status, then it switches. But you cannot switch it yourself, and I think that's a mistake. By the way, here sound system by Harman Kardon is an optional one and has to me a very rich, true sound. I also like the Harman Kardon sound systems in the BMWs, and at Mercedes, of course, the Burmester sound system. So at the moment, these two are to me among the best. Yeah, beautiful. Synchro, 1, 2, 3. Jetzt nur Sommer alle Woche. Welcome to Thomas's driving lounge here, starting with the Volvo XC40 front-wheel drive. However, we just happen to have the XC40 as front-wheel drive today, so you can also say the same about the C40 then with front-wheel drive. So now we're going to investigate what about front-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive, and also is there a difference between XC40 and C40 in driving. Do you need more power, and do you need the bigger battery actually? Here from a traffic light. 50. So of course you don't have the biggest punch. The steering wheel does give you some feedback because you just have the front wheel drive, but you see it's actually reasonably quick. So for city driving, the front wheel drive is definitely fast enough. We'll soon also head out to the motorway and see if there is then something like, we need more power or something. But for city driving, definitely more than enough. In general, about this vehicle, it feels great as a city vehicle, low center of gravity because of the battery pack. Steering input here is really good. feels precise and also natural. Here I have a map guidance set at the moment, centered screen, and I also have it full screen here on the instruments, so very well to read. And of course the Google Maps guidance is really good. Oh, there's a squirrel across the road. Therefore we always need to pay attention to the road, of course, and not always look at the camera. So therefore I'm not watching at the camera too often, actually, due to squirrels, definitely. And maybe also humans. So here now, slalom, a little bit, yeah, it's a lot of fun. So also when you compare like combustion engine versions from the XC40 to this one here, the EV version is clearly the most fun to drive. It's spontaneous in the acceleration, it has a better center of gravity. Although it is heavier as for the weight, it's just more fun to drive. Suspension is actually a good compromise. We've had recently a lot of EVs where the suspension is just too rough, too stiff. Worst in the Tesla Model 3 and in the Model Y, super stiff. But even in the Ioniq 5 and in the Kia EV6, the suspensions are just so stiff. Here in the XC40 EV, it is stiffer than in the combustion engine versions, also to cope with that increased weight and so on. However, I think here it's still a good compromise. If you are in a market which allows the 19-inch wheels, I would go with them, because 20-inch wheels of course always cost you a little bit of comfort. But considering there are 20-inch wheels here underneath this vehicle, beautiful area of Hamburg with a lot of old villas and so on, by the way. So yeah, try to go with 19-inch if you can actually pick them. So the whole driving feeling of this vehicle is really flawless. You can use it very well in city, but also long term. The Volvo seats have great ergonomics, and I'm feeling more comfortable on these seats here than recently with the Mercedes EQS, because the ergonomics that Volvo is using is just better, you know. Now, no matter also which surface you have, the base seat, you know, like the construction of the seat is just very good. That's one thing that I really love about the Volvo vehicles. Oh, that was interesting. That was the emergency braking assist that was kind of starting, because there was someone coming from the right. I did feel something, you know, like a warning in the steering also, but didn't like really start to brake fully. But yeah, they have packed it all full of assistance systems, definitely. You also have the cruise control right here, either set as a speed limiter or a cruise control, and then also depending on the trim level. And you can also get a blind spot monitor, which is also built in here. So and so far, all the assistance systems, when you have the adaptive cruise control and so on, they are working very flawlessly. And now there's something very interesting happened road-wise, because we're in, as I said, in Hamburg here today, and the so-called Zürichstraße is actually Europe's only one-way road which has a special feature, and it switches the direction of the one-way depending on the time. And you can see here, I'm not sure if you can see it on camera, but I can, on the left, I could not go left at this moment. This is like an adaptive sign. And when I would go left, I would, you know, be against the law. And it says between, you know, 4 and 12, there's like a changing point. And now I'm actually going in the proper direction. And it can be really funny when you, for example, park at the side of the road. Here it says like, yeah, it's blocked from 12 to 4. So, yeah, that's, you really have to think about this, you know. Here, once again, the sign says, are we wrong? We are right, right? We are right.
12 to 4.
Yeah, 12 to 4 is like,
It's closed.
so it's like in half an hour we're not allowed to drive here, right? So now it's like 11:15, but in half an hour we would be breaking the law if we would go the same way now. That's interesting. And then, yeah. I mean, it must be crazy when you're living in the street, right? And then, so they say there's like a rule. So when you park next to here, like right along the street, you might be facing the wrong direction. And they don't want people to, you know, turn all the way all day on the street. So then it's allowed to drive a little way, like a little piece in the wrong direction, even at that time, and then turn at the next intersection. Okay. Welcome to Germany. And now motorway, acceleration 80 to 120 kilometers an hour with the front wheel drive. Oh, that's it. Still reasonable, still a nice punch. And then it would start to get, a little bit slower. It's very windy outside today, therefore maybe there's a lot of wind noise, more than usually would be. Noise insulation in general is actually quite decent in this vehicle, just at really, really high speeds, but it's also not meant to be, Here at 120 kilometers an hour, this is here like a current electric. You got that? A current electric consumption? Yes, thank you so much. Here, it's funny, okay? Yeah. Here we have around 35 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. So you see here on motorway, consumption goes up quite quickly. In general, in city traffic so far, we're more at less than 20 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. But we see here, also due to the building form of the vehicle, it's not that aerodynamic. Indeed, motorway electric consumption is somewhat of a problem, and that would mean that the range significantly drops then at these speeds. But with a mix of city traffic and some motorway at different speeds, we end up here at the moment at some 22 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. That's 50 with the all-wheel drive version. Yeah, racing from traffic light to traffic light, of course, doesn't really make sense. That was just for testing purposes now. But you saw the difference. I mean, especially that difference, 0 to 50. I mean, wow, huge difference. So this all-wheel drive version here has a lot more boost and punch. It's actually that aggressive in the acceleration that it especially applies a lot of G-forces on the passengers.
Yes.
Yes. Cornelius is still alive. Yeah, gladly. Yeah, but you really have to be gentle with the pedal there. There's a big question, like, do we still call it throttle pedal then? Or shall we call it energy pedal then? Or just pedal? Maybe different discussion next time. So one pedal driving feeling definitely here. You just use the pedal and that one pedal and that's it. So you have a strong recuperation as soon as you lift your foot off the throttle or the pedal, and there's no recuperation setting here also. On the one hand you can say, hey, that's beautiful here, Hamburg Ulster. It does make things easy when you can't set anything and you just have to learn driving this one pedal driving, because here now gently off the throttle that you can finally dose, like when am I coming to a stop, and you learn that quite quickly. And it indeed also then comes here to a full stop. And then when you also gently apply the throttle, gently lift it again, then your passengers can also live with that. I think they found a good setup here. Electric driving, EV driving is about the one pedal driving mainly. I think it's a good decision because safety thing, when you lift your foot off the throttle and then switch in that split second, you're already decelerating. That might be a safety factor indeed. It's of course not a safety factor if you recuperate too harsh all the time and someone hits you in the back or something. The brake light is being activated, by the way. That's really according to the deceleration moment you have. And since this is a harsh recuperation, when you really lift your foot, then the brake lights also appear. So indeed, the main difference then from the drive, all-wheel drive, is that really spontaneous power. You just have to be a little bit more gentle with that, definitely. With the front-wheel drive model, you can more or less drive like with a combustion engine in same spec, but here you basically have a performance car, definitely, and so you always know you have more than you could actually use. Yeah, but the driving feeling itself is pretty much similar then, besides of the acceleration. And also, since we are now here in the C40, Is there any difference we could feel? Only when I look to the rear mirror, then I see, yeah, okay, the overview to the rear is a little bit worse than with the XC40. So that's one disadvantage. It's just a smaller window than there in the rear. I can still see to the rear, yes, but definitely the XC40 delivers a better overview. When we soon come to the motorway, we do another acceleration at higher speeds, and also as for the energy consumption figure, now we have two biases in a different direction. First of all, told you earlier, the aerodynamics of the C40 are a little bit better. Indeed, in the 0 to 100 kilometers or 62 miles an hour acceleration figure is 0.2 seconds advantage for the C40, because especially in that area like 60 to 100, the aerodynamic effect already plays a role. That also means here in the city, doesn't matter. But when you're driving at motorway speeds, the C40 will be more efficient. However, in this spec here, we have the big battery. The small battery we just had in the XC40, and also one electric motor more here. So we have a little bit more weight than here. So more weight can lead to a higher consumption. Then again, C40 low. So maybe the effect will be evened out. But the major thing is, this is the same platform. It's more or less the same vehicle. I don't expect too much difference actually. The main difference will appear when you really use this power. So when you drive both vehicles, front-wheel drive and all-wheel drive, in the very same gentle way, you know, or in comparison to here you do have the power available. When you then only like what I did at the beginning, like speed the vehicle from traffic light to traffic light, or drive like big accelerations, super high speed in the motorway, then of course the consumption will be much higher. But let's see what we will score. Now motorway driving with the all-wheel drive C40 when we're already at speed, so 80 kilometers to 120 kilometers an hour, same as before. Let's go. Plop, that's it. Okay, that's a massive difference. Wow. This is really a performance car. Yeah. I mean, it's 2.5 seconds and that it's quicker in the initial acceleration, but here, even at higher speeds, it's still so much quicker. It really feels like a performance vehicle, no doubt. And even here, it's so quick. You can see that the front hood, you see it on camera actually, at the front, when I'm hitting the accelerator pedal, it's like a G-Class accelerating now, because the weight is being shifted to the rear. And then we have that, wow, super powerful acceleration. So if you're an acceleration friend, then this will give you so much more fun. And of course, when you're thinking you would drive even faster on a motorway, well, then of course you still have more punch. Here at 120 kilometers an hour, still around 30 kilowatt hours more kilometers. As for the consumption, here now cruise control, and set it here on the left side, still with real buttons. Good to have that, definitely. And here now also the speed is being reduced immediately. We can also check out the blind spot monitor here on the right side. Let's see, should appear right now. There we go. You see this kind of red boomerang. It's a very nice integration. When you hit the turning indicator, then you even get a flashing warning, for example. Works, of course, both sides. So motorway-wise, all-wheel drive is definitely the way to go. And C40, XC40, I think it's really a thing of which passengers do you have in the back there? Do you need that extra trunk height above the cover? Yeah, but then efficiency, of course, when you drive a lot of motorway, will be better with the C40. But I think at the end of the day, it's more or less a question of design. And here the all-wheel drive consumption is very interesting. So around 24-25 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. So that's almost 40 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. That means, around 4 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers more than with the front-wheel drive with a small battery. Well, that means the concise range here today would be just over 300 kilometers and barely 200 miles at 7-8 degrees Celsius. So not that cold, but already quite cold. So you see here, this car does have a heat pump, and now from the new model years it will also be standard. From the lowest trim level they have the heat pump. That's of course really good. However, indeed the Volvo XC40 and the C40, they are not the most efficient electric vehicles. That's the downside. Most other aspects we've seen here today, as for the driving fun and so on, really great. But the other competitors, some of them are really better as for the efficiency. As for front-wheel drive with small battery or all-wheel drive with a bigger battery, well, we did have higher consumption here with the all-wheel drive, so 3 to 4 kilowatt hours on 1 kilometers more. And that means that the range will be more or less the same, because on the one hand you have smaller battery but less consumption. On the other hand, bigger battery, but a little bit higher consumption. So this won't be the biggest effect then overall. Very interesting finding for today. Why is the Tesla Model 3 the most sold EV worldwide? We're going to find out. And will it stay that way? Well, first time here on our channel, the Standard Range Plus model, SR Plus, in the facelifted version, rear-wheel drive only, the version that most people will buy. Why? Let's find out. And let's start with the things I love and the things I hate. Things I love. The range, even here with a 55 kilowatt hour net battery in the Standard Range Plus model, 400 kilometers or 250 miles, really efficient. Then of course the supercharging network. In general, the very clean interior design. Oh yes, and that you can also get a wide interior as an option. With the facelift, the new microfiber inductive charging pads. And the sporty driving performance already with the SR Plus model. What I don't like, the decor element here at the dashboard is too bright when you pick the wide seat version. The speed is just displayed here in the upper left corner. No instruments. You could solve it with head-up display, but there is none. And what I don't like either are the panel gaps, for example here at the interior and the rear. They still need to fix these things. Yeah, I know, maybe that's a very German thing to criticize. Busted. Oh yes, and they still have some sharp edges where there are supposed to be none. To open or close the vehicle, here you need the key card, hold it at the B pillar or use your smartphone here as the mobile key. But I don't know, I'm just the type of guy, I need the classic key fobs. I don't trust the other things, do you? However, gladly you can also order a classic key fob here for the Tesla Model 3 just by the accessory shop. Sleek design in front, there are the turning indicators and the daytime running lights. And you can see here, these are the standard 18-inch wheels. And I would recommend to stick with these because they are smaller, have more dampening comfort, and they also have the aerodynamic style. Yes, the bigger ones look cooler, but these here do a better comfort job and they're also cheaper. And you know we are a channel of details, so here the VIN, F for Fremont, so this car comes from the US. C it would be when it came from China. So when they will have vehicles from Berlin plant, or Brandenburg, that's where it actually is, from the German plant that is supposed to be built, will they have a B then in there? Or a G for Germany? And since the facelift here, the frame here is in black, also so-called chrome delete, because there was chrome before. And once again, 18-inch wheels here, and they correspond now a little bit better, because when they are dark and also the frame is dark right here, and also the door handles here stay in black, this works very well then with the black wheels. So what do you think? In 5.6 seconds to 1 kilometers or 5.3 seconds to 60 miles an hour, it's the acceleration figure here with the rear-wheel drive model, the SR Plus Standard Range Plus model. If you go for the long range model with the all-wheel drive, 1.5 seconds faster or even faster with the upgrade or then with the true performance model. Some people say it's not a premium interior. Well, it's clean and some parts are premium. For example, also the seats. This very soft leatherette surface, animal free, and also the steering wheel is animal free. So Tesla shows everyone how to do that in a more sustainable way. Getting inside is really easy because you have this easy entry function. So I have this position here set to an easy entry mode. And then when I start driving, I have my personal seating position. Seat comes forward and the steering wheel comes towards me. That's good. I have a comfortable seating position here and I also have enough headroom here with one with A6 or 6 with 1. However, We talked about in the Polestar 2 comparison episode, the seats are not that much optimized for tall people, so they can still fix some things there for the future, maybe different, more ergonomic seat form or something. The panoramic roof, of course, is super fancy, but we have the feedback from customers in really hot states that they say the AC cannot really cope with that when the sun is really shining in there. And I have actually also interesting experience, because the ladies always tell me, what kind of climate is in this vehicle? Everything here in the top is so hot, and in the lower area with the feet then, when the AC is on, is so cold. I'm not feeling comfortable here. Yeah, so that's maybe a thing they need to fix. But at least, of course, it's always good when everything up here is really hot, right? And then here in the infotainment system, usually you have everything in the controls right here. You do your setup once, like display and what driving modes you want to be in. Acceleration I usually leave with chill. This is also here a Thomas setup, so you can put your own user account. Here's the energy consumption, really efficient. Talking more about that later also during the driving part. So everything is rather straightforward if you want set it. Just setting the AC, I like to have separate controls for that. However, you can also use the voice input. Set temperature to 22 degrees. Yay. Oh, and by the way here, when you click on it, and then you also have this slider, so this is another possibility to control it a little bit fast. And this rear view camera here is also a great resolution. And then in the rear it does work for tall adults. It's not the most comfortable seating position here in the rear. Also headroom wise is no problem, but yeah, again, not the most ideal seating position, but also not bad. And the trunk area is really cool here. Easily fit the cabin trolley and this huge box underneath. For example, also for storing charging cables if you need them. So you can put even the suitcase here just in this lower case and then still have a decent length. And that is more than a meter or more than 40 inches. And of course you have the frunk in the Model 3 and actually already quite spacious. If you wonder, by the way, the difference to see the V3 supercharger, that's how they look like. And from the outside like this. So this is the V3 supercharger with one cable, and this is also a little bit thinner. However, in front still looks like this. And this is the V2 supercharger. Here, there the cables are split. And the top one also looks like this. Again for the Model 3. And the lower one looks like this then for S and X. And you can see also that these cables are also thicker. And here we can see the battery is about 20% and we can reach about 150 kilowatts approximately at this stage. The SR Plus, Standard Range Plus model, is maximum charging 170 kilowatt, but only when the battery is like almost empty. And here you can see that the charging curve is already begin to flatten a little bit, but that's still already quite good. And the long range model, by the way, that one is 250 kilowatt maximum charging peak. At 40% it already falls down to around 80 kilowatt. For a longer period of time was 50 kilowatt and now towards 40 kilowatt when we are approaching our 80% goal. And now we are at 80% and it took around 30 minutes to get from 20 to 80%. It's of course not too spectacular. But interesting always that now from 80 to 100 it would take the very same amount of time once more. And then there's of course the price. £41,000, 40,000 euros or $38,000, and that makes the Tesla Model 3 a good price-performance ratio. One of the crucial reasons why the Tesla Model 3 is the most sold EV. But soon there are the Kia EV6 and the Ioniq 5 to come, another competitor next to the Polestar 2. Welcome to Thomas's electrified driving lounge, and look at that, 13 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers as average energy consumption, so around 20 kilowatt hours per 100 miles, most of the time even lower. That's ridiculously efficient. That's awesome, and bringing a range of higher than 400 kilometers and more than 250 miles. Awesome here, 55 kilowatt hour battery in the SR Plus model. However, setting driving mode to standard, and this is the rear-wheel drive only model. It's not as fast as the all-wheel drive model, but here you can still let it hang out from 30 kilometers an hour to, let's go. Woo! That's 180 kilometers an hour. Wow, awesome acceleration. Although we don't have the strongest model right here, that's really super cool. So you won't miss the sportiness. Of course, the long range model with the overdrive or then the performance model is even more extreme. But already with this here, with the SR Plus model here, recent facelift, you can still impress some people who have not driven EVs yet. It's like, whoa, that's an instant acceleration. Torque is already there, really great. They've also worked a little bit on the noise insulation. Now at the moment it's picking up the rain a little bit. Yes, the Tesla Model 3 is not the most silent vehicle at higher speeds. Definitely there, it lags a little bit behind, you know, if you consider like the typical German competition than the mid-size vehicles. But at, you know, normal speeds like 100 kilometers, 60 miles an hour, 75 miles an hour, 120 kilometers an hour, it's still reasonable, and you can also travel on the motorway. By the way, I did a test 120 kilometers an hour or 75 miles an hour on the motorway constantly. Then of course the energy consumption is a little bit higher. I have about like 17 kilowatt hours on 1 kilometers, or like 25, 27 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. That then would mean, in this case, a range of around 300 kilometers or 190 miles for constant motorway speed in a higher stage. But still, that's really decent, and especially considering the price you pay for this vehicle once again. And really nice for the lane change. The steering is very precise and direct. It feels somewhat a little bit artificial, but you can also set different levels, like soft, a little bit more feedback, or even harder in the infotainment system. It's actually quite easy to do here in when driving steering mode. I leave it in standard. That's to me the most suitable. Comfort is a little bit too loose, I think, and sport is maybe a little bit too stiff. But so the standard steering mode is to me actually fine, and then it's really fun to drive. Also the lane changes and so on. So can't complain about that. And once again, throttle input is really spontaneous, and I usually set the acceleration here to chill, because in standard mode it's sometimes even too fast, even here in the SR Plus model. So you're just a little bit more efficient and also just calmer while driving this vehicle. When you leave the acceleration in the chill mode, would be lässig in German in the translation here in the screen. Yeah, why not? German lesson for the day. So once again, very good presentation here in the driving mode, and yeah, you feel you can put this car in the slalom. It sometimes feels go-kart alike, low center of gravity, because the batteries are of course EV platform alike. Here in the lower end of the vehicle, really good with low center of gravity, gives you a very sporty feeling. And now, talked about it earlier, so important, stick with the 18-inch wheels. They bring you so much more comfort comparing to the 19-inch wheels, and it's just a better ride. Yes, they don't look that great from the outside, but once again, this car does not offer an adaptive suspension. The base suspension is not the best one we know. It's somewhat okay. Yes, it gives you a sporty driving feeling, but when there are some fierce bumps in the road, it sometimes gets a little bit uncomfortable. But here, with the standard 18-inch wheels, it's definitely better, more tire left for dampening out these bumps. So definitely stick with these. And the good thing is you also just save some money. And also at lower speeds here, good with lane change and so on. The one thing I'm not satisfied with is definitely the so-called autopilot. You have a normal cruise control, and then you have the autopilot, which can take over the steering in a way, but you have to keep your hands on the steering wheel. And I've been testing so many different systems over the years, and this one here has too many false positives and false negatives. So sometimes when there's nothing, you have sudden braking. They give software updates regularly. That helps definitely, but sometimes it did happen. And also these situations, on the other hand, where you think like, oh, now the car should react, but it doesn't keep it properly in the lane. So to me, I'm not a fan of the autopilot, totally not. I'm usually indeed not using it. Still having the hopes, however, up that they will update it more and more and more. They also constantly gather cloud data to keep it updated, and maybe at some point then they are able to overtake the classic manufacturers in this respect. So I don't miss the power of the all-wheel drive model. really cool also to have rear-wheel drive. Then yeah, it's always fun just to have the rear-wheel drive. It just boosts you out of the corner a little bit better. So I'm really totally satisfied with leaving a little bit of power. All-wheel drive model if you want more range, of course, and if you need that all-wheel drive, depending on where you live, most people will be just be fine with this model here. Here, by the way, in the bright interior, you see it does reflect a little bit of sunlight, especially when the sun is coming out a little bit more. So I wish they would also offer for the white model something that's a little bit darker right there. It looks fancy, but to me a little bit too distracting. Although I still like the white seats. Yeah, what about that? And by the way, it's also a little bit weird to put the camera on at higher speeds and then have the camera image. Then, yeah, but why not? Gives you an interesting perspective as well. Now, when we're already at speed, one more acceleration. I put it once again in the standard driving mode. Let's see, 1 kilometer, 60 miles. Let's go. Still something coming. That's good. So even when you overtake someone on the motorway, high speeds, no problem. And now once again at higher speeds, the car still remains stable and calm on the road. Very well done. And there's also a Model 3 performance episode on the racetrack. You can tune into that one. Or very interesting, you should check out Model 3 long range against the Polestar 2. This is a very interesting video. Thomas with Autogefühl and the new Polestar 2 front-wheel drive version. This one here has just the electric motor on the front axle. This, you can say the entry-level version, which then can price-wise also keep up with the Tesla Model 3 in the standard range version. Very interesting. All deals today. And indeed, we have a low-spec car for you today. Here, the normal LED lamps, which already has the fourth hammer signature here. Option, you can also get the pixel LED when you go for optional packages and so on. 19-inch wheels we have here. Optional, there would also be 20-inch wheels. And this one also does not have the performance pack, so we have the standard suspension today. Looking forward if this one will bring the same comfort. As for the batteries, you either now also have a small battery, 64 kilowatt hours net, or then optional, the bigger battery, 78 kilowatt hours net. In some markets, only the big battery is being offered, and I think the version to go for will be the one we have here, big battery, but then just the front-wheel drive. That is the best price performance. And why? The bigger battery is just an extra price of about 3,000 euros or something, and then of course you want to have that extra 100 kilometers or 60 miles of range. Otherwise it will just not be enough. Here with the big battery, around 400 kilometers or 250 miles of effective range. Charging here is at 11 kilowatt AC or 150 kilowatt DC, but the effective charging curve has shown that the Polestar 2 is not the fastest vehicle in charging overall. By the way, in the length here, 4.60 meters or 181 inches. That means we are here in this mid-size segment, and indeed the Tesla Model 3 would be one of the main competitors. We also have a direct comparison Tesla Model 3 versus Polestar 2 with the all-wheel drive models each. Here, by the way, the front-wheel drive model only has an acceleration figure of about 7.4 seconds. And interesting is, the all-wheel drive model, it's kind of around 4.7 seconds. That's actually easy to remember. Of course, a big difference, but this one here already looks quite cool. Here also with this signature here in the rear, light signature in the rear, that always looks very spectacular, very modern. And one of the big advantages is that the Polestar 2 has this fastback hatch, 400 liters up to 1,100 liters. And here, a meter or 40 inches in width. That actually works. In the front, here towards that area, it gets a little bit closer, but overall still okay. And the length here, you can see, is about 95 centimeters or 37 inches. Yeah, you can see also with luggage works very well. And underneath, I just have to put it out first. There we go. Lot of space, even here. For example, also for charging cables. And you can also fold the seats right here, 1/3, 2/3 split, or also with a ski hatch in the middle. Turning indicators in the front looks quite cool, doesn't it? And this is how it looks like in the rear. This is the car key. Yeah, a little bit plasticky indeed. Then door closing sound. It's quite okay, not too good actually. Then inside of the doors, nice materials here. It's also quite soft, so even softer here. It could be a little bit softer for the elbow, I think, but it looks really cool. Also here with the bright fabric insert. also reasonable space at the inside door pockets. And then steering wheel is also from animal-free material, but also high grade indeed. And then as for the seats, these are the new base seats. They are from fabric and either come in this way all the way black and structured here in the top part, or you can also get the top part here in the bright styling. That would be the other color option. So this is then the base, and optional in the plus package you can also get high grade leather red seats, either in the black tone or more in the gray bluish tone. We had these ones earlier. Either way, the seat form is really comfortable and good. You find a good seating position indeed. The fabric seats, the base seats here, have the advantage that they're a little bit more breathable, so they stay cooler in summertime. The other ones, the high-grade leather red seats, Weave Tech they call it, also all completely animal-free, and then you can, for example, wipe them cleaner a little bit easier. This then again combined with the Plus package. This one here, being the base version, also does not have panoramic roof. Still have a lot of headroom left here. And when you have the panoramic roof, it's also, once again, all in the Plus package. For example, also inductive charging pad. So this is an all combined. You don't have to go for that. It's, you know, really a matter of price performance. Then up and down, in and out from the steering wheel. So indeed, nice seating position here in the front. A little bit cramped here. You can also see it soon in the other perspective from the rear. But overall, very good impression here as for the first cockpit view. In general, we see a high build quality. However, here, this piece, I think they missed out on something. Interior overview is a nice and clean setup here. Soft touch here. Then there's a new insert that is now available. It has kind of three-dimensional style. That's beautiful. And also a fabric insert right here. 11-inch screen. Soon more deals to that. And on the left side, 12.3-inch digital instruments. Also soon more deals to that. You can see here the steering wheel. On the left side, you have cruise control settings. On the right side, you do control then something in digital instruments or start the Google Assistant. And I will not say, hey, famous search engine. I will just press this button that your smartphone does not go off and so on. One flaw you can see here is a very high middle console. And then between the steering wheel and this high middle console, there's not much space here when you have very long legs. So then you feel a little bit cramped in here. Steering wheel can be in, out, up and down like this. Very smooth indeed. And that way we have a better view to the digital instruments. And here we are with the digital instrument. This is kind of like the startup view. You also see that this goes around 400 kilometers or 250 miles with the big battery. When you would have a small battery, it would be more like 300 kilometers or 190 miles. And when you put in the gear, then you switch here to the other view. Yes, we are not wearing seatbelts at the moment. For example, also the map view. This is a very helpful thing. You have the map all over the screen in this 12.3-inch instruments, and left side and lower part the speed, then very good overview. What about this 11-inch Android-based infotainment system? This is here the main app view. Most important app will be the Google Maps, of course. We have, not the best web connection here at the moment, therefore it's also not that responsive. So it really also depends on how your web connection is at the moment. Interesting is in route guidance. For example, when I want to go to Berlin, we typed it in earlier, then you have two options. Either you can directly start it and then the car goes on that route until it basically is empty, or then suggest a charging station, just before it's empty, or you can add a charging station manually. However, if you already here click add charging stop, then this intelligent system plays a role. And then you can see that it's always suggesting here and here, and then also a charging stop just, just before. So, now I clicked the one in between. So I recommend putting this add charging stop option before, and then you have an intelligent route set. Other than that, you have, here your user account where you can log in or log out. You have the camera system. We put in the gear, then we have it available. Here, camera system. And there we go. So this is then the rear view camera. And here, this is then the car menu. You can change the one pedal driving off, some recalibration, or the standard one is like a very strong recalibration with one pedal driving. We would rather recommend that, but lift the foot gently when you have passengers on board. Creeping, that's when you lift the brake if the car rolls forward or not. And then you can also change the steering wheel if it's more, light or standard or firm. Then you have more resistance in the steering wheel actually. And here you can activate or deactivate assistance systems. And here you can also set a charging maximum. It will be somewhat better for the battery to have, you know, like a 90 or 80 or 90% limit. But then again, at some point you maybe want to charge as much as possible when you face a longer route. In the front, there's no inductive charging pad in this base version. There would be one if you have the Plus package. Then you already here have these two USB-C chargers for your phone, like this. Then there's one button left. This is for the volume, and glad to have that indeed, because temperature-wise, you always have to go here, but it's actually fairly easy to do that while driving for a touchscreen solution. This would be another solution, and here you can, by the way, switch then, you know, this left and right to zone AC, or use the voice control. Set temperature to 20 degrees. Maybe I was too fast. Set temperature to 20 degrees. Okay, one more time. I really was too fast now. Set temperature to 20 degrees.
Okay, changing the temperature to 20 degrees.
Yay. Okay, that worked. I was just too fast before. Then here, there's also this, you know, three-dimensional inlet. The shifting lever is quite interesting because you have here the Polestar logo illuminated in the middle. That's really beautiful. And then you have a couple here or a second one below. Or what about, hey, famous search engine? I click the button now. Tell me a joke.
What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear.
Oh, awesome. On our test route today, some 22 kWh more kilometers, so 35 kWh on 100 miles. This would mean less than 400 kilometers or 250 miles. But today it was also quite cold. Then this car does not have the heat pump. So the optional heat pump, also included in the Plus package, would also better this result than for winter times. But this was also including a hard acceleration actually. In the rear seating area, you can see here in the base version, also with the fabric seats, there is a substantial middle tunnel. That's a little bit the downside of this one, so doesn't really use the EV platform as for this respect. However, what about the legroom? When I have the seat as I would be sitting right there, it works. It's not plenty of space, but it works for 4 tall adults. Headroom-wise, gets quite close. So when I really put my spine up, I do hit the ceiling. I think, when I remember correctly, that this was a little bit better with the panoramic roof, because it's a fixed panoramic roof that leaves you a little bit more space indeed. Yeah, in the middle part then, due to this middle tunnel, you have to reach over here. But since it's also a soft fabric, you can also sit in the middle part. But once again, the headroom is indeed the problem right here. Yeah, we should compare, you know, like have a video piece of the one with the panoramic roof. Pretty sure that's better in that case then. In the lower part we have a USB-C chargers, 2. There we go. And then Isofix at the outside of the seats each. The fabric itself really feels nice once again. And here also some cup holders with some adaptive holding functions. Let's go. Yeah, that's what I wanted to test. And you maybe heard it a little bit. So we have wet surface here and front-wheel drive only now. You remember that most of the new electric vehicles, they are rear-wheel driven and then optional all-wheel drive. And this one here, when you go for the single motor, it is front-wheel drive. And indeed, when the road is red and you hammer the throttle, then you also maybe heard it on camera, you do have some wheel spin there in the front. However, you know, this also has this stability control system, and you've seen it also maybe at the steering wheel. It was not that we were like out of control or something, or that the car was guiding in the wrong direction. So although there was some wheel spin in the front, the car was really calm and collected, and we didn't have, you know, too many interferences or something with the steering. So that's an overall a good result. Now let's drive a little bit faster. And the acceleration is really good. You know, of course, the all-wheel drive model has definitely more punch. Remember, the acceleration figure differences were 7.4 versus 4.7. So you could just turn them around. But for most situations, the acceleration here of the single motor will actually be enough. Of course, an electric vehicle with a rear-wheel drive will have more agile coming out of the corners. So if you're planning for some agile countryside driving or so, the rear-wheel driven platforms will have an advantage in comparison to this one here then indeed. This here will also be a little bit more efficient. However, it won't make the biggest difference. So the range will more or less be the same. It more depends on how you really hammer the throttle. By the way, talked about these different recuperation modes. So when you have this standard recuperation, you lift the throttle, and then there's really strong recuperation. In the one pedal drive low mode, you lift the throttle, there is notable recuperation, but not that strong. That would not be one pedal driving, and off the car is just rolling, and then you use the regenerative braking with hitting the brake pedal. Most of the time I do recommend the standard mode, because then in situations where you want to reduce speed, you go off the throttle, and before you can even hit the brake pedal, the car is already decelerating. Just pay attention that, especially when you have passengers on board, that you control it a little bit more, that you don't have too much G-forces on the passenger, that you like lift throttle, hammer it, lift, hammer. These electric vehicles, they have instant torque when you hit the throttle, and they also have this strong recuperation. So it's definitely better to be a little bit more gentle with the throttle in both ways. Noise insulation so far is also quite good, you know, at 80 kilometers an hour, so like 50 miles an hour, and we don't have too much noise from the exterior. It's overall a good quality feeling. The steering feel, by the way, is precise and direct. Not the most natural one though. However, you can also change the steering feeling here, and usually I set it to firm, because then I have most feedback. When you have the steering feel to light, it is indeed very light, so I think in this case firm is actually the way to go. Turning indicators, by the way, have a very unique sound, and indeed I think it sounds quite sophisticated. Sometimes there are some vehicles where you have the indicators and then, whoa, what's that? Do I really have to listen for that for the rest of my car life cycle? But here it's actually unique, it's different, but sounds indeed quite good. Now when we get it on the motorway, do we still have some punch left when we just have the single motor? So you might be thinking, well, yeah, can I really save the money and go for a lower spec version? We'll find out right now. So we're at 80 kilometers an hour, and let's see. We accelerate out just a little bit. Going to left lane first. Overview is actually quite decent. So next lane. Yeah, there are many lanes in here today. So I go to the leftist lane. And now some 60 kilometers an hour to, let's go. That's 100 and 120. You see, this is actually still reasonable, so even if you're already at speed, there's plenty of that available. So power-wise, of course, the overdrive is more fun, more spontaneous. But also, if you think about, that wasn't for us, also if you think about, you know, how much power are you really using? And once again, for your passengers, front and the rear, the lower spec version will be better to drive, better to experience, because there are not so many G-forces put on your body. Top speed here in this one, by the way, is limited to 160 kilometers an hour or 100 miles per hour. Not the fastest, of course. For German Autobahn, you might want to have something faster at some point, but that's probably just a German thing. The all-wheel drive version would have then 205 kilometers an hour or 130 miles an hour top speed. That would be then the difference. But I think, again, for most cases and for most countries, this one will just, again, be enough. It would have been cooler maybe a little bit if this would be rear-wheel drive, but then again, this is the platform that they use the front motor only then in this case. So I think really from driving it, it doesn't behave that different. I think for the best price performance, indeed, pick the single motor version here, but stick with the big battery. Otherwise, range will be rather at 300 kilometers or 190 miles. For daily city cases, this is still enough, you know. So if city driving is your profile, then you can also go for the smaller battery if available in your market. Other than that, I think the most clever choice will be big battery and then the single motor. If you go for the Plus package here on the interior, that really depends. The fabric seats here are actually quite cool, but if you want some more, sophisticated features like the inductive charging pad or the panoramic roof or something, and then the red seats are also really nice as the weave tech seats. So then you would need the Plus package. You can easily go for that. What you should not go for is the performance pack. Today we have the base suspension and the 19-inch wheels. This ride is so much better than with performance pack, stiffer dampers and the 20-inch wheels. So always pick the 19-inch wheels, the base wheel size. The 20-inch look cooler, of course, yes, but this one here now is decently comfortable. So before I always had the performance pack and 20-inch wheels, and I was thinking like, whoa, this is a very rough ride, sporty, cool, fun, but the ride was just too rough. Here today now, very satisfied, 19-inch base suspension, so smooth as for suspension, feels very good. Good compromise of sportiness and comfort, because it's still sporty enough, it doesn't lean too much to the left or right, even if you go in a slight slalom or something. So this here today is a good setup. So I think buying the Polestar 2, I would exactly buy it as it is here today, and then maybe think about the Plus package if you want the leather red seats and the panoramic roof. That's then of course up to you. And of course, the more sophisticated driving assistant features. This is then also a piece of that. Here we only have the normal cruise control. That would be another reason to go for the Plus package. But then if you go for the bigger battery and the Plus package, you still can land up about 50,000 euros or dollars, and that's then a very competitive package indeed. What? That was 100 kilometers an hour, 60 miles an hour. What? This is a driving review of the BMW i4 as the sporty M50. Here with Thomas and Autogefühl, let's go. Mid-size segment, but the BMW i4 is not an electrified 3 Series, platform-wise yes, but it's more like an electrified BMW 4 Series Grand Coupe. Soon more to that. Here in the front we can already see a huge double kidney right there, but it's closed. Has this M badge right here because this is the sporty M50 version. There are also base versions available. Then in the blue accentuations here around the logo, signalizing the electric lineup, and the color here for today, a true Thomas blue. This is Portimao blue, but in the matte styling. So there's also a metallic Portimao blue available, but here then in the frozen style, how BMW calls it. Headlamps, standard LED, optional this year, the laser light then with blue accentuations. The length is at 4.78 meters or 188 inches, so size-wise this plays in a region of a Tesla Model 3. Price-wise, something different, more to that later. Wheels come from 17-inch to maximum 20-inch. Here the M50, the sporty model, comes with 18-inch standard and then also optional these huge 20-inch wheels. And when you go for these, you also have in the rear these extended mud guards because the tires are just so much wider. The door handles are very, very integrated, and this matte paint is so lovely. However, unlike in the iX, where it just looks like this, and you can open it here, they also fold up a little bit. It's also interesting. Then you also have some wind efficiency gains here from the side mirrors, and this is also then with this shadow line that you have it in a black contrast. Overall, very cool and elegant styling, and indeed is more like a 4 Series Grand Coupe because it also has the fastback opening. Soon more to that. And suspension wise, this is really interesting. It automatically gets air suspension in the rear, but the dampers, nor front nor rear, are not adaptive. Optionally you can get an adaptive suspension, it's called adaptive M suspension. That one is also standard and in the M50, but then also with an even stiffer setup here. Looking really forward to drive this one. Why didn't they go for air suspension in the front as well? They say they want a more direct contact to the road, and this platform here actually does not allow air suspension on the front axle just from the building space, and they also want it to be a little bit more precise when turning in and turning out, so that it doesn't, change the weight of the car in the front too much. With the electric vehicles, there will be no differentiation between M performance models and true M models. It's just the M models. That's a new thing coming here with the EV lineup. So M50 is kind of then a true M model for them. All-wheel drive, one electric motor in the front, one in the rear. The rear one is stronger. If you go for the eDrive 40 version, you will only have rear drive. This one here goes top speed 225 kilometers an hour or 140 miles an hour. The rear-wheel drive version goes 190 kilometers an hour or 118 miles per hour. Guess you can live with that. In the lower part here, a diffuser style, strong fins here also in a vertical way. So overall, I think, especially in the 3/4 rear perspective, they really nailed the design, didn't they? Just a minor detail, by the way, these are these, three-dimensional plastic number plates, and indeed they are more sustainable because if you compare them to the metal plates, they here use less resources in production and also they can be recycled better than the classic ones. Interesting, right? Sadly, there is no frunk. This one here is going from the same assembly line like the BMW 4 Series Grand Coupe or the BMW 3 Series, so they're not using an EV purpose-built platform. This is one of the drawbacks then. But yeah, also their all-electric iX doesn't have a frunk either, so BMW not so much about the frunks. However, we can also talk about the power figures and the battery figures. 81 kilowatt hours net. It's actually quite a reasonable size for that, and projected range 500 kilometers or 300 miles. We'll see in the driving part if this is true. And acceleration figures here for the M50, 3.9 seconds to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour. And then 5.7 it would be for the eDrive 40, the base model then with rear-wheel drive. And recharging 11 kilowatt AC or 205 kilowatt DC. Then from 10 to 80% in 30 minutes at an according charging station. Car key looks like this. It's the classic 3 Series car key, but slim and light, and I really like it. Classic stuff. And then door handles once again fold out like this. What about the door closing sound? It's frameless though, and yeah, here the door closing sound is really bad actually. Nice, however, the interior build quality, soft touch here, and also how the handles are being, formed out. And so Hofmeister King design clue for the inside. And then the M50 comes with the M steering wheel, also with contrast stitches then here on the inside. The i4 in general with the blue BMW electric badge. And then seating wise is very interesting. These here are the sport seats, and this is also the animal skin equipment, because you can see it here when it's like in this, many separate, parts. There you can see that this one then is from animal skin origin. However, standard here for the M50 model would be a surface mix of Alcantara and Sensatec, animal free. And for the base seat you start with fabric and Sensatec mix. And for the i4 you can also get pure Sensatec seats. They are also perforated, beige, black, brown or red, so 4 colors available. The ventilation function is not yet available, but BMW told me they are working on a perforated, ventilated Sensatec seats, and this would actually also be the most choice or the most frequent choice for the majority of customers. Oh, by the way, why did I switch to the big microphone here for the interior? Well, there are so many electric interferences that you hear that more on, the attachment microphone. This one here covers it a little bit better. Seating position here in the front, we really know it. It feels like in the 3 Series or like in a 4 Series, completely normal. It's not the most comfortable for long journeys, I have to say. Steering wheel, however, can be adjusted up and down, in and out, and so on. So you feel that it's not an electric platform, otherwise you would have more space in the front. Headroom, by the way, without a panoramic roof, here 1m86, 6'1", enough left, but again, it's rather a little bit cramped. Cockpit overview, again, similar to 3 Series or 4 Series, but then you have this widescreen cockpit, 12.3 inch left, 14.9 inch right, this curved display. This of course pretty fancy, but the thing is, then there are no manual dials for the climate unit. You do not have manual climate dials, however, at least a manual volume knob. In the M50 here, nice carbon fiber decor element. In the digital instruments, we can see left side the speed, right side the e-power, and on the lower hand then you see the recuperation. In the middle part you can adjust what you want to see, for example also map info.
And the head-up display is, of course, always a nice option to have. It's nice that we still have traditional dials here at the steering wheel, left side for cruise control, and right side here, for example, for the volume. And then there's operating system 8, completely new. This is one of the menu styles, but I think it looks kind of outdated a little bit. Climate unit always stays here in the screen. That's, of course, not that practical. You can use voice control. Yeah, but manual climate dials, most of us agree that it would be more practical. Then here on the left side, usually, you know this from the OS 7 or OS 6, here you have hotkeys to CarPlay. That's actually quite good. But then again, below that would be the car menu. And that is then here, hidden in this whole thing in live vehicle. But why can't I access this here, right again at the hotkey part left? So I don't really get it. However, what's good is with the new system here, it's actually, better as for the CPU power. So here, zooming in and out at the map, this is actually very, very good overall. And here the CarPlay, nice integration like this. And we also have a decent sound from that Harman Kardon sound system. Woo! Yay! This one still has the typical BMW wings light in the top. Nice carbon fiber cover here for the middle part. And then typical inductive charging pad here for your phone. This one still gets really hot. In the newer vehicles they also will have a ventilation system for that. Then adaptive cup holders right there, and the shifting lever with a nice blue electric accentuation. And here you can also pick the driving modes, and the most power you will only have in the not only sport but sport boost mode. Classic control knob here, as we know from the 3 Series, and also here underneath the armrest with a USB-C charger and some more space. Well, and here's the biggest problem about this vehicle. Once again, due to the platform, I can hardly fit here in the back part. Headroom is quite okay, but legroom, it's kind of not existent for tall adults. And in the middle part, I can't even move here in the back part. It's not too uncomfortable from the bench itself and so on, but just not enough space, definitely, considering the length of the car. Here, USB-C chargers and the rear climate unit. There you can see how big this middle tunnel is, once again derived from the combustion engine platform. And here cup holders for the middle armrest. Pricing-wise, around 60,000 euros or dollars for an entry model, and here for the M50, around 70,000. That's of course way more expensive than the Tesla Model 3. However, you can also compare them to the more powerful ones. But what's better here with the i4 than with the Model 3, it does have a fast bake opening of the hatch, and that, with one with A6 6.1, I can stand underneath it, easy access in and out, maybe even putting a bicycle in and so on. This is of course the more practical approach. And this goes 470 to 1290 liters. And the length here, this is the channel where the length is measured properly still. A little bit less than a meter or 40 inches in length. And the width here is a little bit more limited. This is then here 90 centimeters in width, or about 35 inches. And the height to the cover, 48 centimeters or 18 inches. Overall height and a little bit more. You can also just pop out this cover like this here. You can, by the way, have a 12-volt power supply. For folding the seats, you have to go around them to rear compartment like this. 1/3, 2/3 split. However, you can also have this ski hatch, so then you can also do an individual split like this, and that's then the maximum setup. Thanks to the seats, I would be driving 1.75 m or 68 inches. Welcome to Thomas's Active Driving Lounge with the BMW i4 M50. Sport boost mode, maximum acceleration, let's go. What? That was 100 kilometers an hour, 60 miles an hour. What? Holy moly. It was a little bit downhill, that part, but what the hell? You also heard this sound theme they have installed here, cooperation by Hans Zimmer. And if you compare it, to something we heard before, Porsche Taycan or something, Audi e-tron GT, it's not the strongest or harshest sound. It's still somewhat subtle, but definitely here in the sport boost mode, the strongest one. One more time where we can see the speed because of the different camera mount. Let's go.
my goodness. Wow. This is really something. But the steering feeling, especially while accelerating, is very unusual BMW. It kind of even feels out of control a little bit. Not too happy with that, actually. Yeah, kind of mixed, no, not mixed feelings, bad feelings about this indeed. Yeah, but you know, slalom-wise, by the way, how the chassis reacts and so on, this is really superb. But once again, there also feeling in the steering, not to my liking indeed. All-wheel drive, one electric motor in the front, one in the rear. The rear one is more powerful, and the chassis itself and the steering and so on feels kind of like BMW 3 Series or the 4 Series Grand Coupe. What is different here is definitely that we have more weight. So when we're, for example, going downhill, the car pushes a little bit more to the corners, yet at the same time we have a lower center of gravity because the battery pack is so low and centralized in the vehicle, and that again helps the agile driving feeling. So considering that this one here is way heavier than the combustion engine models, you don't feel it actually, because it also kind of sucks you to the ground due to that low center of gravity, and that's really cool. As for the steering feeling, you know, it's actually quite okay. So I feel they also improved it if you compare it to the 3 Series and the 4 Series. There was also always this kind of issue that, you know, it didn't give too much feeling in the low degree angle. It is still the case that you have more feeling here, you know, when you're at these, you know, 90 degrees turn or something, and not so much in this, you know, -2 +5 degrees. But I feel they have improved that a little bit. Maybe a little bit more progressiveness like here and a little bit less here. That would be my wish. But people can also maybe argue, yeah, okay, in that way I can, you know, in a more relaxed manner drive just straight on an autobahn or something. But overall, it's still fun to drive this car around. So it delivers great driving agility. Oh, kids next to the road, and always, of course, really careful. Recuperation as soon as I lift the throttle, or also when I hit the brakes even more. There's this adaptive function, you can see it here in the instruments. So when the car sees there's a car in front of me, then there's harsher recuperation. And that's to me a very good, you know, very good way not to use a B braking mode, like a one pedal driving feeling, because here in that way you kind of have both worlds. So when there's no one in front of you, the car is rolling. When there's someone in front of you, the car is automatically applying a strong recuperation. I think that's a very interesting approach, definitely. And because sometimes you feel like, yeah, rolling is a little bit more comfortable. And sometimes strong recuperation is better and also safer, for example, when there's someone in front of you. And this adaptive recuperation mode could be actually the solution then for the future. So there's also a better transition for people from ICE cars, that they don't have this one pedal driving feeling at once. So yeah, I think that is really something very interesting approach they found here for the regenerative braking. Oh, what's your take on that? And now that boost uphill. Wow, that sound experience definitely enhances the acceleration experience, definitely. And the thing that's really interesting, so when you have that boost, the steering gets super light, and that is a little bit, yeah, I'm not sure. Is it because the car really literally lifts from the ground or something? But that's definitely a little bit irritating. Yeah, to me, overall the steering is a little bit too light, and I think definitely, especially if you go from a, you know, in a sports mode, it should actually be heavier. By the way, here at 70 kilometers an hour, noise insulation is really great, so it's a very silent atmosphere here. Especially when you, for example, go back to a comfort mode, and then you don't have this sound feedback and so on. So you can also use it as a cruiser and be like really, really calm. And the thing is really, since it's not on this EV platform, you know, for usage of space, that's negative, definitely. If you, however, seek a good transition from a combustion engine vehicle to electric vehicle, this might be something, because, again, this car does not feel too different from a 3 Series or from a 4 Series, yet at the same time you have the electric boost, you still have a great handling really because of the low center of gravity. So it's a lot of fun to drive this one. Overall, it feels really crisp. It rather feels a little bit like the, I would say, M Performance model, 3 Series or 4 Series, like the 340i models. This one would be, I think, the best in comparison. The true M models combustion engine are a little bit stiffer as for suspension and so on. This suspension here, the M adaptive suspension, is tuned on a little stiffer note than it would be if you go for that adaptive option with the normal suspension. But I think it still represents a quite nice compromise. By the way, even in the comfort mode here, you also have enough power. For example, here, overtaking maneuver of this tractor. Yeah, so that was also 50 to 100, easily done. But really, the feeling in the steering wheel is not adequate to the vehicle. That is, to me, the biggest criticism point. And suspension-wise, I'm not a fan of mixing suspension technologies. They have air suspension in the rear, but not at the front. Yeah, they said that due to this platform being used, usually you don't have air suspension there in the front. You cannot really do that. And they also want a more precise turning in and turning out and so on. And they would need to use the bigger platform to offer air suspension in the front. Yet at the same time, they went for air suspension in the rear because of the heavy battery pack, and also when you then put some load in the trunk and so on. But to me, this is not really mixing that well. It might be something because I'm really, finely tuned my body to feel these, soft nuances. But I feel that the rear is a little bit softer. It's actually quite good, and that the front is a little bit stiffer, sportier. And I don't think it's a good mix. Either go for the smooth setup, both front and rear, or go for a stiff setup, front and rear. It's something talking about on a very, very high level with a fine nuanced tuning. But still, I don't think that's a good decision. So definitely great boost, great handling. Steering feel, they need to improve that, make it a little bit stiffer, make it more natural. Yeah, and suspension technology wise, I think it would have been better if they left out the air suspension in the rear and just put some good adaptive dampers on it, front and rear, and that would have been better definitely for the whole driving performance. We'll also head out to some faster driving to test more about the noise insulation and so on. But overall, I think we can already say from driving, this is here for a transition from combustion engine to the electric vehicles. And of course, still yet to come, all about the efficiency and the range of this one here. And on the motorway, that was 50 to 130. Wow, that goes so quick, it's really astonishing. Wow. And now at a normal motorway speed of 120 kilometers an hour, so like 70 miles an hour. Let's set it to the cruise control. So also, you can switch to normal cruise control and also the assisted driving mode. Then we also have a lane keeping assist. Let's see how that one plays out. So if it works in a very smooth way or not. Noise insulation so far at that speed, very good, very silent. Of course, you don't have any sound then from normal electric drive if you're in the comfort mode, just the electric sound experience there, the artificial one. So overall, you do get a calmer feeling because there's no like sonorous sound from that engine running all the time. That might also be an effect where you say like, hey, that's calming for me, So I'm also still looking forward for electric vehicles that are actually just mimicking the ICE sounds. I think it would be a better idea than letting them all sound like spaceships, So because we like to have, like 6-cylinder or 8-cylinder sounds because it touches something very basic in our, feeling and understanding. So there's even that theory that it reminds of us being, like a baby or even embryo inside the mother's body and feeling or hearing the heartbeat, that these low frequency sonorous sounds are somewhat calming to us, and that's why we like a V8 sound. And when this is actually true, why can I just select V8 sound, V6 sound here in that menu? It would just be software, or open it for third-party applications, put an API in there, and then people can program that themselves or whatever, you know. So that would be really something that would be way cooler than giving millions of dollars to the, you know, to the Hollywood composer, you know, for this. I don't see like the big benefit in that one, you know. Make something more fun and cool. That's my take on it. Looking forward to your comments. So let's induce this lane keeping assist. Let's go a little bit to the left, to the right. Let's see how the lane is being kept when I'm moving up to the left. Yeah, there it is. So a subtle intervention. Then we also have a blind spot monitor. There it is, a yellow triangle. And when I put the turning indicator, then it's also flashing. So assistance systems, very well done, very well integrated as for that, and still a reasonable motorway vehicle. As I said earlier, the offering of space already in front is not, you know, not that great actually. Everything feels in similar seating position wise and so on, just as you would be driving a normal 3 Series or a 4 Series in that respect actually. Looking at the widescreens here while driving, by the way, is pretty nice. However, what's a little bit irritating is climate control. I changed, like when I want to have it come into my hands, just manually here, because in that climate menu you can either switch from balance to dynamic, and that's it. And I cannot really pick like where exactly the vents are coming from, and I'm so used to that. For example, like more power to the feet, or maybe I didn't find it or something, but then it takes too long to find it. So yeah, making things more complicated once again with these new software iterations. And now let's go once again to the Sport Boost mode, because 130 kilometers an hour to, let's see, whatever. That's a 200 kilometers an hour, 125 miles an hour. For this traffic situation, definitely enough, and still good noise insulation and really stable on the road. So yeah, I mean, the surplus in weight is in this case maybe even a good thing in that case, but once again, the steering feeling, that is the thing that is lacking to be one with the vehicle in that case. Well, and as for the average energy consumption, like 19 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers, so that's some 30 kilowatt hours on 100 miles, means a range of 430 kilometers or 270 miles. That is not as much as promised, but still, you know, somewhat decent result considering it's not an all EV platform. Well, it was critical with some aspects, but nevertheless the rigidity of the chassis and the driving dynamics and the overall fun and also calmness on the road with this vehicle is excellent, just as we know from the 3 Series or 4 Series Grand Coupe. So there's no denying the fact that they're still ahead in these hardware issues if you also compare Tesla, which then, you know, has some other advantages. We have one more cool corner coming up. And let's see, once again, now sharp turn, and yes, here we go. Awesome. Nice. Like that? The Porsche Taycan entry-level model with rear-wheel drive only. Is that less exciting? Or maybe even more? We'll find out. Leave a thumbs up if you like our video, and also tell me if you like the Taycan from the design, because it is really typical Porsche, but they did something special for their EV model. Headlamps here with this dot design, and our color for today is cherry red. 4.96 meters or 195 inches is still the length, of course. Same for the entry-level model. When you approach the vehicle, hey, the door handles fold out. And when you close the vehicles, they fold in again. That's also an aerodynamic function. And also aero wheels here in 20-inch. 19-inch would be standard, but you can also pick bigger wheels, just as for the turbo models, for example. Here, rear-wheel drive only, but still the 2-speed transmission in the rear. That's interesting. And since you don't have an electric motor in the front, an additional one, a little bit less of energy consumption and so on, but also less of performance. We'll see how that one plays out very soon. And then once again here, the strong Porsche design with the strong shoulders right here. That's still a very classic thing to look at always. Wow, look at that. I mean, 3/4 rear perspective, my favorite perspective of this vehicle. Really cool, also with a light strip that goes all around the vehicle. Really beautiful, I think. What do you think? Pricing wise, of course, that's very interesting. Less than $80,000 in the US, a little bit more than 80,000 euros in Germany. So you save more than 20K if you compare it to a 4S. And yeah, then you can also live with a little bit less of acceleration. 5.4 seconds to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour, and 4 seconds for the 4S and around 3 seconds then for the turbo models. So yes, it's not that fast, but it's a little bit more efficient. You can then easily score some like 400 kilometers plus or 250 miles plus. Yes, it's also possible with the other models, but it's easier to reach these more realistic figures here with the rear-wheel drive model. Recharging is possible right here. It's a very interesting function. 11 kilowatt AC standard, 22 kilowatt AC optional, and then 270 kilowatt DC charging, but that's on the other side. Passenger side now, UK vehicle will be other way around, and then you can recharge that smaller or bigger battery. Today we have the bigger battery, 93 kilowatt hours, but there's also a 79 kilowatt hour battery, gross values. The net value here for this one today, 84 kilowatt hours. When driving calmly, like 100 kilometers or 60 miles an hour, here 18 kilowatt hours and 1 kilometers, that would be rather 460 kilometers or 290 miles. Well, if you drive way faster, also with some 200 kilometers or 125 miles per hour on the motorway, you can see here higher average speed, then also the consumption doubles and the range is cut in half. And now we are fast charging. It is the base model, but you can also get the bigger battery, as I said, and that's why we can also charge quite heavily. You can see here, yeah, 256 kilowatts at the Ionity charging station. This is then for Europe, this new charging networks by the German manufacturers. And in the US, it will be Electrify America. And, you know, with this charging power, it goes quite quickly. Of course, only when the battery is really empty. When it's a little bit fuller, the charging curve will fall down a little bit. We're still at 240 kilowatt charging speed, and that means around 17 kilometers per minute. So we have then, let's say in 10 minutes, 150 kilometers or yeah, something like 80 miles. And this already quite quick, so you can just start again on your route. Again, Electrify America charging stations would be comparable, and the plug-in charge will be rolled out through the stations, first Ionity stations, and later then also planned for the Electrify America stations, that you don't have to put a charging card or an app or something, that you plug it in and it directly charges like it is already with the Tesla superchargers. So around 50%, we were still over 150 kilowatt, and now we are approaching 80%, we're still over 100 kilowatt, so we're still going like 8 kilometers per minute. That's really impressive. But the moment we reached around 80% of the battery charge, it dropped significantly. Meanwhile, we're around 40 kilowatt. That means just over 2 kilometers per minute. So fast charging here, do it up to 80%, then it's not worth it anymore. One of the most important features in Autogefühl is always the door closing sound. Let's go. Yeah, really solid, especially for a car with frameless doors. That's not easy to do. This vehicle is equipped with the animal skin. However, you can get so-called race-tech seats. They're then animal-free. Also, the steering wheel comes in microfiber then. And the race-tech is recommended also for better climate comfort and also for seating comfort in general. And it's available in different colors, either black or gray, or also with a bluish note, or with a mix of these colors. Showing you here some impressions from the configurator, so definitely go for the Race-Tech's interior. It's standard, by the way, for the Turbo S. And getting inside, of course, with the famous shoe tab. Yeah, I mean, you have a low seating position, very sporty, but not too sporty, I would say. Definitely Porsche-like, 1m86 or 6'1", enough space over my head. You can also get a panoramic roof if you like. And then here's steering wheel control with the electric movement. So overall, and also a very good, nice build quality we find. Beginning on the left, 16.8-inch curved screen for the instruments. Then the central display, 10.9-inch. The lower display, 8.4-inch, plus an optional passenger display. Screens. Digital instruments. What's cool that in the middle part you can have the map in the central part. That's possible. Also some adjustments possible right there. But you can also have it all the way over the screen like this. And you can go always back to the power meter and also adjust one-to-one you see on the left or the right side of the instruments. Nevertheless, the classic sports chronometer should not be missing. My favorite feature, however, here the drive mode selector directly at the steering wheel, so you can easily switch it around while driving. Then you have the central infotainment via touch, and you also have the passenger display like this. And the cool thing, of course, when you have the speed and the G-force meter, that's the most interesting thing for the passenger, isn't it? Android Auto still not available for the Porsches. The Apple CarPlay looks like this from the integration. And the Bose sound system, very decent sound, like it. Sometimes though, by the way, the screen is not that reactive, and we once also had a screen freeze, so yeah, maybe software update would be good. One thing I do criticize is here the climate control. Yes, you can also use the voice command, but still, I mean, it's so unpractical. And seat heating right here. In the Audi e-tron GT, we still have a proper climate knob to control it. That's definitely better than the solution right here. What I like about the lower screen, however, is that you have a good charging meter, and you can also see the charging speed when you are at the charging station. By the way, Plug and Charge is being enrolled to the charging stations, both Ionity in Europe and Electrify America in the US. But the charging station has also to support the Plug and Charge. It's not only the vehicle. And next to the adaptive cup holders here, this middle console, you can open the armrest. Really cramped to put your smartphone in. In the rear we have this single seat alike setup, and getting inside is also fairly easily. And you have this so-called foot garages, so you can put your feet very well under the seat, because they left something out in the back battery packages for that. And you can see for 4 tall adults it does work. Of course not abundance of space, but at least, you know, also works here headroom wise for the tall adults. Once again, the Taycan Cross Turismo will be a little bit better as for the headroom performance. Oh, you can also get a fancy rear climate unit here for the back seats. Yeah, that light strip though, you know. Then electric hatch and 400 liters. If you want 50 liters more, go for the Taycan Cross Turismo. Then you also have a proper loading height here in the normal sedan style. It's a little bit limited. Also in the width. You know, this is 80 centimeters here, this folding ruler, and 32 inches, so a little bit more than that, but not more. And the length, this is quite okay. Here, normal length, 40 inches or a little bit more than a meter. However, the height is really the limiting factor here with around 16 inches or 40 centimeters. However, that's quite nice. Here, one more spot for your charging cable. And then here with pressing the key, here we go, 80 liters more of storage space in the front. You can use that one, or you can have another charging cable box in there for a different charging cable or something. Welcome to Thomas's electrified driving lounge, here with the Porsche Taycan in the base model, the rear-wheel drive model. And we will test it on the German Autobahn, of course, that's what we have to do. Yeah, I mean, I have to do it at least. Go to the Sports Plus mode. Then we also have this electrified sound automatically, and let's see if the rear-wheel drive only model can still make passengers go mad. So, we'll see. These cars passed, starting at 30 kilometers an hour, and goodbye everyone. That's 170 kilometers an hour. It was nice. And yeah, you can still impress your passengers with that, no problem. So, I mean, it wasn't that extreme as we know from from the Porsche Taycan Turbo S. That was around 3 seconds. The 4S then 4 seconds something, and here in the 5 seconds something area. I mean, it's not super extreme, but it's still reasonably good. And if you think about that, you save a lot of money if it's not that fast, totally fine. And also a little bit better in the energy consumption. You can also score some 20 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. So like some 30 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. So you will end up more or less the same range of about realistic 400 kilometers or 250 miles. Just that it's even easier or more realistic to reach that one if you compare it to the all-wheel drive model. So here just that one electric motor in the rear, but also 2-speed transmission. Sometimes you also realize that while accelerating that there's kind of a shift in between. This time I wasn't that notable. Not sure, I have to scroll back in the video myself. Yeah, but for example, when I did the acceleration with the Audi e-tron GT, that was more notable. Here then at 80 kilometers an hour, you realize that super fun slalom, definitely. Yeah, it's your passengers are always a good G-force indicator, you know. So you yourself as a driver, you can always hold onto your steering wheel, and you know what you're doing, but your passengers can't, you know. And here in the tunnel, by the way, you can see again the illumination. I think a little bit more ambient lighting would have been cool with that one. And let's test the sound here in the tunnel once more. Here difference, normal mode, there's nothing. And then Sport Plus mode, where you have the electric sound. It's like a little bit, but not that extreme, so rather subtle, I think. You can also play around with that in the menu, and it's not even standard. What's another option with this vehicle here today, by the way, is also the rear axle steering. That is also an option for the rear-wheel drive model, and it makes the car so much more agile. It's really cool. It has a more agile feeling when driving at slower speeds, and a more, you know, stability-driven feeling when driving higher speeds. Really cool. And we also have the air suspension here today. The base model Taycan would also start with a normal adaptive suspension, steel-based suspension, but air suspension also available in here for the base model. So if you ask me, you can have as much fun with this Taycan as with the others. Here, look at that. I mean, what a great handling. The steering is so super precise and feels super natural at the same time. And I mean, you're not even realizing the speed you're going. Good that the passenger screen also has the speed indicator, and yeah, accelerating out of the corner is just awesome. And that could be something speaking for the rear-wheel drive model when you want intentionally to have that rear-wheel drive, you know, because with the all-wheel drive you're getting also not only pushed but also pulled out of the corner. And here with the rear-wheel drive model, you rather have the pure Porsche feeling, just being pushed out of the corner together with the rear axle steering then. Yeah, and at some point, you know, yes, it's not that fast, but then again, rear-wheel drive only can also boost the fun. Woo! Yeah, really nice. In the Sports Plus mode, the stability control is also being drawn back a little bit, so you can play around with the car a little bit more. But at the same time, you always have a very, very controlled feeling. Low center of gravity due to the heavy battery. We also have the upgraded battery in here, so you can get the same battery size also for the entry-level model. So you have to say, from a rear-wheel drive aspect, more driving fun. Acceleration-wise, yes, a more extreme driving fun than with the turbo models especially. But if you ask me, if you can save a lot of money, you can easily go for this one here. Oh, there's the police. Checking speed. Shall we catch them? Call the police! Not for me. Okay, that was the ambulance. So now, 90 kilometers an hour. When we are at speed, let's see if we can catch the police. Let's go. Now 200 kilometers an hour, 125 miles an hour, and there's still something happening. So yeah, still good performance here from the entry-level model, if you can say so. So stable on the road, he had higher speeds and not even loud. I mean, great noise insulation, although an engine sound is missing, and it's still somewhat comfortable from the suspension, so it's not getting rough. It's sporty, yes. Tires are hooking up greatly, although it's still with winter tires here because the winter came back suddenly. Wow. And then recuperation. Woo! Yeah, let's get back some energy, because one of the fastest ways to fill this car up again is to use the brakes. And the thing is, with the recuperation, they have not set it on a way that you have much recuperation. So in the Sports Plus mode, there is some recuperation. Otherwise, when you are in a normal mode, you have to hit this battery button here, left side of the steering wheel, and there's some recuperation when lifting the throttle. But that's not their philosophy. Porsche philosophy of recuperation was use the brakes. And then not the real brakes are being applied. First, all the recuperation possibilities being used. 265 kilowatt with this vehicle, 290 kilowatt even with the Turbo S. And that's in most of cases faster. I mean, the maximum fast charging capability is 270 kilowatt hours. And this can not often, be reached. And usually at the normal charging station, maximum 11 or 22 kilowatt. So braking is really a very effective way to gain back energy. So when you roll down a steep alpine hill or something, battery is supposed to be full once again. Of course, at some point you have to get up the hill first, but definitely a lot of fun and so precise also in braking. You don't feel the transition between when the recuperation is happening and the real brakes are being used. Once again, awesome experience. All right, one more time. Sport Plus mode, driving up the hill. Let's see how that rear-wheel drive turns out here. Precise steering, hairpin corner, good drive out of the corner, super natural feeling. So this is something they really achieved with their EV here, that you don't miss any, natural combustion engine feeling or so. And I mean, the torque is always instantaneously there, even though the rear-wheel drive model here doesn't have so much power. Yes, nice. I'm not sure if you could realize it on camera, but little wheel spin in the rear, but you hardly have wheel spin with that vehicle because the weight so much pushes it into the ground. So a lot of traction. So unless you're in, in the Alps or in Minnesota or something, you won't miss the all-wheel drive because you will still have enough traction, especially when you go with the normal driving modes and so on. And yeah, a lot of G-forces are being applied. Definitely, you will more realize it once again as a co-driver. Yeah, and then nice acceleration out there, interesting electric sound. Wow, this car feels so light, although it is so heavy due to the battery. Awesome driving feeling. And now there's the closest hairpin corner. There's no one coming, so there's dog, so to be careful of that. Interesting parking spot. So safety first always here, but we have one more cool corner coming up. And let's see, once again, now sharp turn and yes, here we go, awesome. Nice. Like that? I mean, we could also deactivate the traction control, but we usually leave that then for closed circuits. Of course, once again, safety first, but even here in the Sports Plus mode, some hooning around is possible. And once again, what kind of driving fun we have here already with base model. But I would say, like cornering, agility-wise, probably even more fun with the base model. Just that you don't have this extreme acceleration, but I can easily live with that. And now to our conclusion for today with the new base model of the Porsche Taycan. If you can call it base model, of course, it's not cheap at all, but it's way cheaper than the other models. However, our test vehicle here can also easily score some 140k then with so much extra equipment, but you don't have to go for that. And I would really advise you, just take the base Taycan, enjoy the rear-wheel drive. That's typical for Porsche, and out of the corners, I would even say it's a little bit more fun. Yes, this extreme acceleration, this, oh my God, I'm not sure where I'm ending up, with the electric acceleration with the Turbo S or something. That's not present here. Still, it's performant, and maybe have some more cornering fun with more this, kind of purist feeling. And I think it's a good idea to spec a Porsche in a more purist way. You get the same design, you have the same great agile driving handling. It's so much fun to drive this vehicle. Comparing to the Audi e-tron GT, we've meanwhile also driven. You can also check out this video, will be linked in the video description. The Audi e-tron GT has a better user interface on the interior, that's cooler. On the exterior, it's definitely a question of design. And as for the power ratios, you can also pick different models right there. So both somewhat stay close. The interior is annual free, both possible, with both vehicles. But Audi had a little bit more effort in doing that than Porsche. But here the Racetex interior is also pretty cool, so you should go for that. A German Autobahn high-speed test, an efficiency test, opening BMW logos, splitting BMW logos, a lounge interior with curved display. And why am I allowed to damage this big double kidney? This is now to come with Thomas on Autogefühl with the all-new BMW iX. Is it the best full-size electric SUV out there? Let's find out. Let's go. You see in the background why this region in Germany here is called Bavarian Tuscany, and this one here is a Bavarian-built electric SUV, the all-new BMW iX with a huge double kidney in the front. Yeah, there's a very special feature there to come. This one here has also the option of this Titan bronze look, so this color nuances that are also continued all over the vehicle. The headlamps, standard LED, optional, which you can also see here, the laser lights with extended high beam function, and definitely a very strong stance here in the front for the all-new iX. And they have a new concept called Shy Tech. For example, here in the middle part they have the sensor, and it is hidden in a way that you don't see that it's a big sensor. By the way, if you look very closely, you can see here that the heating lines inside the double kidney, and this is actually this here, so it's kind of like an inside layer, and this one then keeps the sensor from being frozen all over the place, so also in winter times it keeps clean and does the job. And the fill-in for the wiper fluid is right here underneath the logo. The length is at 4,95 meters or 195 inches, so it has the length of a BMW X5. It is as flat as a BMW X6 and has the wheels of the BMW X7, and these are the optional 22-inch wheels, really massive. It comes standard already with 20-inch wheels. Then optional 21, also included in the sports package, which is also here equipped with this vehicle with some sporty accentuations, and then optional the biggest ones right here. And you can see here the roof line falls a little bit like here for wind efficiency, and also there's kind of like a recess right here also for wind efficiency, and then the big iX logo right there. The door handles are on the inside kinda, once again also for wind efficiency. And what range figure will we score? This will be super interesting, I can promise. And suspension wise, a base iX would come with a steel suspension. An option, you can get the air suspension here on both axles. At the moment the bigger battery is already combined with that one, but later on it will also be available with the big battery, but then we'll go for the base suspension. And also rear axle steering that reduces the turning circle by about 1 meter, because then the rear wheels are turning in the opposite direction than the front wheels. That gives you more agility, fakes, so to speak, a shorter wheelbase. In the rear we can see a very clean design. The tail lamps are very slim right there, and it doesn't look that bulky because, again, as I said, this recess, which is there also for wind efficiency. As for the acceleration figures, the entry model is at 6.1 seconds, the xDrive 40, and here the xDrive 50. This is the one with the bigger battery already. Acceleration figure to 1 kilometers or 62 miles an hour, 4.6 seconds. Dual motors, of course, front and rear. Already quite powerful. And here is a comparison. We have the iX in white, just as it appears outside. It's always good to see the different colors than really, in real daytime light. Or what about a blue one? Here also with a roof box and a bike carrier at the rear. Depending on where the light comes from, this blue looks a little bit darker, for example here. But when there's more light, the color appears a little bit more matte, I would say. Turning indicators look like this. Looks actually quite cool. And that's how it looks like in the rear. And here you can also see a nice comparison between the wheels. Here you can see the 22-inch wheels in black, and directly next to it, at the blue vehicle then, there are the 22-inch wheels in the bright styling. Well, me personally, I don't need the roof box, but the blue exterior color here, yeah, of course, Thomas Blue. That's my way to go. This is also my favorite and recommended spec. Here, white exterior or the blue exterior, and then the oyster interior, so either white or blue white. Yeah, I would also pick white, but here the blue white, greater contrast. And these are the Sensatec seats in the bright style oyster. You can see that it's the Sensatec seat because it has this asymmetric touch here, and it's also perforated. That means in the iX you can also get ventilated Sensatec seats, and that is of course the best choice because they can also keep you cool in summer, although you have a service which you can wipe clean easier. Well, and you cannot open the hood yourself, but that's what's under the hood here in the cutaway model. for example, also a 12-volt starter battery. So actually to wake up the big battery, so even the electric vehicles need the small 12-volt batteries. And here I have one cell module. This is 0.2 kilowatt. And interesting is then 500 of these are packed here in the battery pack. So 0.2 times 500 is then the 105 kilowatt hour battery for the bigger model. So something around 600 kilometers or 370 miles is the official figure. Will we reach that? We will try exactly that today in the driving part. There is also a smaller battery for the smaller model at 71 kilowatt hours. This one somewhere than 400 kilometers, 250 miles. Of course, a little bit cheaper. The price difference is around 20,000 euros, so at least 100,000 euros or dollars than for the bigger model X-Drive 50. And recharging, wow, that thing is huge. 11 kilowatt AC and 150 kilowatt DC for the small battery, and here for the big battery 195 kilowatt. And now I have the official permission to damage a double kidney of a BMW. Why? I'll show you right here. So you can see here we have a scratch, and it's even that deep that I can really feel it with my finger. And the thing is, there's an additional PU layer, so polyurethane layer, on top of it with a memory function. And now you have two possibilities. Either put the car out to the sun, maybe you live in Texas or in Spain or in Italy in summertime, then it's hot enough. You need 30 degrees Celsius or temperatures in the 80s or something, 90s in Fahrenheit, or use a hairdryer on the car on the double kidney. Wow, it's actually already gone. I mean, it's kind of course, a little bit hot, but I can't feel anything anymore. So before I could really feel the scratch, the depth of the scratch, and now it's kind of like a completely, slick surface again. And here, one more time, once again, really visible scratch, and then the hairdryer action. And it's gone. You can actually just open the vehicle with your smartphone and then just approach it, and it's basically automatically open. And then door closing sound is, it's frameless door, so it's not that sophisticated actually. Yeah, we know you can use your smartphone as a key, but I would rather stick with the classic key fob. It looks quite fancy and is also pretty light. Then inside of the doors, here with microfiber, so it's really cool and very soft. Then these seat controls are at the inside of the doors. We know it from Mercedes that here they are still, movable, so you have kind of feedback. It's not the most practical thing. I think it's rather practical to have it at the lower part of the seat, and also there are reflections. This looks cool from the crystalline layout, but when the sun is coming, from the outside, it can blind you while driving, so that's actually not that good. But gladly, the crystalline applications are an option. So this is how it would look from the base model. It looks also quite stylish and elegant, and I would really recommend to stick with these because they are not blinding you. So the other one look more fancy something, but these ones are definitely more practical. Here we can see the CFK carbon fiber reinforced plastics parts of the chassis, pretty cool. And then here in this seam here we have a mix of fabric and microfiber, and there's also 15% wool share in there. Not sure why this was really necessary, because you could have also just made it completely animal free. For this, just 15%, doesn't make so much sense. And here a detailed portrait of the interior spec with the Oyster Sensatech seats. Here you have a bright inside of the doors. Then also these standard buttons, which are not glaring. Then they kept the dark dashboard because this is not reflecting in the windscreen, although they say, bright dashboard would look cool, but it's just too glaring, definitely. And then the Sensatech seats, so animal free here in the asymmetric shape and also perforated. Ventilation is possible, and the quality is also really, really high, so no one could actually tell if it's animal source or not. But these ones here, of course, less CO2 emissions. less harm of animals and of humans, so this is also way to go then. And the cool thing is, seats as shown here are standard equipment for the BMW iX. Alternatively, without any extra price, you can get these Sensortech seats also in brown or black, perforated again, and then as an option each, the ventilation. For the steering wheel, however, they do not offer any animal skin alternative yet. Seating position, nice, upright, very comfortable steering wheel, up and down, in and out, electric control, and you have a very good panoramic view to the front, really open space atmosphere. That's the main difference, for example, to an X5, X6, X7, this cockpit layout. And here in the second interior we also have the rubber floor mats, so for more rugged use, you know, like a holiday trip or something which can get muddy. So yeah, and for rugged floor mats they also look quite fancy. Interior overview, really unique styling, definitely looks like from a concept vehicle, but it's able, you know, to drive and to be bought right now. The screen's 14.9 on the right side, 12.3 inch on the left side, and this, you know, kind of like free floating middle console, and also the steering wheel. So everything really with a unique setup. I think they've done a good job to have a differentiation here on the market. And what about the ambient lighting? Well, they didn't put too much in the central part. It's rather at the sides. You see here the speakers inside of the doors. Also here at the rear, at the inside of the doors. At the rear it's even more actually. You can see here this light strip here at the inside window also has a reflection in the glass. That's actually quite fancy. Wow, that looks really cool. Let's take a look at the driver's side. There are the same things happening, and also here in the rear. So nice new ideas, definitely. But what about you? I mean, I would have wished something more ambient lighting, not only in the floor right there, but also, you know, in the top parts somewhere, you know. But what's your take on that? Completely new steering wheel, very unique form, but looks actually quite fancy. And the coolest thing to me is you still have hard buttons here, for example, for setting the cruise control. On the right side for the digital instruments. Yes, there are also some capacitive buttons on it, but at least they kept a mix. These are infrared sensors here. They are visible for the camera, but not for the human eye. Interesting here that these displays, this, you know, how it normally looks, and then you can also change things here. For example, you can change the whole layout. So this is possible like this, or like this, or then the contents here. So for example, you can have, you know, like range, or here then GPS view in it. Overall, you get along with that quite well. And head-up display, I picked a place here where you can also see the visualization of the map guidance. So it's a very nice option, especially then when you see some GPS guidance there. As for the infotainment system, OS 8, operating system 8, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks fancy, definitely. This is the map. This looks kind of familiar for BMW. And you also have another main menu. You can access it right here, but from the looks, this is more like 90s, isn't it? You know, like it's like, I don't know, like Windows 95. Sorry about that, BMW OS engineers, but it's true, isn't it? Tell me in the comments. And I think overall it's not such an easy system to get along with. I think it is more complicated than the system you had before. I really love the OS 7. I think it was also better than OS 6. But this one here, I think, is a step backwards. It has more functionality. At the same time, it's more complicated. CarPlay integration is really cool, all over the screen right here. And then let's listen to this optional Bowers & Wilkins sound system. Wow. Yeah, that's really crystal clear, and you know, there's a very big resonance room here, definitely with the vehicle. So that's definitely very cool. So let's go back to the BMW system right here. And about the climate changing thing, yeah, I mean, here you can always have it at this point. It's okay. Still, manual climate dials are better. And then for seat heating and steering wheel heating here, for example, who thought about this? I mean, it's like, look at that and tell me immediately, like, what shall I do now? You know, like, so I don't really get it that much. Voice control, drive me to Berlin.
I found several destinations.
Yeah,
Which
that
one
works. But what about the temperature, for example, as an alternative? Set temperature to 21 degrees.
I will set the temperature to 21 degrees Celsius for the driver.
So that worked. Oh, and also recognize it for the driver, you know. If you are a BMW customer and know the OS 7 from a recent vehicle, you are missing exactly, yeah, what? Menu, media, tail, nav, and then there's nothing below. There's no car menu. And this is so unpractical. I always want to access the car options there. In this case, you have to go to this menu and then go to live, yeah, that's the thing about the system, live vehicle. And this is kind of the car menu now. Why have they made it more complicated? By the way, if you press to the top here, then you have the iconic sounds option off. So there you can deactivate the iconic sounds, and I really have to say, after a while, I did deactivate them. But even more annoying, the turning off or the startup sound. There we go. Yeah, also composed by Hans Zimmer. But yeah, I mean, we know he's a great, majestic songwriter. But this sound, not so in love with that, are you? And this B&O system has 30 speakers and even a 4D function. And here you can set it also how strong it shall be. And then you kind of feel some vibration here, especially in this area at the seat, so at your lower back, I would say. So that it makes sense to go for this very expensive sound system. It's 5,000 euros extra for the 30 speaker B&O sound system with the 4D sound. Well, this vibration in the back, it's not really necessary. To me, it was kind of a little bit annoying. And also the sound was good, but not 5,000 euros good, you know. The Burmester sound system from Mercedes is way better indeed. So, and for this vehicle here, you go 12 speaker bass, 18 speaker Harman Kardon, 30 speaker Bowers & Wilkins. Yeah, I would go either with the bass system to save money, or then go one step further for the Harman Kardon system to get a little bit more sophisticated sound. But this extra price here for the Bowers & Wilkins system is not justified. There's this automatic parking button right here, and there's even more to discover because they're not only the cameras, and they're actually in very good resolution. So you can also switch it around. Which one do you want to have? So and here with more, you have a 3D view as well. So yeah, you can browse around the view. Yeah, we are surrounded by iX vehicles here. Oh, this is the white one next to us. That looks a little bit weirdly big. But what I want to show you here actually is an even more fun feature. So there's here car wash view. And there you can, that you don't damage the alloys. Here, the camera cleaning function. You have to have the doors closed and the ignition on, and then you can clean front, rear, or both cameras at the same time, and that looks amazing. Yes, that's the cleaning function of the front camera, and you saw how it comes out. Yep, and that rear wiping function looked even more spectacular, didn't it? Pretty cool that you have this open middle console here in the front. So there's, transition here, for example, for your suction mounts. And then we have cup holders. They're also adaptive here in the front. And you can put a smartphone actually then up here. No, it doesn't fall through because they're being kept right here. And you maybe know from the X5 or 5 series here in the inductive charging pad, it gets too hot, especially iPhones. But here, they have now introduced a cooling for that inductive charging pad, so they suck away the hot air, and you can literally hear that as well when you put a phone on that one here, and then listen really carefully. Oh, there's Schmoozy. Then actually you can hear a soft ventilation going. And then this top console, also this crystalline turning and pressing knob. It's good to have that because then you don't have to do everything via touch while driving. To change the driving modes is like here, these are like capacitive buttons, but inside the matte wood. That's a cool idea. It's better than the fingerprint thing with the high gloss black, but still to get to this point here while driving is a little bit distracting. And here, there you can see what I mean. This is not only on camera, it does blind you definitely, and the same happens with the inside of the doors with these controls for the seats. So it looks super fancy, and I mean it also looks amazing when it's blinding by the light here. But then again, while driving, not that pleasant. So you do not get the crystalline lever right there, which is also in a way better because it's less blinding. The only thing is you do not get the nice matte wood underlay for that. So this of course is more this high gloss black thing. Doesn't look that fancy, but still no glare would be priority one for me. And by the way, here this standard turning and pressing pad, it actually gives you a better control feeling. It's not flickering on human eye, by the way, here. So this one here is really better to control the vehicle. It just gives a more precise feeling when controlling. Interesting. Shifting lever, and again, this just only on flickers on camera. So like this, D mode, B mode is then for more recuperation, D with automatic recuperation. How that works, explaining you while driving. So it's actually an easy solution, and again, this crystalline work. This one does not blind, so much because, yeah, kind of probably the angle that is set in. And then we have this split middle armrest with some more space. When you look here from above, you hardly see the opener for the glove box. It is actually hidden right here. There we go, and yeah, it's quite shallow. A nice detail here also, the frameless back mirror. And then we have the electrochromatic sunroof, which is really amazing. Look at that. This is then looking through, and this is then for more sun covering. Wow, really amazing. And when you look through it and the sun is behind it, then it looks like in Dune, like with this, very yellowish perspective on the sun and so on. So yeah, the kids will love to play around with that. Here, there's the button up top there. Magic. And here we go, there's the sun through the panoramic roof, and then let's make it Arrakis. Ooh. On the passenger side door, you can also put a smartphone here, kind of like, next to the door handle. Interesting idea, however, if something very small falls in there, it's lost. By the way, to get out again, you have your hand here and kind of like press with your thumb here. It's quite unusual, but it's a nice tactile experience. Rear doors also with the same nice and soft microfiber. That's pretty cool. And then, for example, you have options like a proper jacket hanger here. You don't have to go for it, but you can. 2 USB-C chargers. Of course, when someone is sitting in the back, I would rather remove that actually. And then also the same kind of asymmetric microfiber fabric setup that looks lovely. Also in the rear, this console is rather free-floating. Here, temperature control rather classic, as we know it from other BMW generations. And here also space and no middle tunnel at all. That shows that this platform, this chassis was purpose-built indeed for this EV. Middle armrest with fabric, and then you can release these cup holders here. And plenty of space here in the rear, a lot of legroom, headroom also really a lot. So remember, this one here is flatter than the BMW X6. It's almost comparable in length, with the X5. But I mean, so much space. This is really using this EV platform. And of course, also on the middle seat, 5 tall adults, no problem. No middle tunnel here whatsoever. Yeah, that's really good. The only thing is you can actually fold the seat, the bench from here, release it here. But then again, that's the only thing you can do. You cannot adjust the angle or something. However, it has a good angle and it's also very comfortable here to sit in the back. And yeah, going through with this whole bench, it's actually really nice to cuddle here as well, I would suppose. And one more look how the Oyster Sensatec interior looks in the rear. There's also here an iPad holder available like this. In general, I think just the bright interior rocks in the styling. There is no trunk, and the trunk has 500 up to 1,750 liters. See here the height for backpacks, no problem. You can of course also remove the whole thing just with a little force. Then let's put it out like this. The length here at 1 meter or 40 inches here with my nice new black ruler. And here you can see the width is more than 1 meter or 40 inches. So yeah, it's like 1 meters 5 or like 41, 42 inches. So that's actually really good. The height then here to the cover, 47 centimeters or 19 inches. And the overall height is 75 centimeters or 30 inches. So very well usable. It could be maybe, a little bit less shallow here. Then again, we have an even loading sill and underneath space for the charging cables, and also has this clicking in effect. So overall, I think I'm quite happy with it. Right and left flipping is possible here from the right side. That's a very good function, and you see it folds really flat. So a very well usable SUV definitely. And here you can reach that 2 meter or 78 inches mark easily. Agile driving first before the regular driving lounge. Let's go. That was 0 to 60 kilometers an hour. Wow, that went quick. Super powerful here, this xDrive 50 version. Yeah, a lot of fun, and also very direct steering here. And the batteries in the lower part of the vehicle centralized, as we saw earlier. This brings a lot of agility, plus the rear axis steering, so the car feels smaller and more agile and lighter than it actually is. That acceleration was even uphill, so even more impressive. And now, even more uphill performance and agile driving. We're driving up the Obersalzberg, yes, the Obersalzberg, where Hitler had his Berghof. And well, this region luckily turned from terror to tourism and from pain to pleasure, because it's such a beautiful area. And they also have a documentation center right here to show, what has happened, and of course that this never happens again. So we can go out, enjoy some car reviews. So here we go. Great agile driving. Wow. Due to the rear axis steering, it really feels more agile, and this is also a main difference then to the combustion engine brothers like the BMW X5, X6, X7. Due to the low center of gravity, this feels so much more agile. It doesn't feel like a full-size SUV almost, and wow, having so much fun. Would never have so much agile driving fun here in a combustion engine SUV at that size. This is really, these tires are also hooking up so great. I mean, it's huge, and it feels and drives like a go-kart and has always more power. And this is also a major difference to a Tesla Model X. This one here is so much better in the agile driving. Yes, the Tesla has other big advantages, definitely, and we also have, of course, an extensive review of that. But in the agile driving fun, wow, this one is probably now king of the big SUVs. But there's more, so much more to tell you about this vehicle in the normal Thomas's driving lounge. And you can already see here camera image, and we have the augmented reality function, so the arrows then that are showing me where to take the next exit and the turn and so on. And the first thing that comes to your mind is it's extremely silent in here. So we were skeptical before because there's no dual insulation glass at the side, but indeed that doesn't seem to matter. It's extremely silent in here, and probably the most silent drive in a BMW car overall yet, and they are very well insulated, so this is extremely impressive how silent this vehicle is. I mean, we'll soon also drive a little bit faster on the motorway, German Autobahn, and see how that one turns out. The augmented reality arrow functions we've already seen there are also quite promising already. And here the speed of about 70 kilometers now, so 40 miles now or something. Once again, great noise insulation and a super calm atmosphere. Indeed, this car here has a completely different atmosphere. It's nothing like from BMW before. This is really this open space. You have a traveling feeling, but it's not that it's too long in the front. You have the upright seating position, very comfortable. Also here on these, fabric microfiber mixed seats, really upright window graphic here, so you have a good view to the side. So this is a very, very good travel vehicle indeed from the whole, experience you get to know right here. You know that we have the batteries in the central floor, and this is a so-called purpose-built vehicle. BMW calls it that way because it is built for the purpose of being an EV, and that's why the chassis is also unique to this one. Of course, they also use similar parts from the other big vehicles for the individual parts, but the chassis is really built on this one. And yeah, we know it from the crystalline shifting lever, by the way, from the X7 or something. And here on the inside, these crystalline door controls, they are blinding you definitely. And I'm really thinking about, what's the sense of that, and also this, part in the middle. But so when you have sun glare from the outside, you sometimes think, oh, did a speed camera hit me or something? Because here at this side, then the door control, yeah. That's definitely something they must have seen when they were test driving these cars. They do it for thousands of kilometers or miles, and no one has realized it, or the designer said like, yeah, we don't care. It looks kick-ass, so keep it in. Maybe that's the thing then. I don't know. By the way, I think on camera, yeah, I'm not sure. If that screen might be flickering on the camera here, it's just the camera then, so that has nothing to do then that you would see that with your own eyes, or that it's, in that way or something. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the thing here with gesture control. When you're using gestures without intentionally having some gestures, then sometimes something is activated. So that's the disadvantage of gesture control here. So we have a little bit space behind us so we can show you a first acceleration. And let's see. So we always have the same power, by the way. So you don't have to pick in a different driving modes, but you can, for example, go to sports mode if you like, and then power it a little bit up from the throttle input. So from 45 kilometers an hour, let's go. Plop, 105. That was 110. Wow. I mean, this is like a 2.5 ton SUV with a big battery pack, and whew, this was really like instant acceleration, and there will be more to come, with the later version. We'll also keep you updated here on Autogefühl, but this one here, of course, 2 motors, 1 front, 1 in the rear. Wow, really impressive. Rear wheel bias, definitely, we felt that. So the rear electric motor is always the stronger one, and you still keep this, BMW characteristic rear wheel drive. And here, by the way, in a slalom, again, it's a high SUV, but it feels so much sportier than the combustion engine models, because BMW X5, X6 and so on would be the comparable models size-wise, and due to the low center of gravity, this feels so much sportier. Steering wheel, by the way, here is a little bit, light, but it's not that unnatural, and then becomes a little bit more, a little bit tighter to the outside. So it's a pretty direct steering feel indeed, and slalom is indeed a lot of fun. The car doesn't shake up too much, however, it's not too stiff. So you have air suspension on both axles here, of course, and that's also a good decision. You have good comfort at the same time. Here in the sports mode, for example, the suspension is tuned a little bit stiffer, So what does happen in sport mode? First of all, throttle input, it's just more aggressive then. So for little personal throttle, directly good acceleration. Then the suspension, air suspension, is set on a stiffer note. However, you do not get more power by this. So that's the thing that sometimes happens in electric vehicles, but it's not the case right here. So just the input is being changed, but you do not get more power with it. You can also already access the maximum power just by the normal driving modes. So this is also possible. Very, very interesting, definitely indeed. So when we switch back here to the My Mode selector and go just to normal driving modes, you can also set personal settings. Also very interesting visualizations right there. Then you feel the suspension is a little bit softer. Also here when I'm doing like in the slalom, but you feel also due to the rear axle steering, which is also equipped with this vehicle. So air suspension and rear axle steering is basically an option. From the market start, they are included in the X3 50, but later on you can also get like X3 50 without these, so this option to get it a little bit, to get the big battery, but then not the most expensive price. Not pick everything kind of. But here, due to the rear axle steering, I mean, it doesn't feel at all that you would be steering like a big SUV. It's, by the way, very, really funny in the comments. I'm looking forward to that, guys. When I say like, and the big SUV, a big SUV, and sometimes I get comments like, oh, that sounds like big ass SUV. I love these comments. Yeah, looking forward to these in this time. Not sure if you heard that before, or yeah, maybe now, when I'm saying it, you're always thinking of that. That was the same. Like, do you remember with the Mercedes S-Class in the previous generation? and you had this clown's face steering wheel, and someone said, oh, that looks like a clown's face, and then from this point on, everyone looked at the steering wheel and was like, no, he's right, it's a clown's face, and then everyone is seeing it. But here, I don't see any face at all. It's a unique steering wheel, definitely, has a very interesting octagon shape, and yeah, it brings a new unique driving experience here to BMW. I'm not sure if it's really necessary that it's like so wide here on the top part, but it's actually a lot of fun, and I really appreciate that they didn't leave out this part here to make it the Tesla yoke system. Yeah, I haven't driven it yet, but just from knowing that here, for example, sometimes you maybe want to touch there or something. So some say yoke is a joke, and I have to say, I'm not sure if I will agree to this when we drive the Tesla Model S or Tesla Model X, and also in the facelifted version with the yoke steering wheel. Yeah, we'll definitely keep you updated with that. So now we're switching sides here. I think I have right of way. Yes, indeed. Whoa. Yeah, the acceleration comes really strong, but at the same time, it comes in a very, very smooth way, So it's really hard to. It's like smooth power. It's super powerful, but at the same time, you have the feeling as it would be, yeah, like a natural power evolution or something. And that's really astonishing, because with most electric vehicles you get really great power, but it doesn't feel natural at all. And I wonder, this is quite a big achievement here, that they have a powerful electric vehicle which has this more natural acceleration feeling. That's actually quite interesting, definitely. Roundabout visibility, by the way, to the rear, to the sides, actually very decent. So we have we've had some cars that, that new cars are really not that good as for that. But here I really have to say it's a very good overview, considering it looks also so design focused from the exterior. A very good overview from the inside to the outside. Well, and now I've activated the so-called iconic sounds in the infotainment system. We have a special feature of that together with Hans Zimmer. Now in the normal driving mode, not sure how it is picked up on camera. Just listen to that when I do acceleration now. You heard that like. So, and let's now switch to the driving mode again, sport mode. Let's see if that's kind of like enhanced. Yeah, a little bit, like this. So it's not, that it's extremely present. You do hear that. Is it good or bad? I think it can help in a way that, when these G-forces applied here in the electric vehicles, sometimes your body doesn't cope. And when you have this sound connection, the body can cope a little bit better with it. Of course, if you have passengers, then of course it's always better to keep it a little bit more subtle with the electric vehicles, and don't accelerate and don't recuperate that harshly. So, and this is also something here with recuperation. Now, for example, there's a truck in front of me. I'm in the D mode, I get off the throttle, and now some rolling is happening. I'm getting closer to the truck. Some recuperation there is, I see it right there. So, and this is, for example, different when there's no one in front of me, then the car would just be rolling. This is this automatic recuperation mode by BMW, which is working very well, I have to say. I really like this function because it is connecting GPS data and camera data. So when there's a car in front of you, there's recuperation happening. We see it right here. And also when the GPS data indicates like, there's like intersection coming, or there's a roundabout coming, then also speed is being reduced by recuperation actually. You can, however, also go to the B mode here with the shifting lever, and then there's always recuperation when you lift the throttle, and quite strong one. So then you indeed get to a one pedal driving feeling, and depending on the strength of that, also the brake lights are being flashed. So when I get off throttle here, whoa, yeah, directly very strong recuperation, And that's what you want to have when you have the one pedal driving when you want to have the one pedal driving feeling. So you can choose, and that's a good thing. You can both have one pedal driving feeling, but also this automatic recuperation. And in a way, that's also a good thing to have, definitely, because sometimes the one pedal driving feeling can be a little bit annoying at times, depending on your driving profile. In other times, it's very good because it's also safer, because when the car is in front of you, you get off the throttle and you immediately have some recuperation. But in that way here, the automatic recuperation, which is kind of, combining these features in an intelligent way, this is then, somehow combining both worlds, so to speak. And I think that's also then a good choice to have. By the way, first consumption average at the moment at 17 kilowatt hours on 1 kilometer, so that's 27 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. And considering the big battery of 105 kilowatt hours, that would indeed come to the, close to the official figure of 600 kilometers or 370 miles of range. Very interesting. And now, acceleration from 90 kilometers an hour, let's go. Top speed, 200 kilometers an hour, 125 miles an hour, electronically limited, and that went super quick. Yeah, at 190 kilometers an hour, it kind of slowed down, but other than that, wow, this is like, and the current consumption figure is like close to 50 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers. So that would mean straight road, I could drive, it's very interesting. I could drive like 200 kilometers or 125 miles with top speed 200 kilometers or 125. That's interesting. It would really mean I could drive 200 kilometers an hour for 200 kilometers or 125 miles an hour for 125 miles. Interesting. That's not even, it's hard to see, like when the road is going a little bit downhill, that already changes the effect and so on. But that's still actually a quite decent result, and also the result I stated before. So we had it a lot that with the German premium manufacturers, their electric vehicles were not that efficient. But the Mercedes EQS recently showed otherwise. The EQE will also be quite efficient then. And here the BMW iX so far also makes a very efficient impression. And it also has, it doesn't have a high wind resistance, and the reason is also because the roof is falling down a little bit, and also from the rear it's going like this. And this reduces the wind resistance. And here, noise insulation wise, again, at about 150 kilometers an hour, it's like nothing. It feels like I would be driving slowly through the city. 160 kilometers an hour now, only in Germany, where you then still get overtaken with 160 kilometers an hour. This is amazing. Wow. This is like, we're here at 100 miles per hour, and there's hardly any wind noise picking up, and the car is so stable. Here, sports mode here, adaptive air suspension. Now I'm getting on the brakes, by the way, but there's first all the recuperation being used, and then the brakes. So even if you hit the brake pedal first, they use all the regeneration. And that's also the reason why the brake disc, showing you that on the outside, are super small for a vehicle of that size, actually. Really impressed now. And even if you are at speed, you can still, now at 130 kilometers an hour, so like 70, 80 miles an hour, and bam, there's still such a harsh acceleration possible. And once again, top speed. Wow, super impressed by that. And here at 200 kilometers an hour, 125 miles an hour, there's not even harsh wind noise. How did they do that? And also without the dual insulation glass. Now hard and regeneration. There the figure, there's the Alpina XD4. So BMW X4 is Alpina tuned version, but yeah, that's kind of like the old tuning system. This one is the new one, and we can, I think, easily keep up with that one, acceleration wise. Wow. Recuperation figure, by the way, here, 200 kilowatt. So you can very quickly recharge this car with going down a hill or hammering the brakes then. This is also pretty impressive, of course. And here I think the sound connection here from this Hans Zimmer sound design really helps you also to get something of a connection to the vehicle, you know. But at the same time, told you, you can also cancel that. Assistant systems here, blind spot monitor with the yellow triangle then in the side mirror. And here, when that's interesting. Okay, so I have to, so he started the automatic lane change and whoa. Okay, and then he was dropping speed now and someone came from the rear. That was not that convincing now. Let's try that again. I mean, let's give the car another chance. So first of all, cruise control, adaptive cruise control, distance to the car in front of us is being kept. Also the lane is being kept automatically in a very smooth way. Here now, reducing the speed. So I want to have the automatic lane change now. There we go. Yeah, so that way. I didn't turn the steering wheel, that was the car itself, you know, so let's see if, I don't even have to hold it. So here, so I just have to tap the turning indicator and then the car does it. Not sure, like the first time, the car wasn't really like, you know, getting to speed fast enough and I was seeing that someone came from behind. So they see also the limitations of these systems. They work very well, but they don't cope with, yeah, when you can't do that way. So you have to hold it basically. Just tap it, yeah, tap it. See, this is kind of a problem, you know, when you do this automatic lane change thing and then the adaptive cruise control catches the truck in front of you at the same time, it also reduces speed, but then it also does the lane change, and lane change while reducing speed is of course not a good thing, you know, so yeah, in these situations you see that the human lane change is still kind of the better, the smoother one, but the system itself does work. So, you know, you just have to start a little bit earlier than, for example, and here there's a car in front of us and then I started basically early enough, then there's also no problem with that. Yeah, but it's also good to know the limits of these, you know, adaptive or assistant systems. But in general, all, you know, the whole integration of the assistant systems, everything is very smooth. So also how the steering, the active steering assist and so on, it really does it in a very subtle way without you would be feeling too annoyed or something. But the thing is, of course, also this car is so much fun to drive yourself, although it's that big. Most of the time I would just drive it myself. But of course, setting the cruise control and the distance to the car in front of you is being kept, this is one of the most helpful features, definitely. And good to have like the physical button here to control the speed. It's like a slide press 1 kilometer in the front and a harder press 10 kilometer steps. Then up or down, and really good to have the hard physical button then here to do that on the steering wheel. Here once again in the D, automatic recuperation mode, cars in front of it. What is this? I mean, I'm keeping a safety distance here to the car in front of us. I mean, we're driving super fast on the motorway, and this is no war field, you know, or no battlefield. And this guy overtaking on a ride, which is not allowed in Germany, by the way, or allowed in the US, not in Germany, and getting into the security distance. I mean, what is this, you know? So, and cars in front of us are braking. I mean, sure, I go to 200 and then hit the back of them or what? Some people really think this is like a battlefield, you know. And did you know, by the way, why people react in such a harsh way when they are on the road in their vehicle? It's like a thing in our brain, because when someone is kind of like, you know, coming close to you, you know, with another car to your car, it kind of attaches to our core instincts, you know, for example, of privacy. So when someone is kind of, you know, intruding your own vehicle surrounding, coming too close to you and so on, or putting the horn on you, putting pressure on you, it's kind of like the same for the brain, like when someone knocks on your door, you're sitting on a sofa watching some Autogefühl episodes and someone just comes in and sits next to you and says like, hey, go away. You know, this is kind of the same. It invades our privacy because our own car for our brain is our privacy, like we're sitting at home. That's the reason why there are so many battles on the roads. We are not taking part of this. We are doing performance driving, but always when we have safety first. And this vehicle here is helping you with that because it has the power, but it also shows you or tells you, I do not have to use this power. It is super powerful and you can go great accelerations, but it also makes everything so calming and relaxing and so on. Wow, I'm really impressed with driving this one. So many things they have done right here. Comfort is great, traveling feeling is great, acceleration is great, noise insulation is great, the driving dynamics, great, the compromise of sportiness and comfort is great, and the efficiency is also there. Both when we have, like the normal steady driving and also then that even, figures for high-speed driving. I know you guys love that. So driving-wise, yeah, we can just say top notch. And another range test from a different environment, like slower motorway driving, like 100 kilometers an hour, 60 miles an hour, and countryside driving, mainly countryside driving with some 70, 80 kilometers an hour, so like 50 miles an hour. And this one results here in 19 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers, so like something 30 kilowatt hours per 100 miles. This then means some 550 kilometers of range or some 350 miles of range. Here I can go to energy shine, and this is the so-called circus mode. Here when I accelerate you see effects, when I decelerate nothing happens. And yeah, this is the, hey, I invite my friends over to see my cars for the very first time, driving through a tunnel or driving through the night and everyone's having a party while I'm being not distracted by my friends, nor the ambient lighting, I'm not drunk, and I'm driving, everyone else can get drunk, so yeah. A full driving review of the Mercedes EQS in winter conditions here. What about efficiency, range and also charging? Test here today with Thomas on Autogefühl. It's one of the most expensive EVs out there, but is it also one of the best? Let's find out, let's go. In the front you can see here this closed grille with a small star pattern. That's actually quite interesting. The light strip goes all the way through. Here LED is standard, the digital light is optional. Then you can also really use individual pixels. The color for today is, depending on the market, called Twilight Blue or Sodalith Blue. Well, why Twilight? Because it couldn't decide if it's blue or not. Yeah, the nautical blue is, more bluish tone, would more come close to a Thomas Blue here. The length here at 5 meters 22 or 205 inches, and it has this really unique design. You have to say that really, here with this one bow design right here that goes all the way through. However, are you team ugly or are you team beautiful? I'm on team ugly here today. Vote in the comments if you like the design or not. Tell me in the comments what do you think. I would be really interested because most of the comments I've read so far say that people say, nah, that's not really good design. Tell me in the comments. Wheels from 19 inch, at least in Germany, up to 22 inch maximum, also especially with the AMG version, but here 21 inch wheels today with this like dual design, I would call it that way. In the US it's mostly 20 or 21 inch, by the way. EQS logo right here. Today chrome frames around the windows. It is a very clean design and the main goal was aerodynamics indeed. So it's more like form follows function. Rear is very interesting. You have that rear axle steering. 4.5 degrees in the opposite direction with the rear wheels, or optional 10 degrees. It's a software thing. It is actually in the vehicle already, but just with software you basically unleash it. I don't like this trend. Do you? Oh, and there's no frunk to be opened. That's not possible. The HEPA filter, the optional one, is stored underneath that. The only thing you can open here is this wiper fluid fill-in right here. Here in the rear, that clean design is actually quite cool, I think. Especially here, the light signature in the rear and the small rear lip right there. You have different power output versions. You start with a 350, for example, on the German market. The small battery and rear-wheel drive. Here the 450 plus. Plus stands for the big battery, but still rear-wheel drive. The 580 would be all-wheel drive. One electric motor in the front, one in the rear. One in the front, one in the rear, that way. And then the EQS 53 AMG. That is basically the same with a little bit more horsepower tune in the all-wheel drive. Here, acceleration figure with this one here, around 6 seconds. Battery, 108 kilowatt hours net, the big one, or the smaller one, 90 kilowatt hours net. It's not too big of a difference, right? You save around like 8,000 euros then for the smaller version. In the US market, the small battery will probably not be available. However, I think most of the time you will end up with the biggest battery because you just want the highest range, especially also in winter time. Recharging, 11 kilowatt AC, optional 22 kilowatt AC, and here maximum of 200 kilowatt DC. But what about the concise charging test? Theoretically, around 30 minutes from 10% to 80%. We also have here the charging curve for you. Yeah, that's very interesting because the peak is actually right there, but doesn't fall that fast. But the question is, here now also in winter time, is it really the case? We'll make the exact test right now. And now we start fast charging, 10%. Yeah, it says Porsche Engineering, this one here. 10% state of charge. Let's see how fast it goes. So charging power goes up. They have a 400 volt strategy, by the way, here. So it should go to around 400 volt. And let's see here, 200 kilowatt would be the peak power. And let's see, we stop here at about 173. Maybe a little bit more. Now from the inside you can also see that, yeah, around 170 kilowatt, and the total charging time to 100% would be about an hour. But that's not the relevant one, rather to 80%, because the last 20% takes so much more time. And very important, what I did is precondition the battery by driving motorway, and I also set this charging station in the GPS system. Then the car knows actually I want to approach that one. So if you would not do that, then the battery would not have the right temperature, and it could be that we do not reach this high charging power. So we went a little higher to now 180, yeah, 183 kilowatt, and so after 10 minutes we went from 10 to 36%. So that's already good. And the cool thing is really, you can see here, yes, we did not reach the peak 200 kilowatt, but here the 170 or 180 kilowatt are being held all the time here so far. That's the crucial thing. We're still at 150 kilowatts, so now it's slowly dropping from that top speed we had, but so far still a very good result. And you have to take in mind, this is here a very big battery, 108 kilowatt hours net. So that means like the smaller EVs with these, you know, like 70 to 80 kilowatt hour batteries, they would already be, yeah, kind of full now. So because here we have already delivered now 63 kilowatt hours in 20 minutes. And even here at this relatively high state, power is still over 100 kilowatt, very impressive. So here, just over 30 minutes, and 80 kilowatt hours in just over 30 minutes. That is really impressive. And yeah, there we are. And we've reached 80%, 31, yeah, almost 32 minutes. The key here, actually cool quality, like that, but I'm at war with the door handles. So you can press here in this, you know, stamped area to close it. That's quite easy, but then to open it, I feel that sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. You should press, yeah, this time it works, but often you press like 5-6 times and nothing happens. But you can also open and close it here with the key, that's also possible. Door closing sound, frameless doors. Yeah, that's a soft close. One more time, here, soft close. Yeah, here now you work against that electric motor, that's the thing. Now, and soft close, ta-da. But what is, when you slam it, that sounds very weird then. Inside of the doors, really cool here, soft touch, and also with the ambient lighting you can always see here. However, cost savings, to me, these are cost savings. This is one button here. See here? This is one whole button for cool seats, heated seats, and the memory function. And this is here also, it doesn't give you haptic feedback like it used to be. So it looks like it, you know, gives you some feedback, but it doesn't. So you like controlling it in thin air, and I'm not sure what to think about it. What I know what to think about is the Burmester sound system. It's awesome indeed, and also nice wooden style interior here. Then the bright interior looks so amazing. Color-wise, this is great. In Germany, you can also get Artico leather red here in the beige color or also in black. However, in the US or in the UK, no animal-free interior available? Why? Why are they doing this? And here, by the way, the animal skin interior, do you see this? Talking about quality, that already looks, you know, really like 100,000 kilometers used or something like this. And you know, I love bright interiors, but bright floor mats are not a good idea. And my shoes weren't that dirty, but it's just, especially for winter time, not a good idea. Seating wise, I would tend just to go for the base seats, because these, you know, more luxurious seats here you can pick as an option are really too plush. You feel like the seat is like blowing you away from the seating position, something like that. You know, that's the closest thing I can describe it. You can't really feel one with the seat. So this is supposed to be the electric S-Class, and I don't feel that well with the seating ergonomics here. It's, yeah, recently a thing with Mercedes. I think they should work on that. They do work on the materials there. Recently seen the EQXX concept car, but however, the German market gets Artico animal-free leather red and also microfiber in the AMG line, but the US and the UK market not. The flagship model of sustainable luxury should do better. Then, headroom-wise, gets very close here with 1.86 m or 6'1". This is also the one in here with panoramic roof, which is quite amazing actually. Let's open it. By the way, when it's really hot in summertime, then you can also close it. The rear one also has a shade if you like. Okay guys, before I take a seat, just take a look at this shot, how amazing design-wise this interior looks. Well, and now I'm disturbing the image. Screen-wise, screens, 12.3, then either 12.8 S-Class like in the middle, more vertical, or optional hyperscreen for more than 6,000 euros or dollars like here, 17.7 inch. And then you also get third screen, 12.3 inch as a passenger screen. This one here, the hyperscreen, looks more amazing. The base version will be a little bit easier to control. Here you can see also this kind of like, you know, curved design. Hey Mercedes.
How can I help?
What do you think about BMW?
Close acquaintance. Mercedes even manufactured series car bodies for BMW in the 1930s.
Really? Interesting. Wait a minute. In the 1930s? Thin ice, Mercedes. Well, and then here, GPS looks amazing, of course, then especially here in the hyperscreen. It looks amazing again. Yeah, they claim like a zero-layer technology, but sometimes you do have to go quite deep in the menu, I think. And this is like this app view. Here in the Mercedes EQ, you can see the state of charge of the battery. Interesting is definitely the settings and the comfort menu. In the settings menu, for example, you can hear you know, change the language and so on. Vehicle, you can activate different sound experiences. I'll test that one when we're driving, how loud they are actually. Here, dynamic select, you have the driving modes, but you can also activate it with a hotkey in the middle console like this, sport mode, comfort mode, and so on and so on. The visualizations are indeed pretty cool. And comfort-wise, you have a very nice seat massage that really goes, especially the wave massage is great because it goes then, you know, from the top part even to the lower, to your booty and so on. Yes, intensive. I'll test that one later on as well. And if you don't care about all this and just want to go with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, then you go with that one. And the sound system, as I said earlier, is awesome. And yeah, this is also one of the most classics of all time, of course, trends-wise. Yeah, great sound. Here you can see this nice augmented reality function in the GPS screen. So you can see the camera image, and then there is this arrow. It's a little bit laggy at the moment though, so most of the time I've also seen it in real time, but yeah, that's why we do these tests, so this can obviously also happen. The steering wheel trusts on #capacitive BS for volume sliders and so on, and here you can also control the right screen with that one, and on the left side the same thing, but just done for cruise control, but it is definitely harder than with the older steering wheels where you have the real buttons. I'm really not sure who thought of this instrument design here, because you see that leaning angle? They should be more upright like this. you can see them better. Here, these are, by the way, the IR lights. You can only see them on camera. It's just too, too flat, and you can see the reflections also, and they are also visible with your own eye. You can go full screen map, for example. It's not flickering in real life, just on camera, by the way, here at the moment. But also here, for example, for sport car gauges. But that doesn't, deny the fact that the integration of the instruments should have been more visible to the driver. The head-up display is really large and very good to see, and also has some augmented reality function. And there it is. You can see here also augmented reality arrows in the head-up display here, signaling me then to turn right here at this intersection. When ambient lighting wise, this is so cool. I think I love it. And we'll drive it in a tunnel very soon and also have the active ambient lighting then. Wait for that. Interesting area here also. There is usually piano lacquer here. That's of course then collecting fingerprints and so on. Here, the matte wood option is really cool. I would go for that one. When you open that one, you have two USB-C chargers. You can put your phone in there. No, it's not a piece of bread. It's a cork case. Inductive charger there, cup holders. And here then you have start-stop button. You can pick the driving modes here, for example. And then you have the typical split opening here with more space and two USB-C chargers. That looks just so nice, right? With the panoramic roof and this entry area and the bright seats. Really inviting indeed. Such a bad contrast that I now ruin again the floor mats, because I already did a shoe tab and there's nothing, loose underneath my shoes. But yeah, the white floor mat's not a good idea. And also in general, the rear here is not a good idea, because do you see on camera how cramped I am here? It's like short bench, and then it's like I feel like sitting like, yes, on the toilet. Yeah. Headroom wise, with 1m86 or 6'1", it works but gets close. I can put a hand over my head, but it's so uncomfortable here in the rear. Then this part is also so cramped. Well, knee room wise, that's not a problem at all. And also here, no middle tunnel and so on. You can sit here also with 3 tall adults, that's no problem. But the seat ergonomics here in the rear are indeed strange, I have to say. This middle part you can also fold down. Then you have inductive charging pad and some more storage space right here. Very nice at the inside of the doors here in the rear, by the way. Contour stitches, soft materials. Also cool with the backlighting here around. But then again, the high gloss piano lacquer stuff. But the matte wood right here, that's actually very fancy. The cool thing here about the EQS is that you have this fastback style hatch. Opens very wide, so you basically have something like an estate. See here with 1m86 or 6'1", I can easily stand underneath it. This cover here raises automatically and you can easily access that vast trunk. And this boot here, okay, now I covered US and UK viewers, comprises 610 up to 1,770 liters. This easily fits. The length here, 1m20 or 47 inches. That's actually quite good. And the width is, yeah, also a good meter or 40 inches also here in this area. And the height, let's say right here, for example, around 45 centimeters or 18 inches. And when we fold the seats, you can easily score this 2 meters or 79 inches in length to the front seat. You see it raises a little bit and there is a step. But in general, we again have to say, loading area wise, it's very, very well usable. Acceleration from 50 kilometers an hour. Let's go. $130, $150. Yeah, that's sound experience though. And top speed soon reaching at. Come on. 213 kilometers an hour, 214, so that's around 130 miles per hour. Wind noise is now picking up, of course, but still, I mean, it's quite silent here and really great in control. Air suspension stiffened up now for these higher speeds. Here also, for example, lane change. Yeah, feels really agile. Now hard on the brakes, of course, maximum recuperation as well, but now the rear brakes are also being used. Whoa. And we can indeed also change this sound experience here. That was Vivid Flux. We can also go with Silver Waves, for example. or with roaring pulse. Let's see. But of course, it rather plays a role when you really accelerate it out, then you hear it in a more notable way. And for the next acceleration from 90 kilometers an hour, let's switch to roaring pulse. Let's listen to that. Let's go. $150. Wow, feels really great here. Very settled on the motorway. Long bend here. Wow. Yeah, that was already, once again, 200 kilometers an hour or 125 miles an hour. Really good. And well, this roaring pulse, you couldn't hear that well, especially probably on microphone, because it mixed with the wind noises, because it's low frequency. Let's test here silver waves. Let's see. It's like one like whoosh, so whoosh. But vivid flux is definitely the most, audible one, I would say, definitely. However, with the EQS 53 AMG, that was way more audible. Let's just quickly tune into that. Let's listen to that. Yeah, that was something, wasn't it? So most of the time probably you would just leave it completely off, because I also think, it delivers you a sensation of speed in a way, but it gets annoying over time. 100. $150. Here I set it to strong recuperation. Now we have to reduce the speed. Is it a one-pedal driving feeling? Well, the recuperation is strong when you have set here the shifting pedals. Yes. Normal recuperation, no recuperation, normal, strong. So 3 levels basically. But then again, when you're driving a little bit slower, it does not make a full stop. So is it a true one-pedal driving feeling then? No. Not really, but you can at least set strong recuperation. However, it is being resetted when you start the car again. So they rather set on this, rolling effect and also using the brakes. But when I press and hold the shifting pedal, intelligent recuperation gets active. Here, no car in front of me, no recuperation. Then I'm closer to a vehicle. There is recuperation. So that's actually the best recuperation mode. And then you can also come to a standstill when a car is in front of you in traffic jam. Now, when we get to the tunnel, this one here is of course pretty cool. You can really see the ambient lighting, and even cooler is of course lights. Yeah, that's of course very distracting when I do something right here, ambient lighting. Wait, its settings, why another step? So, and then here I can go to energy shine, and this is the so-called circus mode. Here, when I accelerate, you see effects. When I decelerate, nothing happens. And yeah, this is the, hey, I invite my friends over to see my cars for the very first time, driving through a tunnel or driving through a night, and everyone's having a party while I'm being not distracted by my friends, nor the ambient lighting. I'm not drunk, and I'm driving. Everyone else can get drunk, So yeah, that's the so-called, or we call it circus mode here on Autogefühl. Well, it is entertaining, but of course distracting. When some even say that a mono ambient lighting would even be already distracting, this one surely is. But I think the ambient lighting is pretty cool. I love, of course, to have it here in Thomas Blue. Yeah, you have different options here available, and of course brightness all the way up. Air suspension is sporty and comfortable at the very same time. Remember, we have the big wheels here, but indeed, because the air suspension is so good, you still have decent comfort. Yeah, Tesla Model 3 here without air suspension, really, really stiff there. The rather, fair competitor to this one here is a Tesla Model S. That one has air suspension and also has then a good suspension comfort. Meanwhile, with Tesla, since they made the the upgrades like 2 years ago, I think, for S and X. So yeah, suspension-wise is really good. And of course here the rear axle steering, when you're at slower speeds, either is 4.5 or 10 degrees rear axle steering. 10 degrees is an option, and that makes this vehicle here, which, you know, it has 5 meters 22 in length, so much more agile and faking a shorter wheelbase. So it feels kind of unnatural a little bit, because at lower speeds you really feel like your tail would be like waggling, like shake, shake, shake. But it definitely helps in parking in and out. And this 10 degrees option even more reduces the turning circle by a meter. So that's of course really impressive for such a big vehicle. Ooh, one more time here, ambient lighting in the tunnel. Malibu sunset is also one of my favorite things. I wouldn't leave it like all the time, but just, you know, getting in the mood, like cocktail beach mood or something. So that's really cool for that. Or burning blue, woo. But definitely my favorite setting is still the ocean blue. Here, once again, not too loud, wind noises, very connected to the road. In the S mode, the air suspension gets a little bit stiffer, really good to control. So superb in the handling, suspension rise, great job. Steering is also fine, there's no big dead zone area or something. And maybe in the very low degree angles, they made it more in a comfort setting that you can cruise straight on the motorway, for example. And then when we get off the throttle, we can also have here the cruise control, and also with the active lane keeping assist. Now the speed's already being reduced, and see how actively we are kept in the lane. Yeah, that's a very smooth process. So the assistance systems here are really top notch. Blind spot monitor is also included. However, if I drive here so fast on the motorway, you will hardly ever see the blind spot monitor being activated, because we are appearing in the blind spot, not everyone else. So we're getting off the motorway now. Yeah, this car is so much fun to drive still. It is huge, it is large, it has a long wheelbase, but due to that rear axle steering and low center of gravity, wow. It's really great in the slalom, and of course even better than when I drive a little bit slower, because then the rear axle steering is going in the opposite direction. At higher speeds it's going in a parallel direction, and now I realize that the slower we get, the more active the rear axle steering goes in the opposite direction. Yeah, so hardly ever we could have so much driving fun and agility in a car at that size and at that weight. This is the most remarkable thing about this vehicle here. As for energy consumption, by the way, at top speeds, usually, you know, we also had it here now, it's like double or more than double the usual average consumption, you know. So, and that would kind of mean you could drive with full speed, yeah, some little bit less than 200 kilometers or 125 miles, something like that. Because the normal average consumption we have today is also quite astonishing and rather bad, because we end up some 25 kilowatt hours on 100 kilometers or 40 kilowatt hours on 100 miles. And that would mean we are more in like 430 kilometers of range or 270 miles. Here in wintertime, close to freezing temperatures, 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that's quite astonishing, because in summertime we could score in the EQS something close to 600 kilometers or 400 miles. So the temperature effect seems to be quite heavy on this vehicle. Yeah, that's a thing you're gonna have to live with. And of course, thinking about, say like, I have enough money, I just want the best electric vehicle with the highest range and so on. Well, it seems that you do not have the greatest advantage here from this 100k plus vehicle, 100k in the base version, 160 or something equipped. And then if you compare this to this like 60,000 euros or dollars EVs like Kia EV6, Ford Mustang Mach-E, Tesla Model Y, well, in the winter times, they don't differ that much in range. That's of course also one of the key findings here today. Very interesting. Here, by the way, now, it's like a traffic light. Once again, you have the traffic light view. Well, in this case I can see it, but here now green, and now I accelerate out, and here nice rear axle steering, and in sport mode it gets a little bit, you know, it doesn't break out any rear or something, but it gets a little bit loose. You have of course a lot of power, and To me, when you have these vehicles which are available with rear-wheel drive, always all-wheel drive. Even if the rear-wheel drive ones have less power and one electric motor less, in efficiency it doesn't matter so much actually with the electric vehicles. Not like when you go like rear or front-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive with a combustion engine. However, from the agility, when you have rear-wheel drive only, you have just a boost from the rear wheels, and it is more fun to me. Yes, it's less in the acceleration, but we've seen on the motorway, this one here, the 450 is way more than enough. To me, it's the version to go for with the EQS, because the 350, available in Germany for example, has the smaller battery, so go for the one with the bigger battery, but then with rear-wheel drive to have more fun. And especially when you set it here to the normal driving mode, the electronic stability control will also control that it won't break out in winter or something. All-wheel drive just makes sense when you live like, in the Alps region in Europe or Minnesota in the US or something, or in Canada, in BC or something like this, then the all-wheel drive will still make sense, yes, but for most use cases, rear-wheel drive will just be enough and you can save some money with it. And to me, indeed, you have a little bit more driving fun. As for seating and so on, I told you that in the interior part, I feel that the seat is for some time too plush in a way. They look super comfortable and sophisticated, but I don't feel that they offer so much comfort as they should be. So, especially recently, I'm not really satisfied with the seat ergonomics with Mercedes in general. Maybe just my body type, but I've read it also in the comments that a lot of you guys actually also said, yeah, Thomas, finally someone talks about this. I have the same experience. I'm especially, all of you who are a little bit taller say like, don't really feel comfortable in the Mercedes seats. I rather go then, for Lexus, Audi, BMW. VW Group in general, by the way, is usually building seats which have, a higher average. Whereas Mercedes and also the Asian manufacturers rather go for a lower average in the seat form as for the body height. That's always a problem, with setting the averages. It's also discriminating women most of the time, because like a typical male average is usually taken. That's in automotive industry, it's in pharmaceutical stuff. So that's also a big issue, of course. Yeah, and when you're very tall, then you're also discriminated against. Yeah, okay, I'll survive here, but I have to say, this car costs so much and supposed to be so comfortable, but to me, it isn't actually. And when you now compare Mercedes S-Class versus EQS, they apply the same raw chassis foam that kind of builds up during the process then here on the EQS. Still, I felt that the S-Class is a little bit more silent, really at very, very high speeds when we've driven that one. That's also an interesting factor. Driving fun-wise, EQS versus S-Class, clearly the EQS, so much more fun with a low center of gravity. It's really the thing, in all the segments, the electric vehicles are more fun to drive, minus possible sound or something. When you think about that. And now some agile driving fun here with the Silver Waves sound profile. In the sport mode, again, suspension a little bit silver, but air suspension evens that out very well. More comfort, of course, than with some smaller wheels possible also. And you really don't feel that you would be steering such a long vehicle. Yeah, and with rear-wheel drive, you can very well get out of the corners. You hear something of the sound profile. Now on the brakes, there you feel the weight actually. Yeah, a little bit braking out even. Great fun. Wow. And one more time. This is so great, really. I mean, I'm not deactivating ESC on public roads or something, but this was already enough. Can have a little spin, yeah. This so much proves my point that the rear-wheel drive version of this one here, of the EQS, is so much more fun than the all-wheel drive version, especially in these conditions here and these situations. Yeah, and then you can just live with a little bit less of acceleration boost when you have more cornering driving fun, definitely. That's at least my take to this.
So which one would I pick and which one would you pick? To me, the most important factors at this moment for these electric vehicles are design, driving fun, suspension comfort, range, especially also how it behaves in colder temperatures, fast charging, simple user interface, modern and fast infotainment and navigation, good build quality, sustainable and animal-free interior materials, seating comfort and pricing. If we combine these factors, to me the best EV to buy, focusing on price-performance ratio, are among the SUV or crossover segment, because they offer a little bit more space, upright seating position and some more comfort, and are also somewhat already suitable for a family. So to me, at this moment, it is Ford Mustang Mach-E, Volvo C40 or XC40 and the Kia EV6. And then of course the Ioniq 5 is also close to that, to me personally also in this order. Why? The Mustang Mach-E has a cool design, great suspension, modern infotainment system, animal-free interior, good range and even performs well in wintertime without having a heat pump. That's unique. Only thing to criticize is the limited fast charging speed. 10 to 80% SOC can take around 10 minutes longer than with the Tesla Model Y or the Kia EV6 for example. The Volvo C40 or XC40 also has the fast charging issue. They are not the best in the overall range, however it offers great comfort and a very cozy and sophisticated Volvo seating. Here the Android Automotive infotainment system with Google Maps is great, however CarPlay is not inside yet. The Kia EV6 is great in fast charging when the battery is already warm, will receive also an update for preconditioning, and it ticks all the boxes as well. It is very efficient, especially in city traffic. Just the infotainment system is not as good as with the other ones, so you will use CarPlay or Android Auto all the time. Mustang Mach-E and C40 have a higher SUV seating position, the Kia EV6 has rather a crossover style. And of course the brother or sister model Ioniq 5 would be somewhat comparable to the EV6, however I see some advantages for the EV6 overall. But styling-wise, of course, you might prefer the Ioniq 5. The BMW iX3 is great for sure and feels even more sophisticated. Here we have the flaw that it's clearly more expensive, does not offer an animal-free steering wheel and also combines some options with animal skin seats. The Tesla Model Y offers a lot of space, great software and innovative features, also the supercharger network of course. However, Tesla is opening their superchargers for everyone and so they will lose this unique selling point. The Model Y does not have instruments and the suspension is the worst of all EVs. It's still very interesting, but for these two reasons, not my favorite. The Ioniq 5 is a good all-rounder, however the sister model Kia EV6 is just a little bit better here and there, I think. The Ioniq 5 remains to be a good pick, nevertheless. Me personally, I did experience some problems with the CarPlay connection in my test vehicle, it sometimes failed. The group of VW ID4, Audi Q4 and Skoda Enyaq combine good suspension, decent charging and range and good driving fun. Especially the Enyaq offers a lot of space. Software and electronics wise, the Volkswagen AG products at this point seems to be a little bit problematic, having experienced a lot of issues while testing these. It is being improved bit by bit though, and in some markets, especially the VW ID4 is sometimes the best deal you can score price-wise. The Audi Q4 has the best user interface of these three. These sportier sedans are interesting when you appreciate a lower seating position and more sportiness. The Tesla Model 3 entry-level model is still one of the best deals overall, however it doesn't offer that much space in the rear seats and yet again no instruments nor CarPlay nor a comfortable suspension. The Polestar 2 is a cool vehicle but lacks in range and fast charging. The BMW i4 is more expensive, a great drive for sure, but hardly offers any space considering that length, especially once again in the rear seat. The i4 is more an emotional prestige purchase. Well, that also counts for the Porsche Taycan, which has the best fast charging results. With that, you can also quickly do some autobahn runs with higher speeds and fast recharging. Of course, it is even more expensive than the competitors. A fascinating car for sure. The seats need to be tested before purchasing, because I don't feel that the ergonomics are the best. Let's turn to the very expensive big EVs, BMW iX and Mercedes EQS. So let's say that the money doesn't play a role. The Mercedes EQS does not offer good seating ergonomics for that price and the range is cut almost in half in wintertime due to missing heat pump. Not acceptable at that price. It does have exclusive features like the awesome ambient lighting and the comfortable air suspension for sure. And the summer electric range can be like 600 kilometers or 400 miles. The BMW iX does offer the best comfort overall with that size.
upright seating position and air suspension. Range and efficiency are on point, just the animal-free steering wheel is missing. So in my personal pick, I try to combine facts and emotions, and thus I would still be with the Ford Mustang Mach-E and the Volvo C40 or XC40. You know, from this factor of wanting to have one, do you know what I mean? And if money doesn't play a role, the BMW iX3 or the iX, if that animal-free steering wheel comes available at some point, surely would also be a good pick. Also note that the BMW iX3 is built in China. Since every EV in this test has some unique features, let's also sort this one by demands. If EV features like range, efficiency, fast charging and vehicle to load is the most important to you, the Kia EV6 is your car, or the Hyundai Ioniq 5. And the Tesla Model Y if you wouldn't mind the uncomfortable suspension. If the combination of comfort and sportiness is important to you, you're with me on the Ford Mustang Mach-E and the Volvo C40 or XC40. If you need as much space as possible, the Tesla Model Y and the BMW iX will help. If you want to have it as comfortable and as luxurious as possible, the BMW iX also is your pick then, if you do not mind the price at all. If you want to keep it as cheap as possible, the entry-level models of the VW ID4 and the Tesla Model 3 will do. So, what is your choice and why? Join me in the comments.